right now this is a live shot at Timpanogos Regional Hospital. They're right in Orem, and that is where Charlie Kirk was taken.
Yeah, we just talked to our reporter, Leslie Duarte, a little while ago, and she said that there's a big police presence there at the hospital as well. Even while she was talking with us, there were even more law enforcement vehicles that had streamed there to the hospital. As far as Charlie Kirk's condition is concerned, we have not had any information on that yet. He was taken there for care. We assume that he was, from the accounts that we hear from witnesses, he was shot in the neck, and that's what some people have posted.
Everybody there that we've heard from has said there was one pop. They only heard one shot, and we aren't getting word of anyone else being injured. There were people screaming, "Run, run," after they did hear the shot. We saw some video on Twitter, somebody who was way up in the stands who was recording, and then you could hear the shot. You couldn't see what happened under the tent where Charlie Kirk was speaking, but you could hear everybody dropping what they were doing and turning and running. Then the shot went blurry after that.
Yeah, the video we were looking at, in fact, CBS has used that video. You hear the pop, and the person who was recording it I don't think realized what had happened, for a couple seconds, and then it was like panic. People were told to drop and then told to run. So if you can imagine, if you were there, there was chaos and fear for sure.
And you can see this is a live look at the hospital there. They did have our crew move back. They did have our crew move off the hospital property, and that's to make room for the investigators, the detectives, the FBI. Everybody's going to be on the scene there to talk to those who were close to Charlie Kirk when the shooting happened.
Yeah, and again, that is a look at the emergency vehicles there in front of the UVU campus, and there were hundreds of people, maybe thousands in attendance to this get-together this afternoon. And, this is also, it just kind of occurred to me, a tough time when you think of, okay, the anniversary of 9/11.
Tomorrow.
And tomorrow. And we have a lot of people, obviously, who pay tribute and remember that. And now we have this tragedy on our doorstep.
Yes, and it's a national story as well. CBS News broke in just a few minutes ago to report on the shooting. They're working to get confirmation as well, but from the people we're hearing from on campus at UVU, Charlie Kirk was shot. This rally, I think it started this morning and it was running into the noon hour, and that's when it happened. We got word of it just about a quarter to one. When we were on our noon
I think it started
news.
right about noon. So, now as far as traffic goes around the university there, it looks like it is flowing pretty smoothly despite what has happened there. We'll kind of watch that for you too. But right now all thoughts are on Charlie Kirk, his condition, the circumstances around that. We have not heard anything from the hospital, don't have an update on his condition. And we've been hearing from political leaders across the state, even the president, as we pointed out there. A lot of people in shock as a result of this, and it happened here in Utah at UVU.
Yeah. It is a conservative political activist, Charlie Kirk, a well-known name, and this was his American comeback tour at UVU. This is our photojournalist, Mike Stephen, right outside the stadium there at Utah Valley University, and he was doing his Prove Me Wrong campaign where he invited people to come up on stage and argue with him, try to prove him wrong, and he was known for arguing his point and his conservative activism and defending himself very well like a lawyer. And we understand he's a young father, 31 years old, and prayers coming in from all across the country and around the world for Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, he challenged people to try to stump him. I guess it was somewhat of a sport too with what he does, but more importantly, he was driving home his cause, his political beliefs, and as we've seen today, there are people who take really strong sides, issues on both sides. As I mentioned, there was a petition circulating there that they didn't want Charlie Kirk to come to campus, but he did. doesn't back down with those kinds of things. And then, of course, we've seen what has happened here today.
And such a polarizing figure.
Yeah.
That many didn't want him to come, but obviously many did, and they showed up at that rally this morning. And again, we heard about security. He's not on any board or cabinet for the president.
Yeah, he doesn't get Secret Service protection, obviously.
He's an advisor.
Security is up to these campuses that he visits. Not sure, I'm sure we'll be finding out more about what security measures were in place for his visit, even knowing that he is polarizing and that there are sometimes some pretty hot-head political debates going on, but we don't have an idea of what kind of security measures. I'm sure that there were some, but sometimes there's not. You can't do everything and be everywhere at once.
It might be like a football game.
Yeah.
It might be the same kind of security that they would expect to be at that outdoor arena. That was a nice sunny day this morning as things got started there in Orem.
We have Brian Malahy headed down there too. He's probably in the area by now. Don't know if there have been traffic problems there, but Brian, of course, Brian has a great political depth too, and I'm sure he can give us some insight on this as far as the political leanings are concerned and how it's such a hot topic between what we've seen with his political views, conservative political views, and how it can sometimes rub the wrong way on the opposite side of the spectrum.
Yeah, Brian's been covering politics here in Utah for decades. He's well connected and is probably hearing from people as he heads south from Salt Lake City. And if you're just tuning in, Charlie Kirk, a conservative political activist at a rally at Utah Valley University, was shot this afternoon. A suspect is in custody. Utah Valley University sent out an alert to say that he was shot on the campus there and that a suspect is in custody. And that's about all they said. They didn't release much more information about how severe the injury might be, if the campus is on lockdown, or what's going on right now.
And he is at the hospital right now, and I'm sure there are a lot of protocols, procedures you have to go through. And of course, as you can imagine, his family right now, after getting this news, just devastated. So first and foremost, it is Charlie Kirk's health, how he's doing, and his family at a time like this.
Yeah, we do have team coverage for you. It's 1:43 this afternoon. We're used to saying the time on the morning news, and but we do have team coverage. We have Brian on his way there. We have Leslie Duarte at Timpanogos Hospital, where Mr. Kirk was taken after being shot. We have Kristen McPeak at the live desk gathering some reaction from around the country. We have Mike Stephen right here. This is his live camera right outside the stadium there. We can tell people are kind of stacked up around there. We haven't seen any traffic going in or out of the campus
right,
area.
I'm sure
there.
that portion of the campus is closed off. And our photojournalist Mike Stephen there, we actually did talk with him a few minutes ago from what he was seeing, but he was down there pretty quickly. We also have Heidi Hatch here in the studio too. Hopefully we can grab her in a few minutes. She is another political expert, I think, in terms of how this all plays out. So we have coverage coming up for you throughout the day here as we pull our sources together.
Yeah, Heidi also connected as a mom. Her son was in the arena when this happened, so we'll get a definite panic situation from a mom way too close.
Mary and Ron, thank you. Right now, we actually had an interview that was scheduled with Senator John Curtis, and he's joining us live right now. We're not going to be discussing the issues we had slated today. There's a lot of issues going on in Washington, D.C. Senator Curtis, can you hear us right now?
I sure can, Heidi, yeah.
Thanks for joining us. I was looking forward to our conversation today about a lot of the issues in Washington, budgets, but right now we're on the air with live breaking news about the shooting at UVU campus. My son and thousands of others were there live when this happened. Give me your reaction of what we're seeing today in our political climate and what happened here in Utah today.
Well, first of all, to your son, to the thousands and thousands that were there, my heart just aches, and of course, to the victim, that just is just something that I can't quite comprehend. I think, to answer your question, for me, this is different because this is my backyard, right? We've seen these things happen around the country, and I always think, well, that will never happen to me. That will never happen in Utah. When it happens so close to home, I think it has an impact that couldn't happen any other way.
You are the former mayor of Provo. Like you said, Utah County is home to you. Utah Valley University, a growing university and the largest student body that we have here in the state of Utah right now. Charlie Kirk has had some people that have been saying that they didn't want him there, starting some petitions before he started these campus tours. But he goes to our campuses to have conversations with young people about politics, and they debate and have a conversation. Are you concerned that this is going to put a stop to conversations with our young people like this?
Listen, it has to impact it, but we can't let it, on the other hand. I'm not going to lie, this is going to go through my mind, right, when I'm doing public events. But I think we all have to push past that and realize that we are better than this, and we have to have these conversations. This was a very important political conversation for Utah Valley, and one that we need to have, and there are many more out there. The conversations we need to have. We need to come to terms with our differences, but that we can't allow this to happen, and we can't allow this to stop us from having these conversations.
As we're speaking right now, the Associated Press just pushed out information about the shooting, saying that Charlie Kirk is listed in critical condition. He's in the hospital in Utah County right now. Senator, we saw it's been more than a year, President Trump had an attempt on his life, not once but twice. The second possible shooter was in court today. Is there a way to break this cycle where we can get away as violence is the option if we disagree with someone?
Listen, we must, and I re-express my commitment to address this in a way that de-escalates and not escalates this, but I think there's too many who are actually escalating this political angst, this violence that we're seeing. It's not who we are, and this is why this is so impactful to me. It's especially not who we are in Utah.
After an event like this, mental health is going to be an issue for students on our campus that witnessed this. My son's saying that there was thousands of students there standing around the stage when this happened. There's also going to be calls for talking about the Second Amendment. Where does the conversation in your mind go from here?
Well, I think the questions you've asked are the right questions to ask. We can have the conversations about mental health, we can have the conversations about firearms, but we really have to change the way that we're addressing and talking about issues and those that we disagree with. I think we probably all know families who have heated conversations at the dinner table that shouldn't be the type of conversations that we're having within families. Of course we can disagree, of course we can debate, of course we would argue, but the level of angst that's surfacing even within our own families and among friends is just a really bad place to be.
Utah has had a difficult time over the last couple of weeks, a lot of trauma and tragedies we've been dealing with. Just a couple of weeks ago, we had 2 Tremont officers, Tremont and Garland, that were shot and killed in the line of duty, a third one who survived with the Box Elder County Sheriff's Office. You were able to honor them today. I'm sad that we're even talking about the fact that while we're honoring a tragedy that happened 2 weeks ago, we're talking about another today.
So thank you for bringing that up, because I would hate for this to get lost in the news. Today I had this amazing honor of laying a wreath on this tomb of the unknown soldier, and what's so important is that we are honoring in Washington, D.C., not those just who die on battlefields across the globe, but those right at home. And it was just a tremendous honor for me. I spoke on that Senate floor and would not want that to get lost in the news of today.
What do you want the Tremont and Garland communities to know?
So listen, first of all, thank you to these 2 individuals who lost their life and their families, and all the officers, not just in that department, but across the state and across the country, who put their life at risk at all the time. And what I would want them to know is I'm going to do all I can to make sure we don't forget their sacrifice, and that we learn from it, and that we make ourselves stronger because of it.
Senator John Curtis, thank you so much for joining us today. I'll let you have the final word here today. We'll save all the topics we had planned for another day when it feels a little more appropriate. Anything else you'd want people back in your district, back home, to know about?
Yeah, listen, my heart goes out to Charlie. The fact that he's in critical condition actually gives me a little bit of hope that he'll be okay. I hope that he will. My heart goes out to really everybody who was there, as you mentioned. They too are victims today. And I hope Utah can quickly heal and move on to be the great state that we know that we are.
All right, Senator John Curtis joining us from the Russell Rotunda on the complex there of the Capitol today in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much for your time.
Heidi, thank you
thanks.
very much. Something else we're just learning right now that you need to know about regarding the shooting that's happened at UVU today. The Alpine School District now says 5 of their schools have been placed in a secure protocol. They've sent the following message out to parents of students at those schools.
Yeah, 5 different schools. They say your school is in a secure protocol, which means we have brought everyone inside, locked exterior doors, and accounted for all students. There is no need for you to call or come to the school. We will send more information as it becomes available. So they say the kids are all safe. This is just a precaution.
Yeah, just a precaution. You always err on the side of safety. And at this point, we should say that the suspect was taken into custody just moments after the shooting at UVU. So there's not that worry or threat to the community, at least that we know of.
Yeah, the schools nearby that were on that protocol are Orem Elementary, Cherry Hill Elementary, Westmore Elementary, Lake Ridge Junior High, and Vineyard Elementary. Those are the 5 that have put on a sort of secure protocol, but they say everybody's okay. And again, the suspect was taken into custody, but now there are FBI agents swarming the area and people in SWAT
local
gear,
police,
local
obviously.
police as well.
Okay, we want to go back to the hospital right now. This is Timpanogos Regional Hospital. And we did have an update with them just moments ago that Charlie Kirk is in critical condition. Let's get to our reporter Leslie Duarte there. And what else have you found out since being there, Leslie?
Mary, Ron, this information is still developing. I'm getting that information just as the newsroom is getting it as well. We can confirm Charlie Kirk is in critical condition at Timpanogos Regional Hospital where he is being treated. I'll describe the scene as a step away from the area so you can take a closer look as to what is happening. This is where I'm at, in front of the hospital, the emergency room straight ahead. The entrance has been taped off. There's several police cars. Moments ago, I saw people being escorted under that tape into the emergency room. But other than that, this scene is pretty much very tight with security as we know that Charlie is being treated in that area. I've reached out to media relations in the hospital to get more information as to what's happening. We don't have that yet. But throughout my time here, I've also seen people arriving almost knowing something was happening, whether they knew who Charlie was or had heard of him. Even on the road, some people commenting, supporting and hoping well for Charlie. This is still a very active scene. Charlie is a very popular political figure and certainly is catching the attention of a lot of people as they are concerned for his well-being. Right now, this is all we know, that he is in critical condition, and as soon as we get more information, I will bring that to you. Mary, Ron, back to you in the studio.
All right, Leslie, thank you very much for that. Our Brian Malahy is now on scene at UVU.
He's our political correspondent, and we want to get right to Brian at the university there. Brian, thanks so much for joining us, and we really do want your perspective, but you are talking to some of the kids there.
Yeah, we have already. We've talked to some people who were there when the shots happened. One of them is Dallin Gilbertson. So what did you see when you were in the quad today as Charlie Kirk was making his presentation?
Yeah, so I was probably 3rd or 4th row and people were in front of me, so I could hear him, but I couldn't really see him very well. Then all of a sudden I hear one gunshot, and then everyone starts running, right? Because there's a gunshot. And I'm running, and then I escaped, thankfully, and I'm safe. But I did not see him personally. I did not see the gunshot. I did not see him go back because people were in front of me.
But you're very close to the stage with him, right?
There's like 3 or 4 rows,
okay.
But then there's quite a bit of a distance in between that. Okay. So it's like still a good distance away.
Did you hear where the shot came from?
It sounded like it was from in back of us and above us. That's what I would say.
Did you see the shooter?
I did not.
Did you see what happened to Charlie Kirk after the shot was fired?
I did not see what happened to him after the shot was fired, no.
Okay. And people are running all over the place. What did you do?
I was with my friend, and I was running with him, and yeah, we just ran out, and we got to safety. That's all that really happened. I just ran with him.
And what are you seeing as you're running away from this chaotic scene?
I see some people crying. I see some people screaming. I see some people tripping over themselves because it just surprised everyone.
So this was in the quad. It was outside.
Correct. Yeah.
When you went into this to this area, did anybody check you? Did you have to give them a backpack? Or did you see any metal detectors?
No, I could just walk in, and I just called my friend and said, "Hey, where are you at?" And I walked in, and everyone just pulled up like any social event, really.
Did you have a ticket?
No, anyone could just walk on.
Anybody could walk in, and you were able to get pretty close, even without a ticket or without planning this much in advance.
Yeah, I was close. Yeah.
Okay, so then you're outside, and what are people saying? What's the scene at that point?
Like after
After it happens, you run from the quad.
Mm-hmm.
People are tripping over each other, and then what?
Yeah, so some people did see the shot, and they said he got shot in the neck. He got shot in the neck. One person told me that he saw it personally. I couldn't confirm it at that point because I didn't see it, but people were saying he got shot in the neck. He got shot in the neck.
Did you wait around and see police officers or any emergency medical teams arrive?
Yeah, when we were walking and running out, police were very promptly they came.
Okay, and what about an ambulance and Charlie Kirk being taken away in an ambulance? Did you see that?
I didn't see that because I was just trying to get out of there very quickly.
The fact that this happens at this school, this is your second year here at UVU,
yes,
right?
Sir.
The fact that it would happen anywhere is tragic. The fact that it happens where you go to school is what?
It's crazy. I mean, you hear about these things on the news, and then I never thought in my life that I'd be one to actually stand there when something like that would happen.
You were pretty close.
Yeah. Fairly, yeah.
All right. Safe place here.
I think overall, UVU is a safe place. Incidents happen, and it's tragic this happened, and we should always take precautions, but once school opens up, I'm going to go to school.
Were you aware of the people who were protesting his visit here?
I mean, I saw some people who certainly didn't like him, but I didn't expect, that, like a gunshot to go off. But I saw some people who disagreed with him.
Yeah. Do you remember what he was talking about? What the debate was over when the shot happened?
Yes. So a person approached him and they said, how many shootings are done by people who are transgender? And then he said, too many. And then the debate, I didn't remember all the debate after that, but they were debating about gun violence. And then 30 seconds after they start debating this, a gunshot goes off.
So the first question is about how many shootings are done by trans people?
It wasn't the first question. They were talking about something else before that, but that was a question.
That was a question, and
yeah.
that was before the gunfire.
Yeah, right as they start talking.
And then Charlie Kirk is talking about gun violence in general.
To be honest, I could only hear so much of it because the microphones weren't the best.
Right.
So after he said too much about shootings of people who are transgender, I couldn't really hear what was happening after that too well. It was just kind of like I just couldn't really hear it.
So there's that. And then is the person that he's speaking with, because he does a lot of debating with college students, right? Mm-hmm. Is the person he's speaking with, engaging with him at that point, going back and forth?
I could hear a little back and forth. I couldn't hear specifically what was being said, but there's some back and forth, yeah.
Frightening to you?
In the moment, to be honest, I was just confused to what was going on. I was just like, wait, what's happening? So, to be honest, my first emotions or feelings were just confusion.
And that was what a lot of people were thinking?
I would think so. I would think they were, just confused. Like, no one expected this to just happen.
Yeah. How quickly did the whole quad
immediately
clear out?
Once we heard that, everyone was just started.
It was like instantaneous.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see any police officers in the crowd just sort of standing watch earlier in the event?
I did not see that, no.
And when you went into the quad again, there was no checkpoint, and there were no security or no police officers there either.
There was no checkpoint, no.
There was nothing that you could tell.
And if there were police, I'm just saying that's what I didn't see. I don't know if there were or not. I didn't personally see any.
All right, well, Dallin, thank you very much for speaking with us. We've talked to a number of people here who have been on campus or were at the event itself. I spoke to one man who is a candidate for office in a local community in Utah County. He said he did see the bullet strike Charlie Kirk because there was blood coming from Kirk's neck. This is according to this individual. After that, he's not sure exactly what happened because, as Dallin just told us, they cleared everybody out very, very quickly. So we also spoke to a woman here who recounted text messages that came out from the university very, very soon after the shooting, and it basically said, you got to get off campus. And she said there were police officers, professors, just anyone who had authority really trying to shepherd people away from campus, get them off campus, and that has happened. And we're not going any further than right here for the time being. We're on the south end of campus right now. We understand that police have a presence over on the ball fields. They want to talk to us over there. That's probably a mile and a half away, so we'll get there as soon as we can. But we've seen a stream of cars leave. We've talked to people who were there. This was a chilling scene, and as you heard just now from him, the question was about shootings by trans individuals, and then there was a question and maybe some exchanges about gun violence, perhaps gun control, we don't know. And then the shot was fired. So we are, as I mentioned, on the south end of the campus. We're going to try to get a little bit more information. We'll be back with you. For now, at UVU, Brian Malahi, KUTV 2 News.
Brian, thanks so much. And we don't know the exact count of people at the rally today because they didn't sell tickets. It just appears it was
there's probably a few thousand
rally
there, at least in that quad.
Yeah, but we did want to point out, they talked about the petition, that they had a petition going around on campus that they didn't want him to come. And
Right.
6,700 people signed that petition before the rally in the weeks prior, saying, please don't bring him here, he's too polarizing. And obviously, something happened.
And well, he probably has that all the time wherever he goes. His next engagement was supposed to be at Colorado State on the 18th. So, you know, he just started the tour here at UVU.
And then I think he was supposed to come back to Utah on September 20th, looking at the schedule. But hey, right now, right in this area here, our photojournalist Mike Stephen is on the ground for us to continue our team coverage. And Mike, we understand you're talking with someone who was there? Oh, okay. Okay,
okay, so we don't have that for you.
We're needing to preview the
moment.
person he's talking to.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, if you are just joining us this afternoon, UVU is getting national attention, and not in a good way today, because Charlie Kirk has been shot at the UVU campus. And right now, the latest on his condition is that he is in critical condition and apparently shot in the neck.
Yeah, this is a live look. We're right outside Timpanogos Regional Hospital there in Orem, a beautiful hospital facility, and right now it's surrounded with law enforcement, detectives, and supporters of Charlie Kirk. Again, he was speaking at Utah Valley University. The American Comeback Tour is what it's called, and he challenges people to come up and debate him. It's called his Prove Me Wrong stage. He was dressed in a t-shirt, sitting on stage under one of those pop-up tents with the Prove Me Wrong and American Comeback logos around as people lined up to come up on stage and ask him questions and debate him on the issues, and he defends his position.
Yeah, and we've had reaction all across the country. The President of the United States had also on Truth Social asking the nation to pray for him, that he is a good man from top to bottom, I think is the way he put it, and God bless Charlie Kirk.
31-year-old married, father of two, people reacting from across the country. Right now we want to check back in with Kristen McPeak at the live desk for more reaction.
Yes, been going through lots of reaction here. First off, we are hearing from Pete Hegseth. He is the United States Secretary of Defense. His tweet right here should be on your screen. We should be seeing that. If you can't see it right now, it just says that prayers for Charlie Kirk, an incredible Christian, American, and human being. May the healing hand of Jesus Christ be upon him. We also have Eric Trump, Donald Trump's son. Charlie Kirk is a great friend and an amazing person. Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I will be praying for him, his wife Erika, and their 2 children. Of course, that's from his family to Charlie's family. Also have local politicians. Mike Lee, I'm tracking the situation closely. Please join me in praying for Charlie Kirk and the students gathered there. That's another thing that we're learning a lot about is, this is very traumatic for students who were there and could possibly change the future of speaking events like this. Governor Cox has been briefed by law enforcement following the violence directed at Charlie Kirk. We've talked about Cox's response so far in this show. We will continue to share updates. That's what the governor is saying. Those responsible will be fully held accountable. Violence has no place in our public life. Americans of every political persuasion must unite in condemning this act. Our prayers are with Charlie, his family, and all those affected. And we're seeing senators from all across the country, representatives all chiming in on this event. This one from Senator Dave McCormick of Pennsylvania. Families just praying for Charlie and his family. And so we'll keep going through everything. The latest right now is Charlie is in critical condition. I've been watching Turning Point, which is Charlie Kirk's organization. I've been watching their social media as well. They have not commented publicly on this that I have seen. So I'm going to keep an eye on this and I'll bring you any new latest updates that we find.
Charlie Kirk was one of the founders of the Turning Point organization, a very conservative group. They have a podcast and a show that they put on and discuss their opinions, and now he takes it on the road as well for rallies like this one in Utah.
I was looking at CNN, and they actually have the exchange that took place.
The debate?
Of the debate, right
okay.
before the shooting happened. It's and again, this is CNN. It says seconds before Charlie Kirk was shot, he was heard on video answering a question about transgender mass shootings in America. We've talked about that. An audience member asked, "Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?" And he said, "Too many." Kirk said, "Too many." The same audience member went on to say the number is 5 and proceeded to ask if Kirk knows how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years. And Kirk said, "Counting or not counting gang violence." And then seconds later, the sound of a pop is heard, the crowd screams, Kirk falls, and then of course, people run from the quad. We're talking thousands of people.
Thousands of people gathered there today, and panic really throughout the stadium there. We've heard from Heidi Hatch, our evening anchor and political correspondent. Her son was there and called her immediately and said, "This is what just happened." And as a mom, you just freak out.
Oh yeah.
But he was close enough to the stage that he was able to see the blood and saw Charlie Kirk kind of reel back when he got hit. So that is pretty scary for anyone and all the people who were there. But like we heard from the one student that Brian Malahy talked to, he was only 3 rows back and he didn't have a view of it. It was just a little bit farther away. We saw some of the gates up. We had the video. I think we might still have that video that CBS had. They freeze it right as the shooting happens, but you can see how big the crowd is. And then we have video also of the crowd scattering and running out after they heard that one pop.
Right. What we're seeing here from the UDOT camera, a lot of emergency personnel, law enforcement, and that will probably look that way for quite some time. Some new information, Utah Valley University has closed its campus I think Brian pretty much alluded to that in his live shot a few moments ago. And they are canceling classes until further notice. Don't know for sure if that's going to go through tomorrow or not, but we'll see.
Yeah, and the Alpine School District let us know that there are 5 schools nearby, elementary and middle school, junior highs right nearby, 5 schools. They sent out a notice that they put them in a sort of lockdown where all the kids are safe inside, but they're not letting anyone in or out as the investigation. The kids are all okay. They tell parents, don't call, don't come, there's nothing wrong. We're just doing this as a precaution. So Alpine School District, one of the largest school district in the state, encompasses the UVU area.
Yeah, precautionary move. School probably will be letting out within the hour, maybe sooner than that, I would assume, in the Alpine School District. Some other people weighing in that I'm reading here. Eric Trump, he says, Charlie Kirk is a great friend and an amazing person. Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I will be praying for him as his wife Erika, his wife Erika and 2 children. And if you can imagine, the family is going through a lot right now. Okay, Donald Trump Jr. said, Charlie Kirk is one of the finest humans I know. Everyone please lift him and his family up in prayers. That was on X.
Yeah, we're just learning more about Charlie Kirk. I mean, he's been a very prominent political figure for years in President Trump's corner as he was campaigning, as he was on trial in New York. Charlie Kirk was one of his defenders. He is not on a cabinet or a White House position, though. He is an advisor to the president and a friend. So he wasn't assigned security. He wasn't assigned the Secret Service or any extra security like that, just his regular team when they go on a tour like this.
Yeah, and as we said before, a lot of universities have these types of speakers that come through for symposiums, seminars, or opportunities to question someone like Charlie Kirk, and but they don't really have tight security, and we've been talking about that. We have another reaction coming in from House Speaker Mike Johnson. He says, pray for our good friend Charlie Kirk. So almost instantaneously, this story spread. CBS News was on the air not long after the shooting happened and did have real thorough coverage on what was going on. So he is a figure nationally known, and certainly with President Trump in office, they are very close allies, and like you said, probably a confidant.
Yes, and again, we point out that there were thousands at this rally, and it was an open entrance, so they didn't have to buy or reserve tickets. People were just allowed in. It didn't appear that there was any type of security screening either for the UVU campus there. Our Brian Malahy talked to one of the students who was there. In fact, he was just about 3 rows back from the stage when Charlie Kirk was shot. And again, we do have confirmation that he was shot in the neck, and he is in critical condition at Timpanogos Regional Hospital.
Okay, now Kirk was on tour, and this stop at Utah Valley University was actually the first of at least 14 scheduled tours that he was going to college campuses across the country this fall. So this was the kickoff today.
We haven't seen any movement here other than on the roadway there right outside the stadium. All of the cars there, police blocked in, there's a fire truck there. Nobody's moving in or out right now, so the campus basically on lockdown. And but again, there was 1 shot, and 1 person is in custody. In fact, UVU said the suspect is in custody, but they still put the campus on lockdown.
Utah Valley University said, I guess in a statement here, that the shooter fired from a campus building about 200 yards from Kirk. So that's what we're hearing from CNN, but that coming from the Utah Valley University itself.
Yeah, they issued that first alert with the information about the suspect, and then they just apparently released that about from a building about 200 yards away.
But then again, that was attributed to Utah Valley University, and that's from a CNN report. So we're continuing our coverage right now. Charlie Kirk in critical condition after being shot at Utah Valley University. He was speaking and answering questions from a large crowd of students at the quad outside Utah Valley University. Right now, the university is sealed off, and they've also canceled classes. We don't know for how long that will happen. Could very well possibly stretch through tomorrow, maybe the rest of the week, as police continue their investigation. Of course, a lot of people witnessed this. They lived it, and there's a lot of trauma today that people have to work through.
Yeah, we heard from Utah Senator John Curtis. This is his district. He was the mayor of Provo for years and now represents the bigger district there as senator in Congress. And Heidi Hatch talked with him live. They had an interview scheduled to talk about 9/11. And the Tremonton officers who were shot and killed in the line of duty a few weeks ago. They had the interview lined up and ready to go, and instead we talked about this, and Senator Curtis just said it's horrible that something like this happened at all, and he's mortified that it happened here in Utah and in his district, and just sending prayers for Charlie Kirk and everyone in the area and family especially.
Okay, we want to go back to the live desk right now. We have Kristen McPeak there. She's been especially watching social media and some of the reaction we're getting from across the world, actually the nation, and our leaders. Kristen.
Yes, lots of reaction that I am going through. We're seeing it from local leaders to people all around the country, from leaders who are Democrats, Republicans. We'll start off with here locally. The Utah Senate released a statement. This is from President Stuart Adams. I'm deeply disturbed by the violent incident involving Charlie Kirk at UVU. What happened is outrageous, un-American, and completely unacceptable. Political violence has no place in Utah or anywhere in America. Free speech and civil discourse are core to who we are. And then it continues. And I stand firmly for both. My prayers are with Charlie and his family. And that is along with a tweet from the White House with President Trump responding to this. We must pray for Charlie Kirk. We're also seeing reaction from press secretary. And then we're also seeing reaction from Nancy Pelosi. The horrific shooting today at Utah Valley University is reprehensible. Political violence has no place in our nation. All Americans should pray for Charlie Kirk's recovery and hold the entire UVU community in our hearts as they endure the trauma of this gun violence. And so that is one other person. We know Gavin Newsom. The attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in all caps here, every form. Another one that I saw, New York City mayor. We may disagree on the issues, but gun violence has no place in our country. Our prayers are with Charlie Kirk, his family, and everyone else affected by today's shooting. And we're just, on social media, especially as this news is getting out, we're seeing more and more people commenting and a lot more reactions here. So I'm going to be going through those. Everyone seems to have, something to say, but a majority of it is just prayers for Charlie Kirk and his family, his wife Erika. I've been checking out their social media. His wife Erika hasn't said anything. Charlie Kirk actually runs an organization called Turning Point USA. And I've been looking at that to see if there are any statements and still haven't seen anything there yet. We'll keep you updated as we learn more. And a lot to go through and a lot of news to cover today with this.
All right.
I bet those people with Turning Point are there at the hospital with him because they were probably there at the rally with him as well.
Yeah, you're right. And a tragic time like this, people do come together, like Gavin Newsom, opposite end of the political spectrum than Charlie Kirk.
Mayor of New York.
But everybody condemns this, obviously. And this is a sad day for America, sad day for Utah that it happened here for sure.
That it happened at Utah Valley University in Utah County. And we apparently have some video showing how big that crowd was at UVU and the quad there. And you see how it was all set up. The big crowd under that tent there, that square on the bottom right of your screen, is where Charlie Kirk was. He was sitting at a table wearing a white T-shirt. There it is again.
Okay, this is where the shot is fired. Obviously, we don't want to show what happened immediately after that, but I think apparently the drone video might have showed people scattering. Okay, this is before the event, and you'll see Charlie getting ready to take questions. Right before that, he was tossing hats out to the audience.
And T-shirts and welcoming everybody
like a rally.
To the big rally. And in the video we saw there, here's the tweet from President Trump. He says, "We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him." And that was just within a few minutes after the shooting. So he got word very quickly. And we do have word that he is in critical condition right now at Timpanogos Hospital.
A lot of prayers going out to him. We are certainly mobilizing all of our reporters to UVU to bring you the best coverage possible at this time. We have David Ochoa. I guess he's right off campus there. And David, thanks for joining us. I understand that you are talking with someone. Do they see what happened, or what's their connection to this?
Can you record this? Yeah, I'm here with Andrew, who said he's about 20 feet away from the booth when all this happened. So Andrew, just walk me through what you saw, what you heard.
For sure. So basically, I just heard a shot. Charlie Kirk got hit, looked like it was on the right neck, and fell towards the left. Security took him immediately, and we all crouched down for a good 5 seconds. And in my head, I was thinking, wait, what are we doing? We're gonna get out of here. So I basically started yelling, guys, we gotta go, we gotta go. And we just all started leaving. I left all my friends, and we just lost all each other. And then I just came and found my host family's dad in office, So I'm here right now outside of the campus, but it was insane.
How have you been? I mean, it's been a little while since this all happened. Are you still kind of, adrenaline's going, shaking up?
Basically, my heart's beating pretty fast. Adrenaline's there. It's really traumatizing. Definitely something that I've never witnessed before. I think a lot of the college students were there, even some teenagers and some kids with families. I think everybody's probably feeling about the same of how I feel right now. So.
I mean, just what are your whole thoughts on this? I mean, this event comes and people come out and show out not expecting this.
I'll be honest with you, I'm neutral, moderate, but you can debate, argue, disagree with whoever, but I think it's totally wrong to shoot an individual. Yeah, so I'm just trying to digest everything right now, but that's my thought at least. So,
how long would you say it took for everyone to get out of the area?
Probably for a little bit. I think maybe up to 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Yeah, everybody was packed, and there were only 2 entrances basically. Of what I've seen on the right side and the left side. So it took for a while, and there was a big chunk of people gathered together, and they were trying to leave throughout the door. So yeah, it was there for a while. Some people were actually trying to find who was a shooter there, and they were screaming and yelling, and yeah. But I was just trying to get out of the scene super quick. So.
Have you been able to make contact with anyone you were with?
I have. Everybody's safe with their families and friends. Yeah, and I called them, and they asked me if I was okay, and I'm fine, and everybody's doing okay. So, yeah. One shot. Yep. I just heard clear shot. Boom, and that was it. Yeah.
And I mean, as we're waiting for more information, what's kind of going through your head as you want more information too?
Yeah. Right now, like I said, I'm trying to digest everything, so I don't know if I can take more information down right now. But as soon as I know, I just hope everybody's safe, and especially a significant individual like Charlie Kirk that is willing to open up and speak at a university like this. I just hope everybody's okay. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Andrew. I appreciate you talking with us. And so we're here on campus, and it's a ghost town. We walked through a little bit. We got told to get out because right now it is on lockdown. And again, we're waiting for a little more information right at the front of the campus. There's just a sea of lights and police and law enforcement. So we're just waiting to get a little bit more information. And we're going to be out here on campus talking to more witnesses, more people. And when we get that, we'll bring that to you. But for right now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
David, thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. We want to go back to our photojournalist, Mike Stephen. He has been talking with people there, and we wanted to get a sense of what you've learned from talking with those folks. Mike?
One lady that I spoke to, Ron, she was a former police officer herself with extensive history in police, multiple jobs. She tells me she was about to enter through the gates to go in when she heard the gunshot. She couldn't tell where it came from because she said there was a little bit of an echo, but she said it sounded like it came from above. As she was entering in, a lot of the students were pouring out towards her. 2 students in particular looked like they were struggling, so she managed to get a hold of them, take them out, get them safe. She called the police to get these 2 students some help. Another gentleman I spoke with, he said he was, I think he said around 40 feet from the stage to stage left, and he heard the gunshot. He saw Charlie get hit, and immediately the crowd dropped to the ground and then started to disperse from there, and he was pushed towards the back of the stage. And as he was pushed, he noticed that police had one elderly gentleman on the ground on his knees in cuffs. He did mention a name because he recognized the gentleman, but I'm reluctant to share that name now because we're not sure what that gentleman has to do with this, if anything. But then after that, he turned around and left. The police were so focused on getting to Charlie Kirk that they were able to just leave on their own and get out to this position now. And as you can see from here, this police presence just keeps growing. There's more officers that keep showing up, more officers getting dressed in tactical gear. The only traffic that I see leaving campus right now is either foot traffic from students or civilian traffic in their cars. The only traffic going in, again, has just been police officers, SWAT team units coming in, mobile command units, some of the really big tank-like vehicles that a lot of police departments are having these days. And that's about as much as I've seen from out here.
Well, Mike, you've seen all of that activity, and we heard about the man in handcuffs. We don't know if he was the suspect. We have to be careful and try to confirm any reports, and that's why we're hearing from witnesses. But it's a good point to say that that person was in cuffs, but we're not positive that that person was the shooter.
Yeah,
so with more people arriving, are they still looking for a shooter?
Well, one thing you have to keep in mind, in situations like this, sometimes people are detained for a few moments, you know, for one reason or another. So that doesn't necessarily mean that he was a suspect. And UVU itself had said that the suspect was taken into custody shortly after the shooting. I think there've been some media reports saying, no, suspect is still on the loose. But right now, we have to go with, I guess, what UVU stated. We have Brian Malahy there outside the university as well. And I understand, Brian, you have some people that you're talking to.
Yeah, we've talked to a number of people who were at the event today with Charlie Kirk, and Max Stanley is one of them. He is a pitcher for the UVU baseball team. Where were you in relation to Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, I was more towards the back left of the courtyard, kind of looking left side towards his tent. So. And
what did you see?
I saw, you know, at one moment, me and my buddies were having a good time just listening to what was going on. And then we just saw it. We heard a loud shot, a loud bang. And then I saw his body actually in slow motion kind of fall over. So
there were others who said that they saw blood on his neck. Did you see that?
I think we were a little too far up for me to see blood, but I did see his body look sort of lifeless going down.
And when that happened, then what was the next thing that you witnessed?
There were people just rushing. I was doing all I could to help him out, get him out, and yeah, just bodies everywhere.
Was there anyone rushing the stage to help Charlie Kirk?
My focus wasn't really on the stage. It was more on.
You were worried about getting people out.
Yes, sir.
You were with some friends.
Yep.
You've had a chance now to process it, talk about it. What are you saying? What are your thoughts about what happened here?
You know, America just needs God. I pray really hard for Charlie and his family, but in conclusion, America needs God, and we need to come to a resolution with all this stuff. So and I think we can put our faith in God, and we'll be better.
Was there pandemonium there?
It's a good way to describe it. Yeah, it was crazy. There's just bodies going everywhere, everyone running, fleeing the scene. So,
any of you also there in the crowd? You were in the crowd? You're okay. What's your name?
I'm Maddox.
Maddox. Yeah. Okay. So we had Max tell us that he saw Charlie Kirk fall in what seemed like slow motion after the shot. What did you witness?
So I didn't actually witness that. So my head was down, so I was trying to listen to what the prompt was and what he was saying. So I didn't get the full vision of what was happening. I just heard the sound, the loud pop, and then I just saw everybody running. So
we were told previously that there was a question about gun violence. Do you recall that?
Yeah, that's what I remember hearing.
What was the question?
It was something along the lines of mass shootings in America. He was asking Charlie Kirk about that. And then Charlie Kirk was going to pick up the microphone, and then he got shot.
So he hadn't even responded to the question
when he was so.
This was not the first question of the event, right? How long had the event been going before the gunfire?
I'd say like 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes.
And at that point, is there any yelling? Is there any screaming? Is there a good? Do you sense a good vibe in the crowd?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it was a good vibe. I mean, there's always going to be parts, hecklers. There was a group that was obviously opposing him that was in the corner, but for the most part, I'd say it was a generally good vibe. I didn't think anything crazy was going to happen, but you know.
And how did Charlie Kirk appear to you prior to the gunfire? Did he appear to enjoy the banter with the crowd?
Yeah, he seemed to be getting into it. The crowd, everybody seemed to have a good view towards him. He was confident. He was doing his normal thing, his normal debates.
You wanted to hear him speak?
Yeah, I wanted to hear him speak.
You like the give and take between Charlie Kirk and college students?
Yeah.
You can see it all over the internet.
Yeah, it's everywhere. It's entertaining, but yeah, at some point, you can't be doing that.
Who else was in the crowd here? No?
It was just us.
No. You were behind. Now, you were behind. You said Charlie Kirk was speaking. You were about 30 feet behind him?
Yeah. So they had the underpass, and then there were some cars parked that was taped off area. I was just standing right behind the taped off area to try to listen better, because I just wanted to hear what he had to say.
Could you hear anything that was going on?
Yeah, I could hear what was being said, but it happened pretty quick.
Was the question, as it's been described to us so far, something about mass shootings?
Yeah, I didn't really hear that question. I kind of came in a little late, so I heard the question before it, but from what I understand, it was about I do know a question was asked about shootings on campus and gun violence.
Why did you want to be here today for this?
Honestly, I just like listening to other people's opinions, and Charlie Kirk's a very God-fearing man, and I have a lot of respect for what he does, and so I wanted to listen to what he had to say and just learn more about debates and just have a better understanding of our country and kind of political views and stuff like that.
And for the first 15 minutes, you thought you were getting that?
Yes, sir. So, I mean, I was with one of my buddies, and we kind of just talked, and we thought it was cool because there was so many people, and we thought it was cool to have so many people around there to just debate. We didn't think that it was going to turn so violent so quickly.
And as part of the debate, was there any fun to it? Was it lighthearted?
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard to tell what people's intentions are, but it seemed like it was lighthearted. There's a lot of chants, some for him, some against him, but never did I think that it was going to turn violent. It's something where you feel like you're safe on campus, and then it changed really quickly.
So you had a perspective unlike others that we have spoken with. They were facing him, you're behind him.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a sense as to where the gunshot came from?
From the right side. So if he was sitting here and looking out, it was from the right side.
From the right side.
Yes, sir.
Do you have the sense that it was close or from the back of the crowd?
Honestly, it sounded close, but I also don't know what kind of gun it was. Guns sound differently from different ranges, and so I don't know how close the gunshot was, but it sounded super close to where I was.
What about the evacuation of campus? What were you told? What did people tell you you had to do?
So we just ran, I play baseball here, so we just ran to the field and got with the coaching staff, and they just had a shelter in place, and they just said, stay sheltered until basically you're informed otherwise. And then they said that we got a text on our phone saying that the shooter was detained and that the police are investigating right now, and then we were told that we're okay to leave.
So we have some information from the Associated Press just now that the suspect who has been arrested or was arrested has now been released, and apparently that person is not believed to be the shooter. So there's some confusion out there, and it might mean that whoever fired the shots is still at large.
It's terrifying. I don't know what to say. I hope they catch him. He took him, he tried to take a man's life who has a family, who has a kid. Nobody deserves to die for something where, everybody has different beliefs, and that's okay. That's what makes us human, and nobody deserves to get killed for having a belief that's different than someone else.
You know, when you play collegiate baseball, this is for many people. I played baseball too, but never at the college level. This is the big leagues, if you will. There's a lot of competition, and you try as hard as you can, but to resort to violence like this, deadly violence, that takes it to a whole different game.
Yeah, no, this is something that I've never experienced before, and I never want to experience ever again. You know, it's just terrible.
May I get your name, sir?
It's Luke Kimmel.
Luke?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Luke,
Yes,
very
sir,
much.
thank
So we've heard more here just now from the members of the UVU baseball team, and some reaction as well to that new information from the Associated Press that whoever was taken into custody has now been released. There is, and you can look here, you can see the police presence in the parking lot. Again, we are very close to the baseball field where the baseball players had sheltered in place until a few moments ago. There is a police presence, but I got to tell you, I think it was much more relaxed when we walked over from this location, maybe 4 or 5 blocks, 15, 20 minutes ago. Nobody stopped us. We did see police officers, but no one was telling us that we couldn't go any further, that we had to stay where we were or turn around and go back to the south end of the campus, even in fact off campus. Nobody said that. So the situation, I think, after the word that there was a suspect in custody, may have been relief here. Now that things have changed, that it may be a very different story. We'll let you know what we experience going forward. Live at UVU, Brian Malahi, KUTV 2 News.
All right, Brian, thanks. That does change the dynamics somewhat.
Yeah, we just, like Brian said, within the last few minutes, the Associated Press reported that there was a person taken into custody after Charlie Kirk was shot, but it's not believed to be the shooting suspect. So we did see someone in cuffs.
People are detained in situations like this because there's a lot going on. There was a CNN report that they believed, and I think that they got this information from UVU, but this is attributed to CNN, that the shot appeared to come from a building 200 yards away.
From above.
From above. So, and we see that large police presence there now. Obviously, regardless, they're going to have a large police presence there, but we have seen tactical type officers on the scene too. So
now it makes sense that if the shooter is still at large,
possibly. We just
they would be there.
Don't know for sure at this point, but that's one thing you have to keep in mind.
We've been communicating with our photojournalist Mike Steven there on the scene, team coverage of this breaking news today, and he recorded an interview that he had with a woman who was entering the stadium as the shot was fired. Let's listen to what she had to say.
Where were you at in relation to the stage?
I was about ready to go in at the front doors when I heard the gunshot. So I tucked away under because I'm a retired police officer. Okay. So I was worried about the people being trampled, and then the students started rushing out. And that's when I grabbed 2 students. One was about ready to pass out and took her. One of the guys carried him. We carried him and went through the tunnel And then I recognized the guy that was arrested as George Zim. I went with Charlie Kirk's group on Turning Point USA last year. He rode in the front seat above, right ahead of me. So I recognized him as the one they arrested. I don't know if he's the shooter, but that is the one they arrested.
So you weren't actually in the event yet? You said you were at the doors?
I was right at the
or
doors
at the gate?
When I heard the gunshot, and then I tucked around the corner, and then that's when I saw the crowd racing out, and that's when I tried to rescue the 2 students that were panicking.
Could you tell where the gunshot came from?
I just looked up. It sounded like it was above, but with gunshots it could echo.
Sure.
So I just remember looking up and going, that sounds like a gunshot. That's a gunshot. And then I saw all the kids running out, and then that's when I took cover, and then I saw the 2 students.
You said you were a former police officer?
Yes.
Who were you with?
Unified Police.
For how long?
20 years.
Were you in the field? What was your role there?
Yeah, I was went 4.5 years in the jail, 4.5 years in court, and 10 years on the road.
Wow.
As a K-9 officer, a detective, and a school resource officer. I also taught active shooter.
So you've done quite a bit. That's what you're telling me. Any of that, I would imagine, would that kick in today for you?
Yeah, I took cover, and then my first response is to protect the kids, the students, because I was worried about them being trampled.
Sure.
And so when the one girl was almost about to pass out, and I thought she was going to get trampled, so I grabbed her, and then I grabbed the other one and took him to a place area underneath the tunnel over here to protect him from any more gunshots. So.
What's your thoughts on this?
I know George from several events I've been to. He always struck me as a little bit odd. I know he's been banned from church property and the Herberts and Governor Cox, but he's always different guy. Not saying he's a shooter, but I recognized him as being the guy that was arrested. So yeah.
So besides George, though, if George is not the shooter, your thoughts on it just in general? Just you're coming to this event to hear, and something like this happens.
Well, based on my experience with shooters, the way I was described where it hit his heart and then blasted out this way, it would seem that it would have been shot from below if it shot out this way. I didn't actually observe the shot. So it would be pretty hard to get a direct shot to the heart. You'd have to be a pretty good marksman to do that from that distance. So I'm not sure if George was that qualified or not, but it just seems like that was a pretty well shot. So
I've been listening to our station. We've been on air with this since it happened. They're saying he's at the hospital in critical condition right now. That's the last that I've heard from this. When you look across and you see this massive police presence from units from all over, so many SWAT units showing up, is this normal for something like this?
Absolutely.
Especially on a college campus?
Yeah, they're going to tape it all off. It's a huge crime scene. That's why when I wanted to preserve evidence, and so I immediately called the police. I said I have 2 witnesses. I tucked them into my car that were actually on the 4th row back that literally saw, because the news was saying it hit him in the neck. And the girl I interviewed said it was a direct hit to the heart, and she saw it. So I called the police, let them know, got their names so that we have the witnesses, and kept them here until the police said we could go. And then right now with that crime scene, that's going to be a long, because you have so many people, 4,000 or 6,000 people there.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Mike Stephen, on the scene. We want to go to the live desk now, and we understand that we are getting some breaking news from there. What's happening, Kristen?
President Trump just posted on Truth Social that Charlie Kirk has died. Let's take a look at that right now. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erika, and family. Charlie, we love you. I haven't seen any other confirmed reports, but this is the one from President Trump. a very powerful person and influential person in the United States, obviously, announcing a big announcement like this. We're continuing to watch these updates right now. I'm going to check the AP while we are still here.
Okay, yeah, the AP just confirmed that one person was taken into custody, but not the shooter. They did apprehend somebody. We saw some video of a man in handcuffs, but then they just confirmed that that was not the suspected shooter. And we're getting word from Utah Valley University that the shooter is still on the loose.
Okay, here is a tweet actually from UVU. They are saying the campus is closed, classes are canceled, those on campus secure in place with police officers. They can escort you they can escort you safely around campus, I guess escort you off campus. So no suspect in custody right now, so it's kind of looking that way. That's why there's such a large police presence at UVU.
Yeah, they say they're going
protecting students.
Yeah, going building to building now to escort everyone off campus. And the roads to campus are totally crowded. We were looking at the one entrance where Mike Stephen is, and there's no movement at all because there are so many cars parked at the entrance. But they're trying to get those students, again, police going building to building. Here's that live look. It's a UDOT camera right there.
Yeah, so it looks
at
like
the
they're
entrance.
definitely doing a sweep of the entire campus. They've sealed that off, and there's no way you can get on campus right now. So police are going to provide the escorts. So this whole situation has changed from when was initially reported that a suspect might have been taken into custody, but apparently that person just detained for questioning. Now, of course, the big news that just came out, the heart-wrenching news, President Trump posted on Truth Social that Charlie Kirk has died. No other sources have confirmed that at this point, but we assume that the president has been told. He's been updated on this situation this afternoon, and his good friend Charlie Kirk has passed away.
Oh, the shocker is that this happened here in Utah at Utah Valley University just after noon. The rally, thousands were at an open air rally at the stadium there, the quad on Utah Valley University campus. Here's the video. Charlie Kirk was right under that tent on the bottom right part of the screen, and you can see thousands of people there for his tour, his American comeback tour. And he opens up for questions, and this is right before he was shot. It appeared that he was shot in the right side of the neck, and one witness described him as falling in slow motion to the other side after he was hit.
Then he was rushed to Timpanogos Regional Hospital, where apparently he has died from that gunshot wound. And we want to go to the hospital right now. We have Leslie Duarte there. And what are you seeing and even feeling there at the hospital, Leslie?
Ron, Mary, this is all just coming to me at the same time it's hitting your newsroom right now. I'm here with somebody who has been following Charlie, and we're hearing this, and you're hearing this for the first time. Sir Curtis, please tell us, what is your reaction to hear that President Trump has announced that Charlie has passed away?
It's a sorry day for America, quite honestly, and I really feel for his wife and his kids. This gentleman, went out there. He's really a hero and a patriot to America. Talking about some of the many problems that exist in this country that people really don't want to talk about. And now to have a voice like that silenced, I can only pray that people wake up and realize is that we need to work towards solving problems as opposed to hating and killing each other.
Yeah, and this is just coming out right now. You were here. We were going to talk to you moments ago about how you were out here wanting to just show support for Charlie and hoping well for his recovery. But this has happened here. Is it a surprise to you that this happened here in Utah?
Yeah, it's reaction is I'm still trying to grasp that he's passed. I came down here really just as a vigil, and to provide support to him and his family. To now hear this news that he's not, he didn't make it, it's it's still it kind of hits hard in the heart, and really feel bad for his family and all his friends.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a heartbreaking news that we're just hearing now. Anything else you want to share with us?
No, it's kind of hard to kind of share much more about a real icon of America, and all we can do right now is just pray that we find some healing, and we pray for his family and his children.
Thank you so much. Thank you for talking to us. Mary, Ron, this is all just happening right now for us as well. The scene right now, a lot of police presence, police still arriving. The emergency door has been taped off, as you've heard. One gentleman here just wanting to wish well for Charlie's recovery, but now that situation has turned as we've learned that Charlie has passed here at Timpanogos Regional Hospital. Mary, Ron, back to you.
Okay, Leslie, thanks so much. Yeah, shocking for everybody there.
It is
for the
shocking,
best.
and this is one of those days that you will forever remember, especially the people who were there at UVU today, watching, just expressing, their own opinions, and this tragedy plays out in front of them, and they will remember this the rest of their lives. The state will remember that.
It's shocking and traumatic. Hey, we have David Ochoa continuing our team coverage there at UVU. David, what's reaction from where you are that Charlie Kirk has died?
Well, we're right here, and everyone's just kind of shocked that this has happened and getting that news that he has died. But we're here with two people, Gavin and Tegan, who are just right there when this all happened. In fact, Gavin, you said you were right in the first row. Just tell me a little bit of what you saw and what you heard.
It was right when the question about gun violence was posed, and you just hear this pop, and you're like, what is going on? Is this real? And right away, people started lay on the ground. Everyone started praying. That was one thing that we all just instinctively did. And then we started running. But in my head, I was looking right at Charlie, and you could just see his neck just bleeding. And so we didn't know, and we just ran and got out of there. But it was a blessing to get out safe, and yeah.
Just how was it like when everything happened? I know you said that your sister was a little bit away from you. Was it scary not knowing what had happened?
Yeah, no, after I was like, I'm okay, I instantly went to my sister. I'm like, where's my sister? Started screaming for my sister, and we ran inside, and we were running up and down the halls, and it was just like, what is going on? Why isn't everyone running? Why are we getting out of here? But I had found my sister, and I just knew if I made sure she was safe that everything would be okay. So that was probably my one thought that was driving me then, but yeah.
What's you still have the adrenaline still pumping? Like, have you been able to digest everything, or are you still just kind of, this is so surreal?
Yeah, no, it's a little surreal. Like, especially then, it felt like a dream. I'm like, this isn't real. And, but I've been called by multiple friends, family, so I've been able to talk about it and just kind of process it, and just a lot of support right away, and seeing all the other students around campus, praying with each other, just crying with each other, because it's gonna last for a minute, but yeah.
So you heard one shot, you said you might have seen some gun smoke, and just you saw him get hit. Just tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, no, for sure. You hear the pop, and I just saw the blood gushing, and in my head I saw some smoke right there, and it wasn't very loud. I thought it was a balloon or something, but it was. They grabbed him, and he kind of fell back in his seat, and it was a little weird, but yeah.
And then let's go over here to Tegan. You were working, and you just saw kind of the aftermath of people coming out. Just talk to me and walk me through what you saw and heard.
Yeah, so I was working an event on campus, and I was in the hallway that led directly to where the courtyard was, and all of a sudden I just saw this massive mob of people running towards us, and there were people screaming, there were people crying. It was very, like he said, very surreal and heartbreaking. And people just started saying, like, get him out. And because I was wearing a name tag and, like, a uniform, someone came over to me and was like, we need your help getting everyone evacuated. So I just started getting people out of the building as much as I could. And then at one point, there was this family that came up to me, this woman, and she told me that her son was trapped in a room. Two of her sons were trapped in a room by themselves. One was 11 and the other one was younger. And they couldn't get out, and she refused to leave campus until she was reunited with them. So it took a while, and we had to go talk to a lot of people, work with the police, but finally we were able to track someone down with the key to open up the door, and we reunited the family, and they were able to leave. So that was a silver lining amidst the tragedy of the event.
Well, what about you? Just how are you feeling? Is adrenaline still pumping for you? You're still trying to process everything?
Yeah, for sure. I think These things take time to process. It was interesting in the moment. I feel like my emotions kind of shut off, and it was more so like, okay, how do we get everyone out? How do we help people be safe? And then it wasn't until I got back to my apartment and saw one of my friends who was also there that I kind of just collapsed into his arms. We both just started sobbing, because like, how could something like this happen?
And now, you know, you were standing here when we heard the president confirm that Charlie did die. Just what are your guys' reactions to that, Gavin?
It's sad. He has a family, and I've watched his content for a while, and he's a caring guy, and just, you don't think stuff like this happens in Utah. You don't think it happens at your school, and then it does, and it's life-changing, but there's a lot of hope. We're really blessed to live in this community, and there's a lot of hope and a lot of faith that will help us all get through this. And so, yeah.
What about you? What are your thoughts on the news that he did die?
Over and over in my head, all I can think is there is no place in our world for political violence. It is devastating what happened, and it cannot be repeated. And we have to work to create a community that is more willing to communicate, because violence isn't the answer. We have to collaborate on these issues. No matter if we disagree, no matter what side of the aisle we are a part of, we need to collaborate, because then things like this happen, people get hurt, and this should never happen in our community, in our world.
Well, just the shock of this happening here at UVU, at your school. I mean, we've talked with a lot of people where Charlie has done this a lot of different campuses, and I'm sure a lot of people thought, you know, UVU would come just like those ones, but to happen here, just how shocking is that for you?
It's super shocking. You think we're a more conservative crowd. We got lots of BYU kids coming down, and so there's a lot of support. Didn't seem like there was many people protesting against what he was saying, but that it could happen here. And definitely, I'm a freshman here at UVU, so I'm still new to the school, and I'm getting used to everything. So it was just like, this is my school from now on. But
and just lastly, what are your thoughts on this happening here at UVU?
It's heart-wrenching. I think we as a school and as a student body work really hard to make it a safe place, a place of belonging. We have a lot of third spaces, people who don't feel like they quite fit in the community. I think it's a beautiful place, and the fact that something so tragic would happen, an act of violence so criminal would happen on our campus, is quite disheartening.
Well, thank you guys for talking to us and sharing your stories. And again, guys, we are here just across the street from campus. There is just some people, the police are blocking the area, not letting people go there, of course, as they still go through the campus and just try to search for everything. So we're going to keep an eye out and see if there's any movement over here, if we hear anything. And when we do, we'll bring that to you here. But for right now, reporting live from UVU, David Ochoa, KUTV 2 News.
All right, thank you so much. And what we are going to do right now, we have switched so that way we can let Ron and Mary continue on with coverage from behind the scenes. Mark joining us now along with myself, Jamie McGriff. We're going to turn our attention now to Brian Malahy, who is also out, who had a chance to talk to some people. And Brian, who have you spoken with so far?
Well, I talked to people who are very close to the front of the stage. I talked to people behind the stage. I talked to people on campus who had no idea really this was going on. This is Luke Kendrick. He is a culinary arts student. But before we get to him, I want to reference this one area here, a door at the UCCU Center at UVU. We just saw police with long guns running into that door. We've also seen officers leave, so we don't know necessarily what to make of it right now, but that happened within the last 10 minutes. And then down this walkway, we see 2 police vehicles, and those have pulled up very recently to block that area off. So the campus has gotten a lot more quiet. The fact that we're even here, I think, may be a surprise for some people in law enforcement. We were able to walk on when it appeared relatively certain that police had the suspected shooter in custody. There are questions about that. And now, of course, the post from President Trump related to the death of Charlie Kirk. And Luke Kendrick, you had no idea really this whole thing was happening today, but now that a person has died on the campus you call home, what are your thoughts?
I mean, it's a sad day for the school, and it's a sad day for our country that something like this is even happening. It's a great school, and it's a school that I love and a place that I call home, and it's very disheartening that something like this would happen on our campus here at UVU.
What was going on in your classroom when the gunfire occurred?
So the School of Culinary Arts, we run a restaurant in the bottom of the UCCU. So we were in the middle of a lunch service, actually. We run a lunch service every Wednesday and Thursday. And we were just in the middle of serving lunch to 40 or 50 people in the restaurant here. And
the word came to you?
And, well, the word didn't necessarily come to me, but the information came to us as the instructors and the school officials got it, and then we went on lockdown, and that was...
They told you nobody out of the room?
Yeah, they closed all the doors down, and then we were just told, hey, nobody, we're on lockdown situation, there's an active shooter. Then we just needed to stay put where we were. And
you've seen the actions by police here just recently, running into the building, setting up what appears to be some sort of blockade at the end of that walk. Earlier, they gave you the all clear. You could leave.
Yeah, we were locked inside the building for a little while, and then they gave us they had us move out to the baseball field to get head counts on everybody, make sure everybody was accounted for and safe, and then maybe 30 or 40 minutes went by, and we were given the okay to leave campus after that.
And the fact that it's possible the shooter is still at large, do you feel more vulnerable standing right here?
I mean, the shooting happened on the opposite side of campus from where we were. So I feel a little vulnerable, but I trust in our police officers and the school officials that they wouldn't let us leave unless we were safe and taken care of. So.
Well, the campus is closed. We won't hold you up any longer. Yeah. Luke, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Tough day for a lot of people.
It's a very sad day on campus, very sad day for everyone involved, very sad for especially all the people that were at the event that had to witness this horrific event.
And if the news is correct about Charlie Kirk's passing and father of young children, very, very sad, especially for them. Okay, Luke, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day, guys.
So, people have been so gracious to speak to us with heavy hearts out here, and to a person saying the same thing, really, that, they are deeply saddened by this situation, this whole thing. The shooting, and now the apparent killing of Charlie Kirk. We'll try to get a little bit more information. No one is kicking us out of here yet. That may be coming very soon, but so far they have not, and we'll see what more we can get. Again, we've spoken to a number of witnesses. What they're telling us that there was a question about gun violence, perhaps about trans people committing gun violence, and then the issue may have broadened to a larger discussion about gun violence and perhaps gun control. That was not the first question of this event. The event had been going on for maybe 15 minutes prior to this. So then there was this question. Charlie Kirk, according to one witness, picked up the microphone to answer the question, and that's when he was shot. He may have been sitting down, shot in the right neck, and then slumped over. And then we've heard the stories about people rushing to help, rushing to get out of the way, people walking over each other, pandemonium, chaos in some cases. A very, very tough day here at UVU. Live at the University, Brian Malahi, KUTV 2 News.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. Jamie, we're here together. This has been an ongoing story all day long. We have David Ochoa, Mike Stevens, Brian Malahi. Just got a little bit of a word about the University of Utah stepping up public safety on that campus tonight, just in case. And, of course, the news that Charlie Kirk has passed away. So.
Yes, and what we want to do right now, because when situations like this happen, obviously on social media, people start to share their thoughts. Let's go ahead and turn our attention now to the live desk with Kristen McPeak. Kristen, what are you seeing right now?
We've been following reactions from local lawmakers all the way up to the president to even international leaders commenting on this, but now we have new news that Charlie Kirk has died, and we're getting reaction from Governor Cox here. He says, I just got off the phone with President Trump. Working with the FBI and Utah law enforcement, we will bring justice to the individual responsible for this tragedy. Abby and I are heartbroken. We're praying for Charlie's wife, daughter, and son. And then we also have reaction from Mike Lee. Charlie Kirk was an American patriot, an inspiration to countless young people to stand up and defend the timeless truths that make our country great. This murder was cowardly act of violence, an attack on champions of freedom like Charlie, the students who gathered for civil debate, and all Americans who peacefully strive to save our nation. The terrorists will not win. Charlie will. Please join me in praying for his wife Erika and their children. May justice be swift. This is only two of many reactions that we're getting. We're seeing reactions from both sides of the aisle, lawmakers, political commentators, leaders from all around the world. Quite a bit of commentary here. I'll keep you updated on what I'm seeing here online.
Thank you very much, Kristen. There's going to be a lot of commentary, a lot of people weighing in on what happened today, and it's sad that it happened here in our state at UVU. And our thoughts and prayers go out to Charlie Kirk for sure.
And a lot of heavy hearts, and of course, people are just rattled. If you can imagine going to an event, not expecting something like this to happen. And just to bring you up to speed with Charlie Kirk, he is the CEO and founder of the conservative youth organization Turning Point USA. He was here in Utah allegedly talking about shootings and gang violence when the shooting actually took place, which was approximately 12 p.m. local time. President Donald Trump confirmed his death on Truth Social, saying, quote, "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie," end quote. And actually, he goes on to say that he was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erika, and family. Charlie, we love you.
And if you know anything about Charlie, obviously right-wing, conservative, but he engages students on college campuses all over the country. He was supposed to have an event at the University of Utah. They did not say the time or where it was going to be actually, but this was at UVU today, and that's when all this happened. And so that's what he does. He engages young people. He debates young people. No matter what side of the aisle you're on, he's always willing to debate and talk about issues, right or left. That's what he does. And so this was one of those events that he had lined up at UVU. And then I heard yesterday that he was going to have a second event at the University of Utah, but they did not give the place and time. But now we know that Charlie has been shot and killed, and there's a lot of reaction coming in from all around the country today. But that's what Charlie did. He engaged young people, and he tried to talk about issues, whether you agree with him or you didn't agree with him. So.
And this is a live shot from campus right now. And just to note here, this was actually Kirk's first stop on his America Comeback Tour. He was scheduled to visit Fort Collins, Colorado, September 18th. Mm-hmm. And then the next stop was going to be Utah State University in Logan on the 30th of September. Because of this shooting, 5 area schools have been placed on lockdown. Obviously, this is something that there's going to be widespread discussion about this across the country.
Absolutely.
And it's already happening now.
And Jamie, the thing we don't know too right now is that somebody was taken into custody and then released, and they said they don't think that was the person that fired a shot. So we still could have an active shooter somewhere on campus. So that's what they're dealing with right now. And that's why a lot of the campus is closed, and that's why you can see these officers out and about and looking around, because they're not quite sure who this person was that fired the shot.
And of course, everyone's on high alert. If you can imagine going to an event and then you hear a gunshot ring out, that has to be terrifying. Oh. And so now the big question now is, who did this? Right. Where is this person? And officers are combing through everything at this point to get that answer.
And Donald Trump said the FBI has been informed they're on campus. They're looking at all possibilities here, and you just hate to see this in our community. I mean, gosh darn it. I mean, look, we can fight about a lot of things, but we don't need to kill each other, that's for sure. So, I mean, this has been a tough day for UVU. It's been a tough day for Utah. That's a look at campus right now. You can see nobody leaving, nobody allowed to go. And Jamie, again, they're still looking for this person that may have done this. So we could still have somebody on campus that still has a gun. So.
And we have multiple crews that are either on their way or also on campus. And I want to know if we can turn our attention now to Leslie Duarte, who is near the hospital at this time. If we can get Leslie, and if we're not able to get her right now, I do know that we have Mike Stephen, who is also on campus, who has been talking with people and just getting the lay of the land. Are we able to get one of the two crew members that I just mentioned at this moment? Do we know? Listening in right now to our producer to find out, hopefully. We should be able to get someone here
Sounds
shortly.
good.
Okay,
Sounds
we
good.
have Leslie Duarte, who is joining us now live. Leslie, we have you up now. We know that there's someone behind you holding flags, and there are people.
I'm a Democrat. It's not about that.
There are people who are very emotional. It feels like the tensions are still high with opinions on both sides of the aisle at this point. What are you seeing?
From this, it's just this just happened right now. We walked over to a group that was gathering on this corner. We're turning the camera right over there, and this has just erupted within the last 5 seconds when we turned the camera on. We were here talking to a gentleman. Let me just bring the attention over here to this gentleman who says, I just heard you say I'm a Democrat.
That's correct.
Pick up to where you were left. What did you want to say?
Some lady in a car was yelling at us, and I just think that today's going to be about bigger than politics. You know, I disagree with most of what Charlie Kirk says, but that's not why I'm here today. I'm here because a man died. He had a wife, he had kids, and although our philosophies just are very, very different, we're all Americans today.
And back in the studio, we were coming out here just to show you the crowd gathering, mostly here to support Charlie, and we came across this gentleman who wanted to talk to us, and you heard from him. He says this is more than just politics. This is about a man who has lost his life, a father, a husband. As we're hearing the news that Charlie has passed away at Timpanogos Regional Hospital, a lot of reaction, a lot of emotion from people, and I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Leslie, thank you very much. Leslie getting a lot of different views out there, and that person, a Democrat, saying that this isn't right. He agrees that violence isn't the way to end a lot of different arguments, but it's going to be a tough day today, Jamie, for sure. I mean, on that campus, I know a lot of my friends have kids that go to that campus, and it's going to be a tough day today.
It is. Let's turn our attention now, if we're able to call up Mike Stevens, who is also on campus, just to get wind of the tone where he is located at this point. Mike, are you available to talk to us right now?
Yes, and if Mike, do you hear us?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Mike, what's the latest? You're on campus. You've been seeing what's been going on since all this happened. What are your thoughts on this?
What I've been seeing from my location is this police presence that my camera is showing you has just been steadily growing. We now have units from Salt Lake PD, Riverton, Harriman, from units down south, obviously units from Orem, Provo, Draper. More and more and more just keep showing up, which just reinforces the thought that the shooter is still at large and they're just making a campus-wide sweep. People that I've talked to, some of the witnesses say that before the shooting happened, the crowd was just very joyful. They were real happy. They were really enjoying their time there. They were excited to hear from Charlie Kirk and what he had to say. One gentleman was in the question line, and he said they were asking each other questions in line to figure out, how to ask the best question. And he said it was just a good sense of camaraderie there. And then his point was that this shooter simply took away the ability to have discourse, to have discussion about the events that's in our nation right now. And so he's really upset that that's the end result to this, is that now we can't discuss.
Hey Mike, Mike, before we let you go,
The unfortunate turn of it.
we're going to go to Brian Schnee in just a bit. He's got an interview for us. Before we let you go, though, they originally said that they had somebody in custody that might be the shooter, but now they don't. And you're mentioning the big police presence on campus. I don't think, and I don't know if you think, they know who this person is.
I couldn't even begin to speculate on that. The people that I talked to said that they did see someone in handcuffs. They mentioned that they had seen him at other events before, but they couldn't say why he was in handcuffs. But as for the shooter or any other persons of interest, I have not heard or seen any activity from this location.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. Mike Stevens, one of our photojournalists who's got a live shot up right outside of campus right now. And Jamie, want to try to go to Brian Schnee if we can.
Yes, we are working to get Brian Schnee. He is going to come up shortly. But what we want to do right now, if we can get David Ochoa again, is he available to speak with us and the tone that he is also witnessing near campus or in and around campus right now?
We got Brian?
We have Brian Schnee now, so we will go ahead and go to him, who has just arrived there. Brian, I know that you're just getting situated where you are. We do see authorities behind you. What was the tone where you are? What are you seeing? What are you hearing right now?
Well, Jimmy and Mark, we've actually been in this area for about an hour, and I want to share some of the things that we've seen. So this location right here is 8th South, 8th West. We're right on the corner with the Meeting House, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, that just is right across the street from campus. And this area was very busy just about 15 minutes ago with SWAT and local officers that were combing cars, looking in windows, going into buildings, checking everything they could. And Mark, I heard you mention they may not know who this person is that they're looking for. They were often checking their cell phone when they were looking at people. Looking at me, for example, as I was on the other side of the street, they were checking a phone as if it were something that they had a picture of this individual, maybe a reference point. So just to clarify, they've been looking for someone, and I do have the idea, just by what we saw with body language, that they probably have a good idea of who that person is. However, extremely active here with the DPS helicopter circling campus as well. I want to bring in Sam real quick. Sam just popped over here to the area as we were getting set up to talk to you. And Sam, you go to a local high school, you go to UCAS, and you were telling me there's a lot of high school students that were here today. What did you witness today?
I was standing right outside the glass walls next in the food court, and everybody just started running in and screaming. The girls were crying. It was just insane. People were saying there was a shooter. Me and my friend, we were just like, holy cow, what is going on? We just ran out the back doors and just went back to school. And then everything got locked down. They're not letting kids leave right now. It's just crazy.
Now, when did you hear about Charlie Kirk coming to campus, and why did you want to see him?
My friend Derek, he actually sent me a reel on Instagram about Charlie Kirk coming about a week ago. And then my cousin recently was telling me about how he can get extra credit if you go and see Charlie Kirk at this event. And
that was from a local high school, correct?
Yeah, and it was from Skyridge, I know, was getting extra credit. And so I knew a bunch of like high schoolers that were going there, and everybody was coming down. And it was also Wolverine Wednesday, so there was pizza. It was just so many, it was just crazy.
Where were you? You heard the shot, is that correct? Where were you when you heard the shot?
I was inside UVU still. I was walking out the glass doors.
Okay, and when you walked out, you mentioned just people, I guess, in panic, screaming and running in all directions.
Yeah, it was just insane.
How are you processing what you saw? I mean, you've been walking around kind of milling about. There's a lot of students that are walking around milling about, but it's been a few hours now. How are you kind of recounting the day's events here and processing all of that internally?
I'm still shaken. It's hard to process because I'm just sitting in class and they're like, oh my gosh, he's announced dead. He's died, and it's just insane. And then we're looking at these videos because there's videos of him being shot. It's just, I feel like I'm still in shock right now. It's just insane.
What did you want to hear from Charlie? You were excited to hear him speak, right?
I don't know a lot about Charlie, but I was just interested in what other people were going to say to Charlie and what was going to happen. And something happened, which is just insane.
Anything else you want to share with us today? Thanks for a few minutes, and glad you're okay.
I don't know. I just feel like it was something that totally could have been stopped. They would have maybe checked bags or done something to protect him. And because they had cops above on the walkways. They had cops above on the walkways who were stopping what I assume people from throwing stuff down towards him. So I wonder why there wasn't any level of security taken to stop people around, like in front of him or anything like that.
So you didn't see any true security measures other than maybe from afar, is that correct?
Yeah, it was just, there was not a lot of cops there. I've seen more cops at UVU during sporting events than right now, this is the most amount of kids I've ever seen at UVU. Just insane.
Thanks for coming over and talking. I'm glad you're okay, and thanks for a few minutes. Yeah. And I hope obviously you're able to process everything that took place here. It's very heavy. When you watch officers walk around campus here still, I mean, this is hours later, is there a level of fear for you, knowing that maybe they're still looking for somebody, or are you okay and just kind of going about your business?
I thought we were fine until they said they got the wrong guy and he's still out, and now there's all these cops by my school, and I saw the SWAT team from our window, and I'm just thinking, oh my gosh, this is so much realer than I could have imagined. It's just insane.
Anything else you want to add while I have you, Sam?
I think that's everything, man.
Thank you for your time. Yeah. Be safe. Get back to school. All that good stuff. Okay, so we're still trying to obviously gather the perspectives of what took place today. Sam was very open and honest with a lot of those things that he was talking about, a lot of those similar things that we have heard from. I spoke with a gentleman about 45 minutes ago who was here not as a student, but he was here as a father. That was his platform he was here for. He wanted to talk with Charlie Kirk's team about starting a new initiative. He liked some of the values that Charlie brought to the table and some of the pieces of the conversation that Charlie was able to portray, and did not get that opportunity to speak with anyone in this team, but Charlie actually walked right in front of him and he shared a video with me. I do want to just show the area where we're at right now. So Josh, if we could just kind of pan off. At the corner of this intersection, officers have been directing traffic. Just in this area that this intersection is where that SWAT team came out of campus and split up in both directions. They were going into some of these homes, they were knocking on doors, and even, Josh, if you could pan back towards where our vehicle is, back towards this way, they were combing some of these houses here and going up towards the doors, asking people, do you have any surveillance video? Do you have any doorbell camera? And they were handing people cards, and I went up and spoke to some of those individuals. I believe they're students that were in one of those homes there, that were renting one of the homes. So this is still a extremely fluid situation. They are trying to find this individual that allegedly committed this act. And at this point, we're still seeing an active police presence here. But Jamie and Mark, we will be out here obviously all afternoon and early evening hours. And we hope to learn some updates as they're trying to compile some more of that information to get out with everybody.
All right, Brian Schnee, thank you very much. If you're just joining us, we want to bring you up to date on what's happened today. Charlie Kirk, a conservative commentator and debater, goes on campuses a lot, talks to young students about all kinds of different things. Shot and killed today on the UVU campus.
And one of the things that Brian Schnee was just talking about with an individual student named Sam, talking about the security measures, not as widespread as what you would find at a sporting event, according to the student that that Brian just spoke with, saying that not as many officers, as far as checking bags and other personal property, not quite as extensive like what you would find at a sporting event.
Right. He said he saw people on the roof, but to keep people from maybe throwing something down on Charlie Kirk, but he didn't mention a whole lot about. But then again, security, a lot of times it's the guys you don't see that are doing security. So you never know who's doing security, who's looking towards the stage. And again, this is video of after the shot was fired of students racing out of that area today.
And this is the aftermath of that. For any parent to get word that there's a shooting at an event where their child is attending, this is terrifying. You can see right here the chaos that went on after that gunfire went off.
And we were told this is right after they heard that gunshot.
Yeah.
And then the students, I mean, gosh, these students are just running for their lives because they don't know. They have no idea if this is a single shooter, somebody with, you know, a magazine and a rifle. They have no idea. They're just trying to be safe. And just listen in for this for a second. You can see this.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. I hope Stop, folks! Stop! Back up!
And one of the things that our photographer, Mike Stevens, shared with us earlier is that when people were preparing to ask their questions before the shooting, it was a camaraderie, trying to figure out who was going to ask
what were the rules, who's going to,
yeah, who was going to ask the best question, what is the best question to ask for this moment, right before that gunfire. And then the reaction from the person that he spoke with, saying that the privilege that we had of being able to have open discussions an open debate about various topics taken away in a moment.
And so he was getting ready to answer a student's question about transgender. That could have nothing to do with this. It could just have been timing. We don't know. I mean, we don't know. But the sad reality of all this is it happened here in our beautiful state, happened at UVU, and Charlie Kirk is dead. And I think the students, all of us, just feel heartbreak that this happened today.
And what we're going to be doing here in just a few minutes, we are going to be turning our attention to Jim Spiewak, who will be speaking with a retired FBI agent. Of course, with this, there are so many questions. How do you move forward?
Right.
Where
do we go from here?
How do you investigate something like this?
Right.
How do you connect the dots as far as the leads that you have? Who is credible, who's not? All of those questions he's going to be asking when speaking with this former
Jamie,
FBI agent.
we don't know who the shooter is at this point.
Yeah.
They had somebody in custody, but they've determined that probably wasn't the person. So, I mean, they're still looking. That's why you're seeing this right here. Campus is closed. No cars going in, no cars coming out. A lot of the students have left that area, but they're still looking for a possible active shooter that was in this area and did this. So we have a very fluid scene going on right now at UVU. So.
And also with the age in which camera phones, people are recording, no doubt investigators are going to have to go through a lot of information.
You know they're looking and they're asking. They're asking students, hey, did you see anything? Did your camera catch anything? So.
Yes. All right, we're going to go ahead and toss now to Brian Malahy, check in with him, who's also on the campus there. And Brian, you're in the process of speaking with someone. Can you give us an idea who this person is? What do they see? What do they hear?
Well, and I'm giving 1 minute here. Okay.
All right.
Are you able to hear me?
All right. Yes, we can hear you. We're going to go ahead and give you a moment.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
We hear you, Brian.
All right. Well, we are watching right now. I'm watching police officers. I don't know, Drew, if you can spin the camera around. There are many police officers who have gone into this building. We're on the south side of UVU, and yeah, you'll see some trees and some photographers in the foreground. We get that, but this seems to be ground zero right here. Fugal Gateway here seems to be where most of the police are at this point, and that has been the case for much of the day, but I think even more so now. I just spoke to a police officer from Orem, and I said, are you in a position, is anybody in a position to make any statements right now from law enforcement? He said, no, they'll be coming out. And I said, are we getting close? And he said, no, it's probably going to be a while. That's what he just told me. And now more officers are coming here. We've seen SWAT officers as well. So we have plainclothes officers, we have officers in uniform, and then SWAT team members who have been going into this building. We also saw police at the UCCU Center going into that building as well. We have a police dog here. This is the second police dog we've seen in the area in about the last 15 minutes. So the significance of all this, we're not entirely sure. I can look into the building from my vantage point and see some people congregating in the lobby. A lot of times I have been here at this building to do interviews with former Governor Gary Herbert. The Herbert Institute is on the second floor of this building, and that's where we meet up with him quite a bit. We don't know if there's a suspect here. We don't know if someone has been found. We don't know if there is a weapon. All those things are questions that we'd like to ask police at this point, but so far that has not happened. We've seen a lot of long guns, lots of people carrying long guns, and even more right now with them. Officers from the Utah County Sheriff's Office, from Orem Police, from Provo Police. There is a lineup that I've not ever experienced on a university campus, I think ever. But the circumstances today are not like we've ever experienced on a university campus in Utah either. So if we turn this way, and we're sorry if we're giving you, a tour of the university that's a little bit quick and maybe a little whiplash, but over here, that's where you see Orem fire trucks and ladder trucks. Paramedics are sitting down. It doesn't seem to be a great sense of urgency for them, but there does seem to be urgency for police. Beyond that, I'm seeing more officers in SWAT gear carrying long guns, and they're walking through really 2 rows of police vehicles and emergency vehicles over there, and right now a siren in the background. So if there is any doubt about the way that they're approaching the situation now with the reported death of Charlie Kirk and the reported suspect who may still be at large, this should answer all questions about that. This is essentially not a lockdown would be too generous. It's more than a lockdown. This is walls being sealed off at the university, at least on the south end for now. So that is the situation here. That's really a description of what we are seeing, what we're feeling. We've spoken throughout the day with people who were there. We've given you their witness statements. They've told you in their own words what they saw, what they felt, and just how sorrowful they are to a person, really, about what has occurred here today. I think this is something people are saying, look, we're praying for Charlie Kirk and his family. They're doing it right now. I've tried to utter a silent prayer throughout the day for this whole situation. I think a lot of people have done the exact same. Reporting it live at UVU, Brian Malahi, KUTV 2 News.
Hey, Brian, stick with us for just a second here. So it's possible that this shot could have come from a building then, as opposed to out in the crowd. And also, Brian, those dogs, as you know and I know and Jamie knows, those dogs can smell shell casings. They can smell gunpowder. So maybe they're just looking to try to figure out where this shot came from, who fired it, and where this person is.
Yeah, I think that's right, Mark. I mean, we don't know exactly where the gunshot came from. We have been told by a person who was behind Charlie Kirk, so had a different perspective than a lot of people we've spoken with today. He said he thought it came from very close to where Charlie Kirk was sitting, but we're not sure about that. The quad is on the other side of this building. We can spin around and show you. The quad would be on the other side of this building right here. So to the north is where the quad would be, and that area has been taped off by police. So you cannot get close to it from there. But no, those are good questions, Mark. We don't really know if the gunshot came from a building or from the ground. We don't know, whether or not we have a suspect who has now been holed up or is in a it could be a different situation. We don't know if there's someone who's deceased. We don't know those answers, and police really are not telling me. I've been trying to text an officer who gives police statements often for the Utah County Sheriff's Office, and they're not giving anything back yet today. I mean, that is something that is unusual for this. Sometimes by this point we've heard something, and we haven't heard anything yet from police.
All right, Brian Malahi, thank you so much for that report. We are going to turn our attention now to Jim Spiewak, who is joining us from the live desk. He is speaking with a retired FBI agent. Jim.
Jamie, so on Zoom with us right now, joining us live, is retired FBI agent Greg Rogers. So Greg, thank you for taking a few minutes to speak with us. Obviously, you're very busy on the road right now. So we have been showing live images on the campus as police, K-9 officers, they are literally going building to building right now because it's still not confirmed that a shooter is in custody. So from your experience, what do you think is running through the minds of officers for this part of the investigation while we are still trying to find a shooter?
It's a very dangerous situation. This shooter is, I've heard different accounts, but a shot from 200 yards that accurate is a shooter who has some skills. And if it's a rifle, which by all accounts it is, that's a very dangerous situation to be clearing buildings. I'm a professor at UVU in the criminal justice department, so I'm very familiar with those buildings, and there are literally hundreds of classrooms, and you're going to have to clear and make sure that he's not in each one of those rooms. That's a time-consuming process. There are a number of SWAT teams, I can assure you, on campus taking care of that, but that's going to take a bit.
When a shooter is, or when you're trying to find a shooter like this, what comes into play? Does cell phone pinging come into play? Technology, is that something that can be used to try to isolate a location?
Yes, but all the shooter has to do, and it by all accounts looks like he went to some serious preparation, he just got to turn that phone off. But I can guarantee you they're using that technology in an effort to try to put him down somewhere.
Are you confident that law enforcement right now is going through any and all surveillance video that they have access to in the moments and hours leading up to this event to try to figure out some clues, some leads?
Yes, and they are interviewing every student that was anywhere close. They're looking at all of the cell phone data. They're doing anything and everything they can do to get some visual depiction of this shooter. It's unfortunate. It initially appeared like they had a shooter in custody. That may not be the case now. So that's changing what's going on dramatically. Campus is not safe. It hasn't been cleared, and there are literally hundreds of law enforcement officers conducting interviews, searching that campus. There's a whole lot of work going on right now.
Greg, we heard from FBI Director Kash Patel, who put out a statement saying that they're coordinating with local police and they're working with their local law enforcement partners. That's a phrase that we hear after every single one of these shootings. We're working with our local law enforcement. We're coordinating with them in partnership. What does that mean?
What it means is this isn't, although there may be a federal offense here in the domestic terrorism statutes, as it stands right now, this is a homicide. And that homicide is handled by the state. It'll be the Utah Valley University Police Department and the Orem Police Department. And so the FBI and its assets are happy to assist in those investigations. But as it stands right now, we are not the lead agency in that case. If and until it becomes a federal case, and as it stands right now, it's a state case.
And in situations like this, because we just mentioned they're still looking for a shooter, campus isn't safe right now, does the FBI have the resources to try to help out some of the local law enforcement to sweep those buildings?
Oh, I can assure you that the FBI SWAT team is already there, and they are assisting in those sweeps. I was on the SWAT team for about 20 years. We do a ton of training in that area, and they are there and assisting and doing everything that we can do to help. But as I mentioned, there are unfortunately hundreds and hundreds of rooms that are going to have to be cleared. So that's a significant effort.
Again, in your experience, this was a big event. A large number of people came out. Charlie Kirk, he was a very influential person. He's a very well-known national figure. So a lot of people came out to this event. I'm curious, in in events like this, do you think it would be normal for his team to reach out and coordinate with the venue on security? I mean, obviously he doesn't have anything like Secret Service protection like a politician would, but
Right.
is going over something like that before a big open event like this something that is normal, or is that not normal?
No, that's very normal. He has a security team, and they would definitely do pre-operation planning. They meet with the local police department. I'm sure they've met with the UVU police, and all those sorts of coordination and meetings, and just getting down to something as basic as making sure that you can communicate, that your radios work together. As you probably remember with the Trump assassination attempt, there was all the negative press about how their comms weren't met up. That's a huge error. So they get together in these pre-op plannings and make sure that they can talk, at least have someone on each team that can talk to the other teams. And so that's basic standard operating procedure.
You also talked about the possibility of domestic terror, or I guess I should say, is that something that's going to be looked into, the possibility of domestic terrorism or violent extremism in a case like this as this investigation unfolds?
Absolutely. There's no question it will. That'll be based a lot on when we identify the shooter. There'll be a ton of work going into his social media, his contacts, his associates. I can assure you that will be investigated and looked at in great detail.
And then in terms of, you know, if a shooter is not found immediately, what are law enforcement officers and agents continuing to look for once campus is officially cleared? What happens then in the investigation? Greg, are you able to hear me? Okay, it appears we may have lost Greg's connection there. That was Greg Rogers, former or retired FBI agent, a member of the FBI SWAT team, giving us some added context around what happens in investigations like this. Obviously still a very fluid situation as SWAT members and law enforcement officers are going building to building right now, working on trying to locate this shooter. As Charlie Kirk has been shot, it has been reported from the president that he is dead at the age of 31 on the campus of UVU while holding a Turning Point USA rally on the campus earlier today. Students were filled in the quad when this shooting happened, so I'm not sure if we've lost Greg's connection or if we're going to try to get that back. Okay, so I'm being told that we did lose Greg's connection. And so just kind of Jamie and Mark speaks to what law enforcement is working with right now. There's still a lot of moving parts, very active situation there on the campus. Still, as Greg said right there, until they find a shooter, really not safe. The university is asking students that might still be there to contact law enforcement, have them escort them off the campus because the campus is closed, guys.
Well, one of the things that you mentioned, Jim, and thank you once again for speaking with retired FBI agent, he talked about how this person more than likely experienced with the gun that was used in shooting Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned that in his estimation, you know, the early reports coming in that it was maybe a couple hundred yards away from where Charlie was sitting, that this could have been a very, very experienced shooter, someone that knew what they were doing, a skilled shooter even. And so those details still unconfirmed, but with those early reports coming in, he says that's something that law enforcement will certainly focus on as part of their early investigation.
Yeah, Jim, they mentioned that it might have been like a 200-yard shot. I mean, I don't know where it came from. It could have been from an accompanying building there, or it could have been from somewhere out in the crowd. But that's you know, he said he thought that whoever did that had a pretty good knowledge of guns and what he needed to do. He, whoever, we don't know. We have no idea where the shooter is right now. But and Jim, also I heard some banter in the newsroom about a possible news conference we're going to keep, Jamie, we're going to stay right here. If
At
we
about
get any
4 o'clock, Mark, is what we're hearing.
Was
So in
that
about 17 minutes or
okay.
so.
Yeah.
But you know, those things can always be subject to change. We are told a certain time, and then, you know, because this is an active situation, a very fluid situation, they're probably gathering as much information as they can, as safely as they can. We're being told 4 p.m. to get some sort of an update from UVU. We're being told UVU is hosting a news conference, so I would have to imagine university personnel will be there, law enforcement personnel will be there. Now that the president has posted that Charlie has passed away in this shooting, there's still a lot of questions. Still looking for a shooter, so a ton of questions to be asked here, and students there as well. We've been hearing from them all afternoon long. Witness this shooting and someone dying right in front of them. A very just traumatic event.
Yeah, for sure. And Jim, of all the people that were there, and you said, and we saw the video, very crowded, lots of people. Parents have to, I'm sure, were worried about their kids and their teenagers and their kids that are going to school, because that was a big crowd today.
Well, and logistically, we're talking about how large the campus this is. You know, UVU is the largest public university in our state.
A lot of people would say it would be University of Utah. It's UVU. So,
yeah, and so for SWAT teams and everyone who's having to clear out rooms to make sure that they're safe classrooms and all of the spaces, that is a lot of work.
It's a big campus. It's a big campus. And Jim, I was interested. Are you still with us, Jim? I don't know if you are, but it was interesting that he said that he thought Charlie Kirk had his own security detail, because you're right, he's not he's kind of a public figure, but he's not a politician. So something fell through the cracks here.
But he is a high-profile figure.
Yeah, for sure.
And I mean, he puts himself out there in the public domain, not only locally, but nationally and even internationally. If you've ever listened to his content, I mean, he is rubbing elbows with some of the most powerful people in the entire world. He spoke frequently with President Donald Trump. And so he was in the public arena, so to speak. And so some of the videos that I have seen on social media, you know, shortly after this shooting, appears to be what I would guess would be his security detail jumping on top of him shortly after this, getting him to his vehicle, or getting him to a vehicle to rush him off to the hospital. And as we just heard the former FBI agent talk about that, coordinating with an event venue of this size would definitely be something that would happen. But again, you know, to what extent, to what level? Unfortunately, we weren't able to ask that before we lost Greg. Again, we're not talking about a politician with Secret Service security detail here that does a huge perimeter sweep. That we know. I've been through Secret Service security before. It's intense. It takes a very long time. They go very, very far out. So, you know, exactly how that happens here, we just don't know that. But I would say, agree with Greg, you know, based on some of the national figures that I have interviewed in the past, especially these days, a lot of them do have that security detail.
Yeah, for sure. And again, you're looking at video from earlier today. Charlie Kirk passing away after a gunshot was fired on the UVU campus. And I think that's an actual shot of him today when he was at UVU. I'm not quite sure, but I think it is.
Yes, yeah, just as he was passing out hats before the debate started. That was from today.
Passing away at the age of 31, leaving behind a wife and children. Yeah. This is very tragic. And for those who are just now joining us, Jim Spiewak had the opportunity to speak with a former FBI agent, talking about some of the things that he knows that more than likely will take place over his years. I believe, Jim, you said it was 20-something years that he has worked with the FBI?
Yeah, more than 20 years, and he was, as he mentioned, he was also part of their SWAT team as well. So he was one of the people that would go in after an active shooter situation and sweep these buildings and look for these suspects.
You know, Jim, I'm just thinking, if that shot was fired from the crowd, with all the technology we have and everybody has a cell phone, you would think that somebody would know where that shot came from, but now we're hearing that maybe they don't. Maybe it could have come from a building. Maybe it was somebody in a classroom. Maybe, we don't know.
We do know that various uses of technology will be used in order to track down whoever did this. And so a lot of resources are being used right now in figuring out who's responsible for this.
Yeah, and I wonder if this tragedy, as these tragedies so often do, opens up the discussion again around the types of security measures we need to just really go anywhere these days. Yeah. You talk about schools. Obviously, this is a school, but you think about some of the elementary schools and middle schools and high schools, churches. We see these tragedies play out in these places that we frequent all of the time. And you know, this investigation is still very fluid, very active. Police have not confirmed that they've identified or taken a suspect into custody or the shooting suspect into custody. So, you know, we're not quite to that point yet, but I imagine that that discussion will surface again, you know, once some of these early investigative components play out.
Jim, we're about 10 minutes away from a news conference.
And we are going to turn our attention now to Brian Malahy. Jim, once again, thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
We're going to turn our attention to Brian Malahy, who is standing by for a news conference at UVU. Brian, at this point, there's been a lot of speculating. Do we have any idea or any clues as to what might be mentioned during this news conference?
We know that the governor is going to speak. We understand that a spokesperson for the State Department of Public Safety is going to speak. And just looking in the room here, this is an auditorium in a UVU building. I'm also seeing a representative of the Attorney General's office. So we expect that we're going to hear a great deal about how tragic this is, how much sorrow the state has for this. But we also, certainly everybody here has questions about who, why, where, from where do the shots come from? We have a number of questions that really have not been answered so far today, and there has been a sense of sort of a zigzag quality. I'm not blaming anybody for this because it's fluid, it's extremely fluid. A zigzag quality of this. Yes, we have a person in custody. No, we don't have a person in custody. Or we release that individual. We think the shooter may still be at large. So it has been a not entirely clear today. So if we can clear up some of those issues, if we can get a chance to ask a few more questions about Governor, what is being done from the state's perspective here? What resources have been committed to this? What answers does the state need to have? How soon can we get those answers? What particular efforts are being directed toward the person who fired the shot and any of the surrounding circumstances about that individual? We heard a great deal recently about, for instance, the mass shooter at the Catholic school in Minneapolis after the fact. How are we going to be getting those answers? How soon will we be getting those answers? What about the FBI and ATF, the State Bureau of Investigation? Those are also questions that the governor may be in a position to answer, and DPS perhaps more specifically. So this news conference is set to begin in about 7 or 8 minutes here at UVU, and we will bring it to you live. Reporting live for now, Brian Malahy, KUTV 2 News.
Hey, Brian, stick with us just for a second here. So, sure. Brian, looking ahead, I mean, we're so divided. Blue states, red states, Democrats, Republicans. Is something going to have to change here? I mean, if somebody can't come into your city and you know, give a different point of view, regardless of what view that is, I mean, everybody has the right of free speech. I mean, do you think this is going to like wake some people up and say they're just not safe on some of these places?
I'm thinking back to a couple things, Mark, and you will probably remember these. I'm sure you'll remember these events. The Rocky Anderson, former mayor of Salt Lake City, Sean Hannity debate at the University of Utah, right? That was a spirited, hour-and-a-half long, roughly, discussion, and it was
civil, Brian. It was civil, though, right?
As cordial and civil as you could be. Exactly right. It was civil. People didn't necessarily agree with what they were hearing on either side of that debate. There were some people who were very supportive of Sean Hannity, some people very supportive of Rocky Anderson, but it was very civil. And the idea that you would have violence at that was unthinkable. Ben Shapiro at the University of Utah, again, a conservative figure. Some say he's a polarizing figure. I don't think anybody doubts his intellect. A very bright guy. But there were protests at the University of Utah before Ben Shapiro had his presentation. Again, civil presentation and a civil debate and an event that went off without any hint of violence. To have this right now, I think this in many ways is a turning point, I suspect, in terms of how many times are we going to tolerate this kind of stuff?
Right.
How long are people going to say, listen, you know what? We need some real answers. Not prescribing what those answers are,
Right.
but we can't just go on like this. This has got to stop. And
We're better.
And I
We're
think
better
in
than
those
this, Brian.
circumstances, we're better than this.
We're
We're a lot
better
better
than
than this. Yeah, we've been here a long time. We know what the people of this state are all about, and they're good. And to have this kind of thing happen it's more than a black eye. A black eye almost does, is almost dishonoring the life of Charlie Kirk, and we don't want to do that. But it certainly is something that people are going to be asking about. What the heck is happening in Utah? What is it about Utah that would lead to this? And maybe those are unfair questions, but I think they are the questions that people are going to inevitably ask.
Brian Malahi, we are going to let you prepare one of the things that just came in just now from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints issuing a statement saying, quote, "It is with great sadness that we learn of the shooting that took place at Utah Valley University resulting in the death of Charlie Kirk. Our prayers go out to his family at this time. We condemn violence and lawless behavior. We also pray that we may treat one another with greater kindness, compassion, and goodness. For members of the church, we reaffirm the Savior's teaching and admonition is to love our neighbor." And so this is really right along the lines of what
we're talking about.
What you're talking about is how Utah's better than this.
Yeah.
And so as we prepare once again for this news conference that's set to begin in roughly 4 minutes.
Let me say this. I think Utah's better than this, but not better than the person that decided to do this today. I mean, we are better than this. And I think we're a God-fearing, beautiful state. I love where I live. This is my home. I live here. I love it. I appreciate everybody in here. And everybody's got a chance to have a voice. But I agree with you, Jamie. I think the person that did this had a kind of a different take on life, and we just have to live with that, I guess.
Yes. And news conference once again, as Brian Malahi was just pointing out, set to begin in about 4 minutes. We have, from what he has told us, there are a number of state dignitaries that are present for that.
The governor?
The governor being there, and other leaders who no doubt will be sharing their thoughts, the heartbreak of learning that this happened here in the Beehive State. And no doubt questions will also come up as to where does the investigation stand? Even though this is UVU putting together this news conference, questions to law enforcement no doubt will be coming out.
Absolutely.
As far as, where does everything stand? Do you have any leads? What are people telling you? Why did we have, yes, and why did we have this influx of information of we have someone, no, we don't have someone, we released someone, lots of moving questions here, lots of moving parts, the tone on campus, how is the university moving forward after something like this? What does this mean for the rest of the month? Moving forward for major events? What will take place for other political guests who come to campus? What adjustments will be made? What lessons can we learn from this? What lessons will the campus and the university staff,
right,
everyone, the leadership, what will they do differently moving forward? How are they going to address the emotional standpoint for the students? How are they going to meet the emotional needs for the students? So many questions there. that they may be still working through at this time.
Absolutely. And we're 2 minutes away from 2 News at 4 o'clock. Brian is in place. He's going to be there when they start this news conference. And just a tough day for us here in Utah today for this to happen to anybody, regardless of your... Okay, I'm just getting a message from the producer that 2 News at 4 starts in about 10 seconds. Did you say? Okay, we got that going for us. This is a live look outside campus. Some of the roads are open again, and we're waiting for this news conference, like you said, Jamie, to find out who saw what, who knows what. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of an update on what happened out there today.
Yes, and you know, with students who are still on campus right now, that has to be stressful. This is not the kind of day that you envision for yourself. You know, no doubt classroom work you want to get done, assignments, all of that is just going to be
Stand
really
by,
tough.
2 News at 4 starts right now.
This is breaking news on 2 News at 4.
Hey, stop! Stop, folks! Stop!
All right, as you can see, video from earlier today. I think we all know what happened earlier. Chris Burbank joining us right now on set to talk a little bit about what we're seeing and what we don't know at this point, really, to be honest with you. So
a lot we don't know.
Yeah, we don't. I mean, somebody said they thought maybe the shot could have come from 200 yards away. Somebody else said it could have come from a building. And I don't think they have the suspect in custody, do they?
It doesn't sound like it. And not surprised. This is a chaotic event. You have people running everywhere. And Utah's a hard state. I mean, we have very open gun laws. And so to sort through some of this is a difficult task.
All right, stay with us.
Yeah,
we're going to start 2 News at 4 right now.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry, guys. It's a very fluid situation as we've been, trying to cover this. So, joining us now is former Salt Lake City Police Chief Chris Burbank there with Mark and Jamie and I. We'll get this situated here. But if you're just joining us, Charlie Kirk, he was shot and killed on the campus of UVU earlier this afternoon while performing or while hosting one of his Turning Point USA events.
And this particular event that happened on UVU's campus was the first stop on his tour. And so, no doubt, many questions are going around. What could have been done differently? Where did the gunfire, the direction of the gunfire? SWAT teams are looking into that. How to track down the shooter. At one point, we have seen reports that someone was in custody and then someone was released. And in just a short moment, we are going to be going to Brian Malahy, who is live on campus where the University of Utah, UVU, is in the process of putting together a news conference to let people know exactly what's going on, how Utah Valley University is adjusting to the tragedy that unfolded literally hours ago.
Yeah, I think we have some video, if we could go ahead and pull that up full for you, of students on campus shortly after this shooting happened. As you can imagine, it was a chaotic scene as we're hearing reports from witnesses, from students there, that there was one single gunshot that they heard, and then Charlie Kirk, who was underneath a tent, that's where he was hosting this debate, was shot in the neck. And that's what he does. He does these debates as part of Turning Point USA. He goes around the country and he hosts these debates, and he has very civil dialogue with students on campus, and that's what he's known for, is bringing young people into the political landscape. And he allows them to go up to the microphone, state a question, ask a question, and then they debate. Sometimes it does get a little heated, but they both make their points, and then the next student gets to come up to the microphone and have their chance at it. So while we are awaiting this news conference, which we were told was scheduled to start at about 4 o'clock, that can obviously change. Joining us now is former Salt Lake City Police Chief Chris Burbank. Thank you very much for taking a few minutes with us. You just had a chance to take a look at this horrific video. Just your initial thought and take as officers, SWAT members, are still trying to find this shooter.
Wow. Broad range of emotions, because this should never happen on a campus in the United States, and it happens far too often. But the chaos that ensued, right? We want people to run away, right? When you leave the situation, but boy, that makes a horrible investigation afterwards to try and round up who may be involved, who saw what, video, all these different things. There's a lot going on that campus right now, and unfortunately, I don't know that they have an exact direction yet.
Is the intercommunication between agencies a nightmare scenario?
Well, we've done a pretty good job, especially in Utah, right? Following the Olympics early on, we really developed a communication system that everyone can talk together. So that part of back and forth communication is good. What you lack is the leadership communication, right? Who's in charge of the scene? How are we directing it? Who are we holding up? Where are we sending traffic? Where are we sending witnesses? All that becomes very confusing. And then overlay a little federal security on top of this, and you do have a very chaotic event.
You're a parent. There are parents probably watching this right now with students that were there at that event. We're being told a shooter is not in custody at this point. As a former chief, what do you think those men and women that are on the ground right now trying to locate this shooter are going through? I mean, are they using all the technology at their disposal? Are they scouring social media to look for video? Are they interviewing witnesses? What is being done, do you think, right now?
Well, it's divided very evenly, right? The FBI is involved in this. There is a headquarters that they're going to be scrolling every piece of video, every social media post that comes out there to see if they can't learn anything. Thankfully, that's away from the scene. What you have is men and women on the ground, and you've seen some of them, right? They're still a risk to individuals, right? Looks like it's been minimized, but they're still a risk. So you have to cover and search, and it's not just a blind search, look down at the ground. You have to be aware of all the circumstances, right? This person could be hiding there.
And managing manpower with something like this, immediately I think, oh my goodness, all hands on deck. But when we're talking about moving officers in areas, especially when we're talking about campus as large as that campus is, how do they figure out, okay, we're going to move our resources here, but not use all of our resources in one area?
Well, that's the struggle with staffing, right? And the nice thing about policing in Utah especially, right? Trolley Square, people came from everywhere to help out. But you do have to manage that resource, because if you just let it run wild, you're going to exhaust your resource and you won't have the extended potential investigation that you need. So it is a matter of somebody stepping up and saying, okay, I'm in charge. I need you folks over here. I need you actively searching. You're in the next phase, right? We're going to schedule a shift, because who knows how long this is going to go on.
Knowing every investigation is different, there's unique circumstances at play here, there's probably evidence that leads you in different directions. But if we're starting to get reports of an all clear, at least on campus, that net has to be widened. What goes into those discussions? How do you even start to point, which direction do you point it to start looking?
Well, a lot of it is technology, right? Traffic cameras, right? Personal cell phone video, everything that may show somebody fleeing, may show somebody suspicious, you're going to start analyzing that. What direction did they go? Those types of things. And so it really, you can't discount anything. I can't tell you how hard this is, because you think, okay, he probably or she probably went this way, but it's leading us this way. You can't say no to that until you can say absolutely for sure that's not right.
Now there has to, and I want to say this delicately, but I know that it may be graphic for some people to imagine, the direction of the bullet. Is that something that can be very difficult to try to pinpoint the direction that gunfire came from?
Well, you're going to try and pinpoint it from the sound, right? Because you'll have people who heard the audible sound of that. Where did it seem to be coming from? Was there any other movement or anything else that was suspicious? As far as the actual contact with the human body, bullets and bodies react completely different. So it becomes much of a forensic examination after the fact, as opposed to, aha, I can look at that video and say it's the north.
Right. So if you're just joining us here at 407, on the left side of your screen is a live look inside of an auditorium on the campus of UVU. That's where we're being told that officials with the campus and the Department of Public Safety will be providing an update on the shooting death of Charlie Kirk on the campus of UVU a little bit earlier today. So until that begins, we do have with us former Salt Lake City Police Chief Chris Burbank trying to walk through what law enforcement might be going through right now, because there, as far as we know, and we may find out a little bit differently here in a few minutes when we get some more information, there is still no suspect that we're being told is in custody. Now, Chris, there was some video out a little bit earlier of someone there at the event that it looked like he was being taken into custody. And of course, social media immediately went out and said, there's the shooter, there's the shooter. We now know that person is not the shooter. Does law enforcement not even see all that and forget all that, or does that muddy the waters for them at all?
Well, it certainly muddies it in the instant, right? What you try and do from a law enforcement, every lead, every comment, everything you look at and you say, okay, is this valid? Can I prove it wrong? And when I can say, nope, that's absolutely wrong, then I push it to the side. But until I can absolutely verify that, especially in an ever-changing situation, you have got to hold that in your back pocket and say, okay, we may have to come back to this. But it sounds like in this case, they've cleared this individual and sent him on his way.
What is the potential mental toll that this could have on the investigation? Because with the shooter still not found, as of this point that we are aware of, this has to be very, very tough.
Well, it is. It's personal, right? This happened on our campus, right? These are some people that maybe were securing the event, right? What am I going to do to change this outcome? What am I going to do? What did I miss? Right? There's a lot of second guessing going on. And the challenge that we have in today's world is we can't secure everything, right? It's just impossible. And so you do the very best you can and you hope that nothing goes wrong, but unfortunately, as we've seen, it does occasionally.
Sounds like an obvious question, but with that many people at the event, I don't know exactly how many were, but some reports are that there were a couple thousand people.
It was a very large event.
It was a big event. It's got to be, and again, it's kind of an obvious question, but it's got to be so difficult to try to find one person out of all of those people, and the right person.
The needle in the haystack, without a doubt. It really is. And I will tell you, one of the things that I think is important, so if you have information, right, if you thought you saw something, you heard something that might be valuable, make a phone call to the police department, right? Let them know, here's my name, here's my number, please contact me, I might have some information, and they will get to them. Right? I mean, it's one of those things, again, you would never pass somebody by who had that information. So if you've got it, let them know and sit tight. One of the things I think is important that we need to say, right, you need to care for yourself. If you were at that event, it impacts you. Right? To this day, people will come up and say, I was in Charlie Square and I have a hard time going in that building. Right? This impacts people. This was a tragic, tragic event.
Yeah. Is there any inference that can be made because a suspect has not been located yet that that person is passed away? Or is that just... We don't know at this point.
You really don't know. And what we're missing from this, right, is we're hearing reports, we're hearing social media and other people comment. I've yet to see police, FBI, whoever it is, law enforcement stand up and say, this is what we know, this is what we're looking for, which I'm hoping
they would
comes out.
They would probably put that out.
Yes. They, if they have that information,
they would put that out.
They have that responsibility.
We're going to turn our attention really quickly, thank you once again for speaking with us, to Brian Malahy, who is standing by for a news conference that's set to take place on UVU's campus. Brian, do you have new information for us?
Yeah, we understand that the people who are going to speak are Lieutenant Cameron Roden with the Department of Public Safety, also Governor Cox, a representative of the FBI, and also the DPS Commissioner will be speaking today as well. They're making some last-minute preparations there, so everybody is prepared here at the podium. There are press from all over the state here right now, and we expect with all of those individuals speaking that we'll get the situation related to the investigation, what the FBI is doing to help bring this to some sort of resolution. Has there been a resolution already? What is the status of the investigation? Governor Cox, we understand, is inside the building right now, not in the auditorium, but in the building, getting a briefing on this. And then the DPS commissioner, in terms of the resources that have been galvanized to delve into this as deeply as possible. I mean, just outside this building right now, there are myriad cop cars, fire trucks, paramedics, police dogs, we've seen them as well, officers in SWAT gear, the long guns, very apparent on campus. All of that is really just outside the door, if you will. So that is a little bit of what we expect to be hearing now. We hope that they're going to be taking some questions, although I can say from my vantage point today, this is the first we've heard sort of an official version of events. So
That sometimes conflicts with what witnesses have said and what witnesses have told us. And we've heard those stories over and over again. It was a question about gun violence. And then even before Charlie Kirk could pick up the microphone, according to one witness, the shot rang out. Some saw blood actually on his right neck, and then saw Charlie Kirk slump at that point. Most people did not go to help. There were some who did, at least according to the witness statements. Others tried to beat it out of that quad as quickly as possible, the outdoor space where this event was taking place. And so that's where many people tried to get as quickly as possible away from the source of the gunfire. Where exactly that gunfire came from, we don't know. And in terms of the suspect, what do we know about the person who was taken into custody briefly? What do we know about that individual? And then what was it that led to that person being released? And then the current suspect right now, is there any information? Is there a description? Is there a profile? Is there a call for video? Those are some of the questions. This is an associate director of the Department of Public Safety right now. I think these are preview remarks, but we should start very quickly now.
An update every 5 minutes until the actual press conference starts. Also, if you guys need water, our UVU hosts are kind, and they have brought some because I know it's hot and we're all in one room together.
Okay, so again, that's okay, Cameron. Nice to see you. So Lieutenant Roden is nearby. This is going to happen in a couple of stages. The DPS and the Utah Highway Patrol will be speaking first about the situation, perhaps the current status of the whole milieu of events on campus. Then we're going to be hearing eventually from the governor. The governor apparently is not ready yet, so that's going to happen later. First, we're going to hear though from DPS, and again, a lot of these, a lot of this is preparatory. These things never happen or seldom happen on time. It may take a little. And then there's the other issue here of what is new, perhaps in the last half hour. Are there some new developments that need to be processed first, and that everyone is clear on what the circumstances, what the facts are, before they share them with us? Because there's already been that situation today where
mic check 1 2 3 1 2 3 check 1 2 3 4 5
that's
6.
something else that may be addressed here as well. To get all of those individuals together quickly is notable. The other question might be, however, why didn't we hear something 2 hours ago, or closer to the shooting scene? There may be a good explanation for that. We don't know. But the lieutenant for DPS, Cameron Roden, will speak first. The governor, the FBI, the DPS commissioner. Again, I did see a representative from the Attorney General's office here, but it doesn't appear that individual is going to be part of the formal remarks today. So that's the situation here. We are all waiting word with a certain sense of anxiety and trepidation here, because not having the official version of events, and then when you hear them, sometimes they can be jarring. The different perspectives from around that quad and even outside of it are one thing, but to hear it, an official recounting of the events through the investigation is really quite another. And I'm going to yell up and just see, Lieutenant, are you soon to take the podium?
Yes, we're just waiting. There's a command meeting right now.
All right.
So they wrap up that command meeting, then they'll start heading this way.
I see. Okay, and the command meeting is with whom? Are you able to say?
The chief, commissioner, governor.
Okay. All right. So we just heard word that there is, quote, a command meeting that is going on right now with the chief, he described it. Which chief is a little unclear to me. The commissioner of the Department of Public Safety and the governor. And once that breaks, they will have something more to tell us here. So we will get back to this as soon as it happens. We're in a waiting period here at UVU. Brian Malahi, KUTV 2 News.
Brian, thank you. And one of the things that he just mentioned, talking about how basically those who are preparing to step before the media and before the public, they have to have their own briefing first to make sure that everything that they have, they're able to share.
This is an active investigation, so they have to be calculated in what they can release to the public right now. Is that correct?
Absolutely. One of the things that's very hard for the public to understand is there's information that is only known to the person who committed this crime. And if you put too much of that information out that you know to the general public, then everybody knows that, and it's hard to single out that individual that may know something. And so, while frustrating, there is a little back and forth, and okay, should that information go out, or what should we hold back to make sure that we have the exact person who did this crime?
And we really haven't heard a lot yet from campus police or the university. Are those tough calls to make? Is that ultimately the chief's call on when information is going to go out?
Well, policing, unfortunately, is very political, right? I'm of the mindset that someone from the police department stands up and gives the information.
And it was
as soon
usually
as possible.
you.
Usually
You were
me.
chief.
When it was an event that, you know, nobody else gets the blame or the credit but me.
Yeah.
But those are hard because sometimes police chiefs work for individuals that don't want information released, that want to be the individual doing that.
But then what about with the FBI and these other agencies? I mean, you have people who are heading up those departments as well, and then they all come together. Then who makes the decision?
Well, usually it's going to be the people who have the jurisdiction over the situation, right? So where this, I'm not sure if UVU has their own police department or not.
I was just looking it up. They do have a public safety department, and I counted the number of people on the page according to their website. It's just over 30 people in their public safety department, so it's not a very big outfit.
No, it's not. And because it's a state institution, right, the state has some authority and jurisdiction on that. That's why we're seeing, you know, Colonel from DPS there.
Yeah.
And so usually, again, it's probably going to be DPS who is the primary spokesperson who is going to set the tone for this is how law enforcement's going to respond to it.
Yeah.
Because it's a challenge, right? If you have federal saying one thing and someone else saying another, that's right. They're very cautious about not jumping up in front of a mic and saying, well, here's what I know.
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
We need to be a unified voice, which is very important in this situation.
Everyone's on the same page.
Yep. Everyone knows the same information and is going in the same direction.
Also, just a few minutes ago, Turning Point USA, which Charlie Kirk was a co-founder of, put out a statement that says, "It is with a heavy heart that we confirm that Charles James Kirk has been murdered by a gunshot that took place during Turning Point USA's The American Comeback Tour campus event at Utah Valley University on September 10th. Of 2025. May he be received into the merciful arms of our loving Savior who suffered and died for Charlie." We ask that everyone keep his family and loved ones in their prayers, and we ask that you please respect their privacy and dignity at that time. Again, that's a statement coming from Turning Point USA, which Charlie Kirk co-founded. I believe it was over a decade ago. And again, this is someone that has been pretty influential in the conservative movement. He went to campuses all the time and spoke to students. One of his main missions was to get young people involved in the political process, and he became very influential and very powerful. He had the president's ear. He had lawmakers. He had the ear of lawmakers, and he really built a coalition, a conservative movement and coalition, and this is one of the things that he loved to do. He loved to go to these campuses, and he loved to have debate with people that would come up to the microphone and they would ask a question and then they would debate, and sometimes it would get a little heated and then the next person would come up in line. And our own Heidi Hatch, her son, goes there, and he was actually, according to Heidi, in line. He was a little ways back, but he was in line. He was trying to get up to the microphone to speak when this shooting happened. So this is certainly hitting close to our KUTV family and home. And so again, you just heard from representatives from Turning Point USA asking for privacy for Charlie's family.
And we are just getting word that the news conference, we're getting now a 5 to 10 minute window at this point. This could change, but this is the latest information that our producer is telling us right now. There have been a number of people who, across the country, across the political spectrum, who have offered their condolences. They have made comments on social media about the tragedy that's unfolded earlier today. And it just makes people wonder about their safety even more so than ever before. And the climate in which we are living in, certainly different from, say, 10, 15, 20 years ago. And so now, when it comes to public events, safety, no doubt officers are going to be thinking forward. What can we do differently the next time?
Absolutely, but I will tell you, one of the things that is always concerning for me is I don't want to live in America where I can't move freely and attend events. And I will tell you, right, and there's good studies on this, when we all refuse to participate, well, the criminals thrive, right? That's when terrorism, which is exactly what this is, right, that's when that wins. But when we all say, no, we're going to participate, we're not going to tolerate, we're going to be aware, but not afraid, and we're going to participate and make sure that this never happens again, that's when we're most safe. Right? When you know as a criminal that everyone is looking and going to point the finger at you and say no, well, then it's uncomfortable to commit that act.
Yeah. And again, if you're just joining us, former Salt Lake City Police Chief Chris Burbank is joining us now. You do a lot of work right now on police advocacy, criminal justice reform. You look at the data, you look at a lot of the information and try to consult on that front. But, you know, we're hearing suspect, not in custody, not suspects. What goes into trying to determine and figure out if this was a sole person or maybe some sort of a group effort?
Well, a lot of that is going to depend. So just on face, right? You have a single gunshot, more than likely a single shooter, right? That wouldn't indicate there were multiple ones. Now, may have had some assistance, may have had some help, but you won't find that out until you figure out who that individual is who actually pulled the trigger. Then you start to work backwards and say, okay, who else aided and abetted, right? Who assisted in this, or who supported this even?
Right. And does law enforcement immediately start working, I would assume, with the medical examiner? I mean, when you're trying to collect evidence, that's part of evidence collection in a process like this. Is it not looking at sort of the wound, if there's any fragments of the bullet left in? Police, law enforcement, they need that evidence, do they not? They need it right away?
Absolutely they do, and they've locked down the area. Not to be overly graphic, but in most circumstances, you don't even move the body because it's the property of the...
Okay, Chris, we have I don't mean to cut you off. We do have someone addressing the podium. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Commissioner Bo Mason. Then we'll hear from the FBI Special Agent in Charge, Robert Bowles. We'll then hear from Utah Valley University Vice President Val Peterson, who's been in touch with President Jimenez. And then we'll hear from Governor Cox. I'll turn the time over to Commissioner Mason.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. Today at approximately 12:20 Mountain Standard Time, political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot in an event at the Utah Valley University. He was taken by private vehicle to Timpanogos Hospital, where he later passed. The Utah Department of Public Safety will be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We are working in unison with the County Sheriff's Office, the local police department, and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Tumenez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
Are you still searching or looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to this shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where? How long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Do we have a description of the possible shooting?
Do you want to talk about what we know there?
Yeah. The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Where do you think the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak.
I'll just say that the investigation is ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
Chief Long.
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we are devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. You know, obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area. And so he was kind of in a lower area. Surrounded by buildings. You know, we had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. You know, we train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and you know, these things. You know, unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Was the gun recovered?
I'm sorry, see?
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a question being asked about mass shooting. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, so thank you.
Yeah, a question for the chief as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team, or a combination of both, that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. You know, he has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot?
Ladies and gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and to the students who were there today. I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
All right, so there was a news conference that just wrapped up with some state officials on the shooting death of Charlie Kirk. Governor Spencer Cox calling this a political assassination, and we now know that there is one person of interest in custody, not a suspect, a person of interest being questioned, but they have opened up a tip line and they are still actively looking for other potential persons of interest as of right now. And not to say that they think more than one person was involved, but they have a person of interest right now that they're questioning.
And that person being in custody, DPS Commissioner Bo Mason also said that. There was a little bit of confusion because the FBI director, Kash Patel, said that they do have someone in custody, but it was unclear as if this was a second person or not. And so the questions that you heard just now specifically talking about, okay, are we talking about a separate person or is this the same person, but that just wasn't clarified. Another thing too that was brought up, Jeff Long, who is the UVU police chief, explained how the layout of this event, how it was set up. He said that this was it was an open venue, it was outside. One thing that stuck out to me, and probably for a lot of you as well, there were approximately 3,000 people in attendance, 6 officers.
Yeah, and to talk about that and to kind of break this down, we do have former police chief from Salt Lake City Police Department, Chris Burbank, with us. Your takeaway from what you just heard?
Well, second guessing what they did is very hard, and especially at this point.
Right.
But just for a comparison, there's probably 10 times that amount at any given football game that occurs in this town. And so just to simply move people requires officers, requires people to just be aware and saying, this is where you get out, this is wait here, those types of things.
Sure.
Right.
And so it's hard, you know, I don't know what the security team looked like that was there, you know, visiting, but yeah, I mean, it's hard to look at this and say, boy.
One of the questions that we did have going into this news conference is, because of an event of this size, was there coordination between Charlie Kirk's team and the university? And it does sound like that there was, that they were in coordination, at least leading up to this. And this is something that he does in campuses all over the country. No one wants to be up there at that podium addressing really not only the state, but the nation. The nation's watching Utah right now
absolutely.
because of this. No one wants to be up there. And I could tell, based on the questions that were asked, it almost, they were holding some things back. And we talked about that before the news conference started. I think they have to protect the integrity of the investigation.
Well, what you have is, if they've got somebody in custody, right, they think this is the person who did it. But you cannot just focus all your resources there, because it may not be, right? I mean, who knows what's going to bring. And so it would be irresponsible to just say, nope, we're over and done with, see you later.
And that was pointed out even with the first suspect that was in custody, that they said that the person did not match the description of the suspect that they were looking for. That was something very important that was mentioned today as well.
Yeah, and so law enforcement officials have opened up a tip line. We'll get that information and we'll get it up, because they are still calling for people that might have any information, maybe some video, to reach out to them and let them know, because they are still in the part of their active search for a person of interest.
And we're going to turn our attention now to Brian Malahy, who was at that news conference. He was standing by waiting for it to begin. Let's go ahead and turn to him now. Brian.
Yeah, I think we learned several new things here. One, the person they have in custody is described as a person of interest. They're not identifying who that is. Another question I had hoped to get to them is he a student here at UVU? We don't know. There was no real mention of that. In addition, I think we also learned here today that that the person fired, they think, from the roof of the building, and that the person was dressed in black. So there were surveillance cameras as well that apparently also were part of the reason that this individual was taken into custody. George Zim is the person who was identified first as the suspect. That person was released because he did not match the description. But there may be some questions about him because he is in jail on potential obstruction of justice. So we have a person of interest in black firing from the roof, they think, and then we have the second individual who had been taken into custody previously on a possible obstruction charge. We also heard here, and I agree that, you know, we ought not to, at this early stage, necessarily second guess the security. But 6 officers with thousands of people, 6, along with the security detail for Charlie Kirk. There were no checks going into this event, according to the people I've spoken with. There was no one asking for tickets. Nobody was asking to look in backpacks. No one was checked for weapons. So that is something that I think is going to bear more questioning in the future. There will be more questions about that and whether this was adequate. I think a lot of people, though, were thinking, okay, Charlie Kirk comes to town, he speaks, he mixes it up with some students, gets a lot of support, and then he moves on. And so this was thought of perhaps as not being an event where security needed to be heightened. But 6 officers, I think there will be a lot of questions about that. Perhaps wide open event on the quad with a person firing from the roof, maybe security wouldn't have mattered.
But then the question about how did that person get up there? What other circumstances were there? And so I think there are we heard a lot of new information here today. The FBI seems to be focused. DPS seems to be focused. Maybe we'll get some more answers tonight on whether or not this individual is identified as a suspect and charged, booked into jail. And Governor Cox today also mentioned something I thought was interesting. We will hold you to justice. Whoever did this will hold you to justice, and specifically then mentioned, I remind you, we still have the death penalty here in Utah. So we're going to be keeping on at this, and we'll hopefully get a little bit more information this evening. New information today, finally, some new information late in the day, and more to come. Live at UVU, Brian Malahi, KUTV 2 News.
I'm live here at the hospital, Timpanogos Regional Hospital. We're on standby, waiting for more information as to what will happen next. Across the street, people are gathering, paying their respects to Charlie and his family. Not much has happened, but we have been seeing recently more activity, more police arrive. Let me step aside to show you just a little bit of how every entrance in the hospital has been blocked off. Only emergency vehicles and people needing care are allowed to go in. They have pushed all media and all crowds to the sidewalk, but at the moment we just saw an ambulance enter the building. It's unclear right now if the hospital is taking in patients right now or what that ambulance was here for, but we do know that this is still a very active scene. Police are around here area. This entrance and every other entrance has been taped off. I'm here just waiting to get more information. With that, I will send it back to the View in the studio.
Thank you very much, Leslie. So we just learned that this person of interest is being questioned right now. Are they looking into everything, do you think? Can they go into social media, kind of, or is it just really questioning at this point, do you think?
No, they're doing everything.
They're
right?
doing a deep dive.
You have resources involved in this particular incident that are very vast. And so the FBI, they're searching everything that this person has ever said, done, quoted, been seen. So absolutely.
Can you talk about vehicles? They're probably putting everybody on alert when it comes to being on the lookout for specific vehicles, and probably extra sensitive to the fact that if this person is thinking of an exit strategy, what would be the locations of transport that officers and investigators would be looking into?
Well, it's so wide open that it's almost anything, right? I mean, it could be Uber, it could be a cab, it could be a bus, it could be a personal vehicle, right? It could be someone on foot. And so it really is, right? We don't have enough information to know that we saw this person exit in this direction at this speed or anything else. And so it really is wide open to what it is. And what's important about this, and I look back in my own experience, right? We had the individual in custody that we believed killed Destiny Norton. And we got a tip that she was seen in a vehicle in Ogden. And I put that tip out and said, be on the lookout for this vehicle, because it might be, even though we were pretty confident here, never want to let something slide like that. So it just becomes such a critical thing, and there's so much hyper attention to this one that it's a challenge, right? Accurate information's key.
And we also learned from that news conference that the state, DPS, is going to be co-leading this investigation with the FBI. Does that mean federal resources start to pour in on this?
We have always had the advantage, right? I look back, our relationship with the FBI has always been fantastic. And so yes, there will be federal resources available. I think because of the profile and nature of Mr. Kirk, absolutely there's going to be heightened federal resources available in this particular circumstance. And so, but it is a partnership, right? It's one of the things that when you get down to it, the trust and confidence of the federal agencies, the local agencies to come together and say, we're going to do this so we're all better together, is really important here in Utah.
Absolutely.
The question, though, that sticks out to me, and probably a lot of other people as well, is that this person, they believe that this person shot from a roof of a building. And that raises a few questions about security measures for a lot of buildings and for a lot of public events moving forward.
It does, but we also have to look and evaluate, right, what was the threat risk? Right? You always have to look, is there a credible threat to this event? And if there was a significant credible event, I doubt Mr. Kirk's security team and the local police would have been in the position they were.
Right.
And so there was no information for that. And so you have to do security for what you believe is accurate and appropriate. Otherwise, we're just overkill all the time. And then the most safe place, if we just build a wall around this, none of us ever come or go.
Right.
But
Hindsight's
it doesn't work.
Hindsight's always 20/20, but as you mentioned earlier, I mean, officers can't be everywhere to prevent every attack at all times.
No, it's an impossible expectation that we shouldn't have. Right? The most valuable thing are the people. Yeah. Right? Paying attention and saying, no, that's not right, and I'm going to let somebody know. That's the most valuable resource that the police have. Not the bodies, not the equipment, anything else, but the people that we interact with and protect every day.
Well, if you're just joining us, you have probably heard by now that Charlie Kirk was on the campus of UVU earlier today, and someone shot and killed him. Bullet went through his neck. That's what the reports are. And so a person of interest is in custody right now and being questioned. Department of Public Safety, along with the FBI, are co-leading this investigation. There's also a tip line that they're putting out there to try to get more information. If you know anything, more video evidence, anything whatsoever that can help police in their investigation and the FBI in their investigation, they would like to hear from you. There were about 3,000 people there. Most people are rolling with their cameras now these days. I have 2 of them. And so they are probably getting more and more information in. As you were talking about, Chris, the information's not going to stop coming in, is it?
No.
To law enforcement?
No, you would like to think that there would be an end to it.
Yeah.
No, this will be going on. And you look at significant events that have taken place. We still see video and things show up of 9/11 and different events that somebody says, oh, I got a different angle or anything else. This will be ongoing for a long time.
Yeah.
One thing to point out is there will be a vigil held at the Utah State Capitol building. It will be put on at 7 p.m. this evening. The Utah House of Representatives, they are planning this vigil once again for 7 p.m. at the Capitol. No doubt there will be a number of people that will be in attendance and comforting each other, as well as asking questions about how do we move forward, what can we learn from this. In about a couple of minutes, we will be starting the top of our 5 o'clock newscast, and we will be catching up with our Heidi Hatch, as well as Brian Schnee, who is also at the scene. And we have a number of crews that are around and on campus, getting as much information as possible.
We have people at the hospital. Don't mean to cut you off. I think we're probably sending a crew over to the medical examiner's office. That's going to play part in this investigation. Multiple crews throughout. As we're trying to break down and make sense of this tragedy. Tragedies, you really can't make sense of them. But this was a very influential person, not only on the national stage, but the international stage in the conservative movement. And according to the governor, it was a political assassination that happened on the campus of UVU today.
Yes, and there have been a number of people within the political realm who have commented on this, offered their condolences, and it has just been sweeping all through social media, and of course people voicing their concerns about future events and what this means for high-profile individuals in the political realm, of how they could be safe while also making public appearances. UVU invited Charlie to come, and so this is just a tragedy that no doubt no one will forget.
Yeah, and Charlie was known for going to college campuses and trying to get young people involved in the political process. He would hold these debates on campus. It was one of the things that he was known for. That's what was going on today. A debate was just getting started. This event had not been going on for very long when someone shot and killed him. 2 News at 5 is going to start right now.
This is breaking news on 2 News at 5.
Thanks for joining us live here from Orem on 2 News at 5 o'clock with Heidi Hatch. I'm Brian Schnee, continuing to follow the developments of the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk on campus here at Utah Valley University earlier today.
Heartbreaking day for so many. Thousands were in attendance. We know that many of you had students that were either on campus or at this event. Thousands of students there watching as this happened. I feel you today. My son, a student here at Utah Valley University, a sophomore this year. I did not know he was going to be at the event. He was actually texting me from the event earlier today saying I'm going to talk to him. I was trying to figure out who he was talking to, and the next thing I heard was a call, him panicked and running, scared. You could hear screaming on campus. All the kids were running after that shot was fired. Hopefully we can talk to him at some point, but I know many of your students probably have had similar experiences. Brian, he told me on the phone that when this happened, he was standing in line. He was number 10. He wanted to debate or ask Charlie a question. He was waiting there not far from the stage. He heard one shot. He saw his head go back, and then just sheer panic, everyone running from campus and all of these students trying to figure out where to go. This is not a campus where students live on campus, so they were all just trying to find a safe space to be.
That's very consistent with what we've heard also from other students, other event goers that were out there earlier today. This transpiring just after noon, just after the event and the speaking portion started to get underway. This was the first stop on Charlie Kirk's tour. This is what he does. He travels the country and debates students on topics, and there were 2 stops in Utah. There was this one here at Utah Valley and the one also at Utah State University. Oddly enough, there was also the conversation last week about the early coverage of this event where he brought in Senator Mike Lee to talk about this conversation, and then lo and behold, what happens here today was just, I think, something that nobody expected and nobody really anticipated transpiring. The people that were out here earlier today, I was speaking with a high schooler from the nearby UCAS school, the school that's just local here. A lot of them were here today. He even told me that other students from other schools were getting extra credit to be here and just listen and take in the spirit of conversation and the debate, which is hard to come to grips with in today's society here.
And the sad part is this is the reality for our kids. My son had a couple of his friends meet him from South Jordan and Bingham High School. They came down here for this event, and earlier this week they had a lockdown at the school where it was the first of its kind, where they actually had the kids cover the windows, lock the doors, get under their desks, hide in a closet. After that trauma, they were already scared. They came down here today and this happened. I'm just sad that our kids live in this world, especially when the whole concept behind this, whether you agree with Charlie Kirk or not, is that kids could gather on campus, they could discuss politics, ask questions, and in a fun way, debate those. Absolutely did not end that way today.
Let's get to Brian Malahy, who was just sitting in on a news conference. The first time we've really heard from anybody since this happened shortly after noon today, with some of the details, some of the situation that unfolded, and where things stand with the investigation. Brian Malahy joining us live tonight.
Yep, and we learned a number of things at this news conference. Person of interest in custody not being identified. Shot fired from a roof. Person dressed in black. How did that person get on the roof? Who is that individual? We don't know. Nobody here would say. 6 police officers assigned to the security detail for that event today, as well as the security for Charlie Kirk's tour. So not a lot of security. Witnesses have been telling us that. People who attended the event said that. They could walk right in. They could walk right in, get very close to the front. Nobody asked them about what they were carrying. No one asked them to open any of their bags. There was no security there. It might not have made a difference if an individual was at the top of the roof. And was this a sniper fire? Was this an individual who had a great deal of expertise? How planned was this shooting, this killing today? Number of questions that are still out there. There is a tip line that is going to be started by DPS and the FBI right now. If you have any information, you're urged to contact police. Investigators want to get as much video as they possibly can. Photos too. Whatever they can get of the scene at the time of the shooting today. The individual who was taken into custody earlier may be facing obstruction of justice charges. That individual is not believed to be the shooter, but the person who is now described as a person of interest may be. So that is what we learned here this afternoon. Governor Cox making a big appeal for more civility, and he has tried to do that with his Disagree Better approach throughout the country. But he said today, there's nothing that he can say that will bring Charlie Kirk back. There's nothing that he can say that will change the trajectory of the the hatefulness that leads to violence in the country. But it's got to stop. He did remind whoever fired that fatal shot today that Utah will seek that individual out, will impose the maximum penalty, and he said directly, we still have the death penalty. Live at UVU, just inside the auditorium where the news conference happened and where we could get more information this evening, Brian Malahi, KUTV 2 News.
Brian, thank you. We are live on the campus of Utah Valley University. About an hour ago, we were able to get a little bit closer. When I arrived this afternoon, I arrived on the east side of campus, and you could see police from really any jurisdiction from a 3-county radius that was down here helping them clear the campus. At this point, it's quieter. They've let us closer, which makes you believe that possibly they think they have their suspect or shooter, but they're not saying for sure. So a lot of questions still tonight.
I arrived here about 2 o'clock this afternoon. We were on the north side of campus by one of the roadblocks there. And at first things were really quiet, but then a SWAT vehicle comes up and a lot of law enforcement coming out of campus. Then they immediately dispersed and went opposite directions, checking cars, drainage ditches. They had a dog out, a canine, checking a drainage ditch that went underneath one of the roadways. It was very tense. And then they kind of cleared and went to a different direction. So trying to clear and get a scope of the entire situation on a campus that has thousands and thousands of students, but also had thousands in attendance today that were dispersing. So it was very tense even hours after this took place, and now we know why. They were still looking for somebody at that point who they believed may have been involved in the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk.
And it sounds like there are questions out there. They don't know specifically that they have their shooter. Just a few minutes ago, before we were live, there was a police officer that came through, was checking our credentials and actually looking in car windows, looking through this area as well. I've been hoping to get in contact with my son. I still haven't been able to because of the lockdowns, and hope to soon. Earlier today, though, I had an interview with Senator John Curtis. It was scheduled to talk about the big issues of the day. We scrapped that and talked about this shooting that happened here.
But we really have to change the way that we're addressing and talking about issues and those that we disagree with. I think we probably all know families who have heated conversations at the dinner table that shouldn't be the type of conversations that we're having within families. Of course we can disagree, of course we can debate, of course we can argue, but the level of angst that's surfacing even within our own families and among friends is just a really bad place to be.
Again, that was Senator John Curtis this afternoon, probably about an hour or two after this shooting happened, as everyone was still getting that news and not knowing exactly how it would end.
I think what's difficult here is to try to piece everything together. We know there's this event taking place. There's the early conversations about the lack thereof, maybe security for a large event. I've had these thoughts being and working in the news realm, obviously, of being in some of these larger spaces. I know we've talked about this before, where you don't go through a metal detector, you don't go through these things, you're on an open air. It's the beauty of that open air sort of presentation, if you will, or speaking engagement. But now that's definitely come up as part of the conversation with what they mentioned, 6 uniformed officers for a few thousand people, something that Brian Malahi was mentioning that came out from that press conference. So there's going to be change. An event like this obviously instills that and gets people fired up and riled up for a number of reasons. But it's one of those things that I think safety, especially on a college campus, is at the forefront now.
Absolutely. And I think if you were to ask my kids when I raised them, I was always the worst case scenario mom. When you work in the news business, you always see how things end poorly. And so I'm always warning them. I wasn't even worried, though, today on campus. I was just like, this sounds like fun. Have a great time. And so definitely a conversation that we'll have to have with our universities heading forward. Utah State University was planning to hold this same event 2 weeks from now. That obviously is not going to be happening. We want to go now to Leslie Duarte. She is at the hospital nearby where they rushed Charlie Kirk after that shooting happened just after 12:20 today.
Heidi, we've been seeing a lot more activity within the last few minutes. It's still unclear exactly what is happening, but police are here blocking off the entrances to every hospital entrance. They're only letting emergency vehicles come in or people needing care. In the last 5 minutes, we've seen police officers arrive. We even saw what could have been a possible family member arriving to the hospital as they were escorted inside into the emergency room. This is all still developing, but we do know that people, as we're reporting, are gathering here to pay their respects to Charlie, who lost his life today. A tragic event at a political debate event, something that he was known to do through his organization. Right now, I'm at Sympathies Regional Hospital waiting for more information, waiting to get some answers on this situation. Brian, Heidi, I'll send it back to you.
Leslie, thank you. Something that has also been done in reaction to what took place here, the governor ordering all flags to be lowered to half staff right now, which has not been done here. I was just glancing over my shoulder here at the university where they're still investigating, obviously, everything that took place just in that direction. But that is something that has transpired immediately coming from that update that we heard about an hour ago.
If you don't know a lot about Charlie Kirk, he was 31 years old, a young wife, 2 young children. He's been a rising star in conservative circles, especially after this last election in 2024. He was working with President Trump prior to that, but Turning Point USA really got a lot of name recognition and a lot of kids involved in this last election. A lot of people crediting him possibly with why Trump was able to win again, because he was going to college campuses where traditionally you see more left-leaning students getting involved in politics, not right-leaning. He was getting both sides talking. He was energizing young people to get involved, to want to care about politics, and really was getting big crowds that wanted to be there and wanted to be a part of this conversation.
I think also where you would have seen Charlie Kirk is obviously on social media, with the explosion of social media on your traditional platforms like your Facebook and your Instagram, and now moving to the TikTok platforms and others. Charlie's all over that, especially if he finds the algorithm. If you're scrolling and finding the algorithm of debate and political conversation, you have seen or know of Charlie Kirk, which is why his youthfulness was something that a lot of people were able to resonate with in terms of that dialogue, how he would just have that open dialogue, and when you would shoot your shot, he would come back. And it was kind of this very interesting conversation back and forth that anybody could partake in. And that was the thing that I think a lot of people were able to resonate with, what he would bring to college campuses all across the country.
One thing that I thought was interesting as well, if you haven't listened to him a lot, he also tapped into religion and talking to kids about that. He would talk about the Bible. You don't often hear that. I think a lot of times in politics, people just try to stay away from it. They figure it's a hot potato. They didn't want to talk about it. But I believe it was the first question he was answering there today. I think he spoke for about 15 minutes on religion before he got to the next question. I think he was shocked when that second question was asked, and it was someone who was asking about mass shootings and also transgender shooters. So he was in the middle of a few minutes of talking about the mass shootings that have been happening across the country when that shot that we now know, or at least believe, came from a rooftop.
If you're just joining us, we are live on the Utah Valley University campus in Orem, Utah, continuing our coverage of the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk that occurred at his speaking engagement earlier today, right here on campus. We were learning about this. Actually, I was sitting at my desk when my first text message came to me saying that Charlie was shot in the neck. It came right before 12:30, so moments after this took place. And then I saw your email as well that recounted your personal connection to what took place with your son being in the crowd today, which is must have just been horrifying as a mother, first and foremost. And then we continued to learn a little bit more, and the police presence grew and grew, and we had more messages sent our way about what had taken place there just outside one of the student union, I believe, right? That building on campus outside where people can gather, and kind of slopes down in an amphitheater style. And from then on, we're just trying to gather that information to bring it to you. But it's difficult. This campus was locked down rather quickly. They were still searching for a person of interest, or at that point, persons of interest or a potential suspect. So it's taken its time here over the last few hours, and we just learned over the last hour or so some new tidbits of information after a few hours since the shooting.
If you have university students, campus is closed for the night. All the classes have been canceled. Tough to believe that they would have those classes tomorrow. There hasn't been word on that yet because it seems like the investigation is ongoing. Also, we know a lot of students might need some mental health, and we're going to be watching carefully to see how the university provides that, because there were a lot of kids that saw something that you would never want to see in your life, and there's going to be some trauma that has to be worked through.
Interesting you mentioned that. We'll hear from the governor in just a moment, but I was speaking with a man when we got here, right around 2:15 or so on the north side of campus. He came up. He was not a student. He came up hoping to network with Charlie Kirk's folks. He was very passionate about getting fathers involved in his project to be more present in the family lifestyle. He thought Charlie was a good person to talk to because Charlie has 2 children, has a large platform, and he was standing maybe 30 feet away from this when it took place. Charlie actually walked right by him, and he was very shaken, obviously witnessing what took place. And it wasn't just college students, it was high schoolers that were here. It was other event goers that maybe were excited to see Charlie given his large following and knowing that he was going to be here in Utah. So it wasn't just UVU students, it was a wide array of people from Utah that wanted to come out and listen and debate and hear different viewpoints on today's society.
Yeah, and there were some younger students. I know that Turning Point USA has done a lot of reach out on college campuses, but also in high schools where kids can join clubs. They have big conventions every year where you can fly out, talk politics, meet people, get kids excited about maybe joining the ranks of politics, maybe running for office in those municipal elections or working their way up, trying to get a new generation excited by politics, which I guess is what's so devastating today because it was supposed to be a friendly conversation. We do want to get to some sound a little bit earlier from the governor. Oftentimes when you hear him in these difficult situations, he has eloquent words. I think there was a mix of that and a little bit of anger today.
This is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
You were listening there to Governor Cox saying that that was a political assassination. He talked about making sure that people are speaking kindly online, but he was also quick to point out that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah.
Yeah, very passionate, obviously. We also heard from the FBI and the local chief here on the campus of Utah Valley University. Some of the interesting pieces that we've learned, a person of interest in custody. Meanwhile, the FBI director, Kash Patel, calling that person a suspect. So there's a little clarity here that we're trying to figure out if they have taken that person of interest and then formally named them as a suspect, maybe in the inner circles as part of the investigation, which is why it reaches the director of the FBI at that point. Either way, somebody connected to this event, they believe, in custody at this point. Initially, there was another individual in custody, and those videos had been circulating online. Brian Malahi alluded to that as well. That individual not being charged with the actual event, but may be charged in related to obstruction of justice for the larger charge that would come likely with a murder charge.
There are also videos circulating online. We don't have those videos ourselves, but students who were actually at or near this event that was going on that said they saw someone get up on the roof. You can see someone dressed in black that looks like a sniper. At first, it was tough to tell if maybe they had snipers on the roof here for this event. But after listening to police, it did sound like they had 6 officers from the university there and Charlie Kirk's team. But if there was someone on the roof with a rifle, it does appear at this point from what police are saying that that likely was the shooter they captured on video there.
And at this point, unclear if that's the individual that's in custody or someone else, because right now what we're seeing, even as you may see me with my head on a swivel as we're trying to take a look around campus and see what else is going on here, law enforcement officers still, as you mentioned, combing through vehicles here, trying to see if whose vehicle is here, belongs here, or if it was potentially connected. They went up and they asked us for our credentials. They wanted to search the vehicles, take a look inside to make sure there was nothing else potentially as a threat here. So still evolving. And then, of course, Department of Public Safety going to use a tip line to get more information. You would have to imagine with thousands of people there, and cell phones, everybody has a cell phone, or in our cases, 2 cell phones for some of us, you are able to catch something that maybe you didn't initially see. And they're going to ask for you to be able to submit those pictures and videos, not just of the event that happened in that moment, which those videos have been circulating, but perhaps beforehand, maybe as you were walking through a building and you were kind of taking your picture as you walked out the door.
Hindsight's 20/20 sometimes.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely. Also, as well, we've had people sending us videos. Another arrest that happened not long ago in Provo today. It was a man that someone said had a rifle in the front of his car there. We don't know if that was connected. So in a situation like this, a lot of information's coming in quickly. We're working our way to get through it as quickly as possible. Police sounded like they didn't have any expectations of speaking to us again tonight, but I would think if they get something concrete, they believe they have their suspect and they can let everyone get a sigh of relief knowing that they're safe tonight, I think they'll come out and tell us that.
Yeah, and that is obviously first and foremost the priority here for the students back here on campus and everything else going on. You mentioned it's unclear if school will take place tomorrow. That was also a topic of conversation. We were hearing from some folks that were a little concerned that the alert took 30 minutes to come out, and there were some things that kind of were delayed. Of course, everybody wants information yesterday, and it doesn't really work that way.
Yeah.
But it's one of those situations where something extremely horrific took place and could have likely been more horrific if the intent was other than what took place.
For a mass shooting, yeah.
That could have been on the table for what happened in the positioning of where people were, and if potentially that individual was on the roof. So I think there's a lot of questions here, and it's not really fair to ask all of those questions right now, but making sure that individual is apprehended and swift justice is in front of them at this point. But again, for those of you just joining us here on this special coverage on 2 News at 5 o'clock, we are in Orem, Utah, continuing our team coverage of the deadly shooting of conservative political activist Charlie Kirk, who was here on campus today. For many people, they were excited about this.
Yeah.
Some folks I spoke to that were outside of the campus boundaries as they were evacuating and searching campus, they had been planning for this. They saw that on Instagram that he was coming here, or another social media platform, and they planned around this. They wanted to be there, wanted to be one of those people in line, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
Your son was in line today to air out their debate.
Yeah, and a lot of kids, like we've talked about, saw things that you never wanted to see happen before. I'm sure the university, looking at where this happened, it seemed to me like a fun, happy place to do it. It was a sunny, gorgeous day, but it is in a little bit of a bowl where people were kind of trapped in there, and I think that added to the panic as students were trying to get out and try to get to safety. I spoke to some moms on the phone who had their kids run inside buildings and lock themselves inside bathrooms, and again, that UVU alert took a while to come out. I'm assuming that this is one of those lessons learned and they'll be able to be faster or quicker on this. The problem is hindsight's always 20/20, and you can't be prepared for something that you're not expecting.
Right over her shoulder, an individual carrying some flowers, walking through campus. Unclear if it's obviously connected in any way, but there are going to be lots of feelings that will come out. You mentioned the mental health aspect of this, of the thousands of people that were there. Parents, if you're home with your son or daughter tonight, have those conversations and listen and be open. And we talk a lot about mental health related violence on the news, unfortunately, is very much surrounding us in today's society, and that is something that people need to be taking care of.
And I think if there's anything that we can say right now is we're all listening of what can we do to be better at. I have a political podcast every week. We have someone from both sides of the aisle. The concept is that we can sit down, we can hear out both sides, you can learn from each other and walk away friends. And I think that's where social media has changed things, where people feel like they can say things to other people you would never say in real life. People have gotten more angry, and you live in an echo chamber. And so I hope that we can just get away from that feeling, because even today, as we've been posting the news, I've been sad and disappointed to see some of the comments coming from across the country, some of them here in Utah, who applaud what happened or have things to say that you're thinking, how do we get to this point as humans that we're speaking like this and are okay that anyone of any political leaning dies?
You're extremely active on social media. I try my best as well. Even in some of my comments today that I was reading through after putting out a video of being here outside of campus, there are some egregious things that people say, and they hide behind it on social media. And it doesn't help anybody. It doesn't make this world a better place. It doesn't unite us in any way. It only fuels more anger. And the thing that Charlie Kirk always tried to do is welcome that dialogue. And he actually would always kind of dish it back with a smile, a chance for rebuttal. I've had the chance to watch some of his things, especially when I knew he was going to be here. Once I clicked on the email, I think that I knew he was going to be here. It popped up in my algorithm as well. So it started coming to me, and I started watching some more of what would be here at Utah Valley University come today. And it's to help with that divisiveness in a way of expression of ideas, the freedom of speech, the freedom of dialogue in this way. And that was something I was hoping that people, not just at one university, but a second here in Utah, would be able to participate in if they so choose. We've had lots of people reacting to this, I mean, coast to coast, worldwide, because Charlie Kirk was this big, especially when you look at the social media boom on all the platforms and the way that people get their media now. Charlie Kirk was everywhere, and folks are reacting to that. Here's Atra Al-Nashar with more of our coverage tonight.
The violence on a university campus in Utah sending shockwaves through Washington. President Trump, who's credited Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA for mobilizing enough young voters to get him elected, announcing his death on Truth Social. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erika, and family. Charlie, we love you. Vice President Vance says, eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord. Hours earlier, the news of the shooting spread quickly here on Capitol Hill, video capturing members of the Republican-led House Oversight Committee finding out.
I'd like to ask for prayer for Charlie Kirk. It's being reported that he's been shot at an event.
Oh, my. Wow. We'll have a moment of silence.
California Governor Gavin Newsom, one of the most high-profile Democrats in the country, who earlier this year hosted Kirk on his podcast, says the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. Former Democratic Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, who was shot in 2011, says democratic societies will always have political disagreements, but we must never allow America to become a country that confronts those disagreements with violence. FBI Director Kash Patel says agents were sent to the scene right away, and the Bureau will support the ongoing response and investigation. In Washington, I'm Atra El-Nashar.
We are back here live in Orem, obviously just checking for any update as well.
I'm texting my son, my apologies.
No, that's a good one. You haven't been able to see him today since he was at that event. For those that weren't with us at 4:59 when you told a brief story about what your son went through today, can you share the phone call that you got?
Yeah, he called me. I was actually texting him. He hurt his wrist recently, and so I was being that mom that was bugging my college kid and just checking in to see how he was. And the response I got back wasn't about his wrist. He said, I'm trying to talk to him. And I was like, who are you trying to talk to? A video apparently hadn't gone through because there were so many kids on campus, but he was at that Charlie Kirk event, and he was in line number 10 near the stage to ask him a question and debate with him. And just moments after that text, when I was trying to figure out what he was talking about, he called in a panic, running from campus, where you could just hear just the sheer chaos of students trying to get to safety and get away from where they heard that gunshot. He saw what happened with thousands of other students, and I'm just sad that our kids have had to see something like that.
And not just him.
Thousands of kids here today.
Thousands of kids, thousands of university students. As I learned at, I want to say maybe the 3:30 time frame when we had a live interview with Sam, who goes to the local high school. Sam was kind enough to talk to us about his experience. That conversation really struck me because he's there just taking it in as a young teenager before going to college and wanting to experience an opportunity to have some differences in our country in a safe way, in a respectful way, in a debate-fashioned way, where you are getting your chance to debate one of the top debaters, if you will, that has really taken center stage in our political spectrum over the last couple of years, if not since the previous administration with President Trump before President Joe Biden. So hearing that was really disheartening. It's a different perspective than you being in with your son, but I'm talking to this kid today who had to witness the sheer panic of kids running away. And we do have another conversation with an individual who was there and had a very up close and personal distance, I guess you could say, to where Charlie Kirk was speaking. Take a listen.
You know, people started lay on the ground. Everyone started praying. That was one thing that we all just instinctively did. And then we started running. But in my head, I was looking right at Charlie, and you could just see his neck just bleeding. And so we didn't know, and we just ran and got out of there. But it was a blessing to get out safe. And you hear the pop, and I just saw the blood gushing, and in my head I saw some smoke right there, and it wasn't very loud. I thought it was a balloon or something, but they grabbed him and he kind of fell back in his seat, and it was a little weird.
So hearing from more people who witnessed firsthand what took place today. Again, if you are just joining us, we will be on air for quite a while tonight, trying to unpack a little bit of the information that we've learned through the last 5 hours or so of the shooting that took place here on campus at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Heidi Hatch, Brian Schnee, our team is out covering different angles of this. We'll check in with them periodically from the Valley area here outside of the UVU campus. Heidi, I know that Charlie Kirk in and of itself is a big name, but what else did John Curtis say about Charlie Kirk. It's always interesting when you talk to another person that's in that realm, especially somebody who may agree or disagree about certain things that comes out of a very popular mouthpiece, if you will, for certain topics. But I know you spoke to him at length today and had a different topic planned, but it ended with this.
Well, Senator John Curtis was the Provo mayor. He loves Utah County. This is home for him. So I think it was disappointing for him because he's been a part of politics starting on the local level, the municipal level, where those are the elections a lot of times people want to ignore because they don't think they're that important. And so this is a place that he cares about. And oddly enough, this happened on the same day that he had a chance finally on the Senate floor to recognize the 2 Tremonton officers that were shot and killed in the line of duty. This morning, he went to Arlington and laid a wreath for them. So today, thinking about violence and shootings was top of mind. He had gone through that process today of paying respects to those officers here in Utah. And then as we were getting ready for that interview, the news that Charlie Kirk had been shot. So I just think disappointing because we want this to be a different world and we have to figure out how we change and get off this course.
Lots of reaction, not just from John Curtis, who you spoke with today, but Kristen McPeak has been tracking all of this for us on the live desk. She joins us live in the studio tonight. Kristen.
One of the big things that was discussed at the press conference was security measures being taken at this event. There were 6 UVU officers on scene there, as well as Charlie Kirk's private security. And we're seeing responses from Senator Dan McKay. He actually tweeted, there will be a full inquiry into security at the Charlie Kirk massacre. I don't know how, after the Trump assassination attempt, that roofs aren't secured. So this is one thing that we are seeing coming out of this. We know that the suspect allegedly shot nearby on a roof. That's what they're expecting. That's what they think. Of course, we still need to get all this confirmed as that investigation continues, but they say a dark person in dark clothing, a person wearing dark clothing shot from a long distance far away near a building there.
All right, Kristen, thank you very much. Again, trying to figure out who that individual is. Very limited details coming our way in the press conference with information that we would like to know, I think, which is, are people considered safe in this area as they're still combing campus? There's a lot of student housing and rentals around this campus as well. I noticed that just by walking in that area, homes that students are renting. An officer was going door to door saying, hey, if you have any footage of a Ring doorbell or something like that, a video doorbell, please share that with us if there was anybody that walked by that may resemble potentially this individual. And some of those students were telling me that as well, that there was something that that officer was saying. They didn't have anything to share, but it was one of those things that you realized they were kind of just trying to find the trail, if you will, because they're, I mean, literally overturning stones. It was pretty remarkable to watch.
Old-fashioned police work happening.
Old-fashioned police work trying to figure out where that individual is.
And Utah Valley University is a growing university. It's now the largest in our state. There's not any actual on-campus housing here because it did grow from a community college into a university. The closest they have to that is the Green, where Honors College kids, which is kind of across the parking lot. So most of the students do live in housing that's off of the campus here. Most of those students left when those gunshots rang out. Police shut down all around campus. When we arrived here, it was shut down. Where we're standing right now, there is still police activity behind us close to the buildings. I see Draper Police, South Jordan Police still in this parking lot. But it does seem the larger perimeter they had around campus when we arrived several hours ago has been kind of moved closer into the campus.
Let's send things over to David Ochoa, who continues our team coverage tonight. He joins us live. David.
Yeah, you guys, Heidi, you just mentioned the Green building. We've been over there for the last few hours. We've since moved, but we were there and we were talking to a lot of students that were just there and still in their rooms or coming out just to see exactly what was going on. Some of them were talking to me from their rooms, from the buildings, just asking questions and just saying how crazy this whole thing was. Because, again, we've talked to a lot of people today, and the one thing that everyone seems to be saying is just how shocked they are that this would happen at UVU here in Utah County. I mean, Charlie Kirk does this all around the country. We've said it a lot, but this is the spot where a lot of people had this at the bottom of the list, that something like this would happen. Now, we talked to a lot of people who were just there at the event, or just students in general. One person I even talked to was right there in the front row when it happened. He told me that he saw what looked like to be smoke coming over, then he just saw Charlie get hit in the neck, he fell over, and then it was just pandemonium. People ducked. They told me that one thing that they started doing right when this all happened was just prayed together. Now, this one particular student who's a freshman here, who was just surprised that this happened in his freshman year, he said that his sister was also in the crowd, and that one moment of just chaos and panic, had to find his sister. Once they got that, they were able to get out along with everybody else. I talked to another student who was actually working the event, was in the tunnel when this all happened, and just saw the sea of people running towards him. You know, they were trying to get people out. He said he was wearing a name tag, so people were coming up to him, asking him questions, where should they go, how could, you know, asking him for help. They said that one woman came and was just in hysterics because her little children were in another room in one of the buildings here, and so they took it on themselves to find that where that was. They couldn't get the door open because it had been locked, so they went through everything that they could to find the key. They finally got, and she saw that reunion just because of all the chaos and panic that was going on during this entire thing, and just the sigh of relief for that family there that they were able to get everybody. But again, we've seen videos, we've seen a lot of people, just how, you know, everything unfolded, and just the chaos and everyone running away with just uncertainty of what was happening. I mean, we've seen the videos of, you know, directly after, of, you know, people carrying Charlie. We've seen people, you know, when that first person was taken into custody, we saw that, and just no one knew what was going on, and people were just reacting just from what had just happened. And again, it's a few hours away, but the adrenaline is still very high for a lot of people that we've talked to. Since then, where we were on the east side of campus where the green is, it's kind of calmed down. There were a lot of officers there. There seemed to be a pop-up tent that they were working out of that they soon moved off. But again, it is still closed. People have been coming, but they've just been turning back. So there's still a lot of stuff going on. You know, like they've said, this is an active investigation. There's a lot of fallout that's going to come to this, but just in the initial reaction from people, and just hearing about the chaos, seeing the videos, and just not everyone going on, and just the reaction once they heard that Charlie Kirk did pass away, just the sadness that a lot of people had that this happened at their university, in their community, that something like this could happen, because they never thought it could. And just, you know, again, just their sadness of feeling for his family, and just what this means for the country and everything else going forward. We're still here talking to people. We have more people to chat with who have seen, who have videos, and so we'll of course bring that here to you, but for right now I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, David, thank you. We've been talking to students and many people who were on campus today, and their firsthand accounts of exactly what happened.
I think you can imagine their reaction, just sheer panic when hearing not just what took place, but then visually seeing the result. All eyes on one individual who just started speaking about a second topic, as you mentioned. I think that's where we were at in the event in and of itself. Yeah. Everyone had their eyes glued to the keynote speaker, if you will, that traveled to Utah to be a part of his tour, to kick off his speaking engagement tour. And the big piece is you're kind of surrounded by, I mean, you have to be there for a reason. You want to be there to be involved and to listen. You don't just show up for some casual listening. Most people that would go to see Charlie Kirk would be there to get up and speak, or hear that debate and hear that dialogue and be really invested in it. So you have to imagine all those people were pretty glued to what was going on.
Yeah, a lot of people wanted to be a part of this because it's kind of become a part of on social media, watching college kids get involved. And so I think a lot of kids just wanted to be a part of that today. One person we spoke to earlier today, a veteran, here's his reaction.
First things first, I hate to have you go over it again, but what happened?
Well, I can tell you that us standing in the question line, there were a bunch of different people with a bunch of different viewpoints,
sure,
who were all talking to each other. I was helping a person of a different viewpoint actually role play to ask Charlie Kirk a question. And we were all laughing, joking, sharing, asking each other, what's your question? What's your question? And all the shooter did today is take the ability for us to come together and share different discussions, and they completely took that away from us. And anybody that has any idea of doing something like this in the future, that is all you're doing is taking away our ability as Americans. Myself as a veteran, I love situations like this where different people can come together with different viewpoints, and all you did was strip that ability for us to talk and have discourse and share ideas with each other. You stripped that away from us and just drove us further apart.
What did you see when you were in line and the shooting happened? Kind of describe that.
We were all watching Charlie. The first question was a question about LDS, which, of course, you know, typical Utah, right? Sure. Oddly enough, the very second question that was asked when it had to do with transgender shooters, right? And I'm not saying that the shooter was transgender. I have no idea, and I don't think it's right for anybody to speculate as to whether or not that shooter was transgender. But conveniently enough, the very question that was being answered while Charlie got shot was a question about shooters and transgender shooters. And the fact of the matter is that the shooter has issues. It's not whether or not they're transgender. It's not whether or not they're white, black, yellow, orange, green, like guys, like girls. What matters is the fact that this person has issues, that they feel murder is the way to resolve those issues.
You mentioned that you were a veteran.
I am.
When this happened, what did you do?
These are the types of situations where I served in Afghanistan in 2011. Gunshots aren't a foreign thing to me. I had actually had this discussion with other spectators, how what Charlie was put in was a bowl, an absolute kill box, right? Okay. It's just a bowl with him on one end, and he does have an evacuation tunnel, which was great. But I had the discussion with them on, hey, you know, heaven forbid something happens today. This is what you need to do. Get up against the wall, go out through the tunnel. It's the safest way out. And when everything happened, that's exactly what I did. I said, everybody up against the wall, go out through the tunnel, everybody get down. And it was just sheer panic, sheer panic.
Could you tell where the shot even came from?
In a small enclosed space like that, and like I said, what we call a kill box, there's no telling. I had no idea.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave that up to investigators and professionals to do that. But in a confined space like that, I don't care what anybody says, it's virtually impossible to tell what direction the shot came.
When you look across the street now and you see this, massive is an understatement. This is just growing police presence. What goes through your mind as you see this?
I think it's a testament to Charlie Kirk's influence, both positive and negatively for those that oppose him politically. And I think that Utah cares about what happens in Utah, and I think that people are dedicated to getting to the bottom of what happened. Yeah. I was there and I couldn't tell you whether or not somebody was arrested. I looked around to see if police had anybody down. It was such a confined and packed in space. The fact that and I'm not trying to be speculative, but the fact that there are people still in tactical gear raises questions as to whether or not the shooter actually was caught. Because I didn't see a single person in custody. I didn't see a single person on the ground. I didn't see anybody getting taken down. And in a constitutional carry state, you would think that people around the shooter would respond by trying to eliminate the threat, and I didn't see that happening at all.
It's obvious that this country is incredibly divided, politically, religiously. Something like this happens. Does this further divide the country, or does it kind of maybe start snapping people out of it to, okay, we really got to come together and stop crap like this from happening, no matter what, as you said, what they think, politically, whatnot. Does it divide us or bring us together, do you think?
If it brings us together, it scares me for what? What does it bring us together for? Who does it bring it together, and how do they respond, right? The thing is that Charlie Kirk isn't going to save us. Donald Trump isn't going to save us. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, no politician, no celebrity is going to save this country. The thing that's going to save this country is when we start looking in the mirror and realizing that we as a people are the problem, not anybody that you elect. And if you don't exercise your right to vote or run for office, then these same people who don't have your interests as a priority are going to, and it's just going to continue. And the problem is we have about a 2-week memory. About 2 weeks from now, everybody's going to forget and move on to the next TikTok, the next YouTube, the next Instagram Reels thing. we can't forget, and the only thing that we can do is look to ourselves and our family, as opposed to thinking that some presidential or gubernatorial candidate is going to save us from ourselves.
Well said. Well said. Anything else you want to say about today? Or
that's all I wanted to say is that nobody's going to save us.
It's up to us, no doubt, listening to him to make that difference. Difficult to watch this today. Sad that it happened in Utah. I wouldn't want it to happen anywhere, but somehow I would like to think that we were different here. A political assassination happening on Utah Valley University here, where more than 40,000 students call home. They go to classes. They come here to exchange ideas.
I want to read some of the latest information from Utah Valley University. This is a joint letter from the president, the provost, the VP, also some of the student body president. This was shared a few moments ago. It says, "Dear UVU community, on behalf of Utah Valley University, we're shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk, a guest to our campus. Our hearts go out to his family as we grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. UVU campuses will be closed from September 11th through the 14th. All classes in person or virtual. Sorry, I'm getting some mixed minus in my ear. Campus events and administrative operations will be suspended during this time. Please plan accordingly and make any necessary adjustments to your schedules." They also mentioned that students will have their coursework, assignment deadlines, and exams delayed to accommodate the campus closure. Faculty and supervisors, they're thanking them for being flexible and such as well. So that is the latest from UVU at this point. And we're going to send things over to Leslie Duarte, who's joining us live from the hospital with an update. Leslie.
Yeah, Brian, Heidi, I'm here at the hospital, Timpanogos Hospital, where in the last few minutes there has been a lot more activity. And the latest is we just saw the medical examiner arrive to the hospital. This, as I'm speaking, people are gathering here. More and more people are arriving to pay their respects to Charlie. Just around the corner, people have flags, signs, many in tears. And as I mentioned moments ago, the medical examiner arrived and police are still present. Roads are blocked off, or the entrances to the hospital are blocked off, only letting emergency vehicles inside or people who need care. This is still developing and has been a tragic moment, and certainly people here are feeling emotional over what happened here in Utah. From that, I'll send it back to you guys. Brian, Heidi.
Leslie, thank you very much. We're just trying to unpack some of the information that we're learning more about what took place here, and a very fluid situation, learning about where things stand at the hospital with Leslie Duarte. We have heard from David Ochoa and Brian Malahi also with more about the investigation and what has been taking place here. As we're just trying to learn the suspect. Is it a person of interest? Is it a suspect? Where things stand at that point, as we really talk about the bigger picture here, is that Charlie Kirk, a very well-known political activist that has had his hands in so many different pieces of the political spectrum, was killed today here on the Utah Valley University campus.
I think safe to call him a friend of the president. He had his ear, worked with him on the campaign. So this is something that, a loss that is being grieved, not here in Utah, but just across the country and really around the world as people follow American politics and what happens here. Let's go back inside to Krista McPeak with more reaction about Charlie Kirk's passing.
There's been a lot of conversation around where this happened. We have gotten confirmed reports from the Associated Press about where that shooter was potentially and where Charlie Kirk was speaking. So here's a map. This kind of shows the campus here, and we're looking at the Lucy Center. And I don't know how to pronounce that correctly. That's what it looks like, and the site of the shooting. Now I have this map here. This shows the whole campus of Utah Valley University. You can see I-15 here. I'm going to zoom in, and you could see this bowl-like area that they talked about at the press conference where Kirk was speaking there. And then if we zoom back out, you can come this way. This is that Lucy Center, and they say that they believe the shots came from about 200, quite a ways away, as you can see here. And think that the shooter was potentially on the roof there. We have seen photos online of a figure on top of that roof. It's unclear if those are confirmed, but this kind of gives you a layout of what that situation looks like and where everyone was during that time of the shooting. I'll send it back to you.
Kristen, thank you very much. We're back out here live in Orem on the campus of Utah Valley University. I'm actually just going to step out of the way here and show you kind of this police presence that's been here since we've arrived in this area within the last couple of hours. This parking lot was closed off and then we were allowed back in. There's unmarked vehicles parked in here, uniformed officers walking through, and also officers just in undercover checking vehicles and such as we continue to learn more about the situation that took place here on campus earlier today. Right now, out here, the update that we received was in the last hour and a half or so, and it kind of shared some of the specifics of what we were going through and what happened earlier today. And when you talk about the timeline of what transpired, it was shortly after noon, around 12:20, when that single gunshot rang out on the campus here at Utah Valley University, striking the neck area of Charlie Kirk while he was speaking under his signature Turning Point tent at his first speaking engagement of the tour. And what we learned about that situation from various videos on social media is that Charlie took the impact and immediately went down and then was whisked away by members of his staff as people frantically took off in various directions. As you may imagine, there were thousands of people that were in that area. Let's send things over to Natalie Wattis now, who has more for us in our team coverage tonight here on this special coverage on 2 News at 5 o'clock. Natalie joining us live.
Good evening, Brian, Heidi. Well, we heard in that news conference earlier this afternoon from the chief of the UVU police force, who talked a little bit about the security that they had in place at this event this afternoon. He mentioned that there were roughly 6 officers in a crowd of 3,000 people. Now, I want to step out of the way here, Brian, just like you did, and show you some of the police force that we're seeing out here. This is at the Keller building on the UVU campus. Now, what we know about the event, what we heard from the police chief and others, was that the event this afternoon was a very open event. People could come and go as they pleased. They could move to the front, around freely. And I spoke with one UVU professor this afternoon. They wanted to stay anonymous, but they told me that the school emergency alert system did not kick in fast enough, they felt. They said they didn't get notified about the situation until about 30 minutes after they heard shots being fired. And they described watching students run into their building, confused and scared. The professor describing this situation as traumatizing for everyone involved. Now, there are a lot of concerns being raised about how the school and police handled security at this event and how the emergency system was activated here. Now, I'll have more details on what that professor told me tonight at 10, but for now, I'll send things back to you live on UVU's campus. Natalie Wattis, KUTV 2 News.
Natalie, thank you. We are just outside of the UCC Youth Center where they have their basketball games. There's still a police presence out here. I've actually been talking to my son who was on campus and at this event as the shooting happened today. I've been desperately trying to give him a mom hug and just check in on him. But at this point, I still have not been able to get in touch with him because campus is locked down a little more than I thought still, where he can't get to where we're at.
Well, we hope we get that reunion. Also, I know it's something that has been really tough for you all day, knowing that your son was getting ready to go speak, hopefully, to Charlie Kirk and have a lively conversation, as most of them are. So it's one of those things where I imagine he was excited for that back and forth dialogue. And what we see on social media is what you get at a lot of these events. Somebody poses a question or that argument, and Charlie will go back and forth. And it really, some of those make for just great discussions that really we could take home to the dinner table and probably have that same discussion and maybe be a little bit more open with that dialogue, which is everything that his tour really promotes. So it's obviously a very emotional day for so many people who were just there hoping to have that conversation, and then this happens.
Yeah, and these are conversations that a lot of families have. I report on a lot of politics, so we always have tough conversations with our kids from a very young age going up. So it didn't surprise me that he wanted to be there on campus for this today, because he loves being a part of a tough conversation. Sometimes likes to play devil's advocate, which I think a lot of kids were there for today. Republican, Democrat, and those kids that are just trying to figure it out and make up their minds. Those kids all leaving campus today, going home to their parents. Change forever. Most people don't actually see a life taken from them in front of their eyes, and this is something that they will have to live with for the rest of their lives, which breaks my heart that this is something that has happened here with so many students.
Well, this was, the sun was shining down here today, and now the clouds have moved in. The wind is picking up a little bit as we're just kind of dimming down here as the investigation continues behind us here on the other side in campus. So as I mentioned to you just a few minutes ago, classes are canceled from the 11th through the 14th at this point. Teachers trying to work with their students and such and figure out the coursework and whatnot. But really the priority here is obviously finishing up what took place here with the investigation and then trying to get to the bottom of the suspect that committed this act today.
And safety obviously top of mind for the students, because at this point it does seem like there's a big question mark in the air of whether or not they have the actual shooter in custody. The person they have in custody, they're calling a person of interest. We do know that Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, says they have a suspect in custody. But during that news conference today, the governor and also the FBI locally said that they were holding him on obstruction, but at this point did not go to the point where they called him a suspect. Even then, they were still searching around campus and still a large police presence here.
And I get the sense we're kind of landlocked to this one location here right now, because if we move, we may not be able to show you anything different. The goal is to obviously show you what is happening and bring that information to you in real time, which is why we have some of our team members scattered about. I'd have to imagine there's still more police work being done on the ground beyond just the investigative point, because when we were on the north side of campus earlier today, they were combing woods, homes, looking in cars, all of those things.
And I do know that my son was saying that they were locked out of their apartments as well that are pretty close to campus. So I think a lot of students are heading home to wherever their parents are, trying to find friends that they can be with tonight. One of the big questions that's going to come out as we look through this investigation is, was this something that just happened spur of the moment? Did the shooter plan this out? I don't think it's been more than 2 weeks since the announcement came that Charlie Kirk was doing this tour and would be coming to Utah here at UVU, and then again in a couple of weeks to Utah State University. This was something that he was doing on a really regular basis during the 2024 election, where people knew he was out there, he was doing it, but kind of had been quiet with these campus visits, rebooting them up as they were headed into maybe the fall and some of those midterm elections that are happening.
So again, for those of you just joining us, we will have live coverage for the next, hour and a half or so as we stay with you here from Orem, Utah. Heidi Hatch, Brian Schnee, our entire crew covering the events that took place here today in Orem on the campus of Utah Valley University, where we had the deadly shooting of Charlie Kirk, who was here for his speaking engagement, his first event here at Utah Valley University, with Utah State scheduled to follow for another speaking engagement, and things turning for the absolute worst here on campus, with students sent running and screaming and not knowing what was happening, because we think about some of these situations, especially in a college campus setting where there is a massive amount of people, that it could be a mass amount of victims. And in this situation, it appears, we don't know no motive at this point, but it appears there was one target.
That it was a political assassination, but the kids didn't know that because this shot came from, they say, possibly a couple hundred yards away. My son said he specifically heard one shot. They thought that maybe somebody else had been hurt, but because there was other buildings around campus that echoed, I think there was a question of whether or not there were other shots, if there were other shooters. So a lot of questions. Kids, obviously, when you're out there having fun, your brain's not thinking, was that a gun and should I run? But it happened pretty quickly when they all realized that they needed to get to safety.
There was a press conference around 4:15 this afternoon where they laid out some of that preliminary information. Obviously things still very fluid right there. Brian Malahy was there. We hope to have him in just a few minutes with some of the things that he heard. There were a lot of questions being asked towards the tail end of there, which the governor, if I remember, cut everyone off and said that's all we're going to be saying for now. Some very strong statements there that we heard from the local field office supervisor from the FBI here in the Salt Lake area, the Salt Lake field office, also from Governor Spencer Cox as well, and the UVU chief was also there. And we're hoping that there will be a little bit more of an update that we can share with you, because I think there are a lot of questions about what is still actively happening here, and is there a concern with campus closed? Is there still a potential safety concern? Are there those things right now? So when we have Brian Malahi coming up here, hopefully in the next few minutes on the 2 News at 6 o'clock portion of the program, hope to have some more of that information relayed from about 90 minutes ago at this point.
My eyes are getting full of tears because I see my cute kids. Can I go hug them for a second while you talk?
Absolutely. I needed to witness that moment.
Okay? Oh, you guys are watching us on TV. I'm sad because I was scared for you. I got to hug the friends too.
Okay, we'll give them a moment here. Josh, you can come back here, but
I'm so sorry. You guys
we'll give Heidi a moment. I believe probably her microphone's still on if you want to pod that down real quick. Heidi's been trying to get in touch with her son for a few hours since I saw her around 3 o'clock this afternoon, and it's one of those things. I'm just trying to see who we have that we can talk to and share with you right now while Heidi is over there talking to some of the family members. But you are with us live here on 2 News in Orem, Utah, on the campus of Utah Valley University. We're covering the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk from earlier today. The governor, as we mentioned, spoke in a press briefing around 4:15. Let's take a listen.
If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American.
This is breaking news on 2 News at 6.
Thanks for joining us live here on 2 News at 6 o'clock. Heidi Hatch, Brian Schnee. We are live in Orem right now, following just a horrific event that took place today that we're still trying to learn more about. I do want to say I'm glad you got your hug and your reunion with your son. That's something you've been very focused on over the last couple of hours. I'm glad that happened for you right now.
Yes, if you're just joining us here, political commentator, 31-year-old Charlie Kirk, shot and killed on this Utah Valley University campus today. Thousands of students were there hoping to talk with him and debate with him today. Definitely a traumatic experience for so many who were in attendance today, hoping for a fun day of political discourse, talking about issues that kids care about, which is exciting that kids care about, that they wanted to be a part of this conversation.
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, when you have thousands of kids, and it's not just university students, as we learned, high schoolers that were here, some that told me they were going to get extra credit for being here, to be a part of a lively conversation where that is that back and forth dialogue, where you have the expression of the ideas, which is something that Charlie Kirk advertises with his tour. Come in there and give your point of view and expect to get it back. And that was the whole purpose of that dialogue and the topics that are being discussed basically on a daily occurrence with these tour events that he has scheduled throughout the country.
My son was one of the thousands that was there today, and I just saw him for the first time just a couple of minutes ago, but I'm going to have him come over here and talk to us a little bit about what he saw. This was happening just after noon today. I was texting him just to check on his wrist because he heard it. Being a mom, checking in to see exactly what was happening. He didn't answer me. Jordan, at some point you texted back and said, I'm hoping to ask him a question, but I didn't know who that him was. You were at this event today. Was it something that you were planning to do with friends or decided at the last second, or what happened?
Yeah, I knew he was coming, so I decided a few days ago that I wanted to talk to him. I agree with him on most things, but I still think it'd be fun to debate him, I don't know, just it's a cool experience. There's millions of people watching, thousands of students there. I just thought it would be a fun experience. I got there was thousands of kids. I got in line to go actually debate him, and honestly it was probably good I got there at 12 when it started instead of earlier, because I ended up further up in the line, and it was probably...
So further up means like you were close to the stage, or where were you at?
So there was some stairs leading down towards the stage, and I was kind of at the top of those stairs, so I was gonna make my way down. I wanted to debate him, but I was just up there. I was talking to some kids, and it happened. I thought someone was blowing up fireworks. I thought there was some sort of firecrackers or something. And then I saw his head go back. I saw him fall over, and everyone freaked out. Kids were getting down. I sprinted out of there, called you.
Yeah, I got a panicked phone call, and I'm not a very good mom under pressure because I think I freaked out and hung up on you at some point trying to find your dad. But when you left and you said you saw his head go back, did you realize in your mind that he had been shot, or did you still think there was fireworks and he was being dramatic and fell over or something?
It took a second or two, but I heard the fireworks. I maybe even saw some smoke come up from somewhere, but I saw his head go back. I saw him fall out of the chair, and everyone started screaming. And I didn't see any of the blood, but I think at that point I knew that something insane, something I never thought I would experience happened. I kind of realized that he had been shot. And it was hard to process in my head, and I still don't know if I completely have processed it, but.
So there was thousands of kids there. When everyone started running, was there a clear path to get out? Did everyone realize at the same point, or was it just sheer panic?
A lot of kids hit the ground. I was running out of there. I had my backpack, my skateboard. There was kids shoving around. I even had some friends that were probably 15 feet from the stage. They have a video from when they were there. Everyone just hit the ground. No one kind of realized what happened, but they had even a better vantage point of what happened. They could see kind of the gruesome aspect of it, and I'm glad I wasn't there because I was pretty close to the door. I was able to get out. I'm familiar with UVU, so I knew my way back to my apartment. I made my way back. I called my friends, called my mom, my dad, just, you know.
You have some friends that are here with you right now. They came down from the high school today, and earlier this week, Bingham High School had a lockdown where the kids didn't know exactly what was happening. They were locked in classrooms. They were told to cover the windows, get under their desks, and then something like this happened. Were they pretty afraid?
I think so. The two friends I had from high school, I think were pretty focused in the moment. I know they were helping other people get into the bathroom, kind of leading people to safety, but I think it kind of got to the point where it hit them. I ended up calling them. They were pretty shaken, but I think everyone was at some point. So
we're going to continue talking. Stay here for just a second. My producer, as we were speaking, told me that they released the suspect. Is that what I'm hearing, Stephen? So FBI Director Kash Patel saying that the suspect that they had in custody has now been released, which makes us, I guess, concerned again that there's still a shooter on the loose and they don't exactly know who this was. Definitely terrifying to hear about. Jord, we're just hearing right now that they don't have the shooter.
Okay,
kind of scary.
That is scary because that means what if we never find him, and that's not an okay thing for someone to get away with that.
As a mom, I never want bad things to happen. I think you know that I'm the kind of mom that's worried about everything because I'm in the news business.
Yeah.
I wasn't worried about you today, but I think a lot of moms and dads that are listening right now are going to be worried about their kids because of what they saw. I'm guessing you're a little bit in shock right now.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about the fact that you watched someone die today.
It's kind of a crazy feeling. It doesn't feel like something that it doesn't feel like something that could ever happen to me where I could watch someone die. I mean, we hear about it all the time. There's tons of people on social media talking about it, praying for Charlie and his family. But it's just when you actually experience it, it's a different feeling. And me and my friends were even talking about it. The school that I'm going to, the school that I'm graduating from, will forever be known as a school where Charlie Kirk was assassinated or killed, whatever you want to say. And anytime I go through that courtyard, I'll just remember that. It's been playing through my head all day. I was pretty far away, and even then I just keep imagining the moment. I hear the shot, I see his head go back. I've seen the videos as well, and it's horrible, and I don't know, it's kind of hard to process.
Thanks for talking about it. We're going to go to Leslie Duarte right now, who is at the hospital right now, where we've been waiting for more word on possibly family members arriving or also the medical examiner. Leslie?
Yeah, Heidi. Medical examiner arrived just moments ago, and we're waiting to get more information on exactly what's next. But as more people are getting off work and as the evening is coming arriving. More and more people are showing up in tears, heartbroken over the tragic incident that has happened at the University UVU. Here next to me, I have Kelsey. Kelsey, where did you come from and why are you here today?
I drove down from Syracuse, Utah. It's like an hour and 40-minute drive just to come show support and just, we love Charlie Kirk. You know, I followed him for a while and he's so influential in the election, but just teaching so many people love for country, true principles to live by, loving God, how to live a happy life, and it's just terrible what's happened to him. So I just want to come show my love and gratitude for him to everyone and to his family, and I hope just help ignite greater patriotism too, like I think he would have wanted. So.
And I see you have some flags here. What do you plan to do with these flags?
Just give them to whoever. I figured maybe there'd be other people here too, and yeah, it looks like I'm not the only one that had this idea. So just, you know, I think this is exactly what Charlie would want. We're just out here with American flags and just loving our God and country and fellow man even more to honor his name and what he did and his legacy. So.
And how do you feel about something like this happening here in Utah? You said your alma mater is UVU.
Yeah, I went to UV and I wanted to be there today. I guess, thank goodness actually that I wasn't. That would have been horrible to witness, but terrible happened in Utah, terrible happened anywhere in our country. We all have freedom of speech and we need to respect that for each other, and just to kill over an opinion that's different than yours is un-American and it's absolutely terrible and it shouldn't happen. And I just hope that we can carry on his legacy of what he fought for. So
absolutely. Kelsey, thank you so much for talking to us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
He doesn't want to.
We're still here at the hospital, and with that, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Two other girls that live in our neighborhood were supposed to be like helping with the event.
Stand by.
We're back here live at the Utah Valley University, where we have learned just in the last couple of minutes that suspect they had in custody is not the shooter. So we're now back to square one, knowing that whoever did this is still out in our community.
Yeah, and that's frightening. I mean, just to be honest, we're standing here and it may seem a little weird, but I do always have my kind of head on a swivel at one of these situations with the culmination of what we're hoping to accomplish after the act of violence. You hope for somebody to be in custody swiftly. So that's one of those situations that we're waiting here to hopefully get some of that news. We do have Brian Will, who's joining us live from the Utah State Capitol tonight. Brian, what's happening there and what are you expecting to see this evening?
Yeah, guys, we just got here, and tonight at 7 is when they're having that vigil here for Charlie Kirk in the Capitol Rotunda where we're at. And because of what has been going on, we expect more security tonight. An interesting note, as we did walk in here, the flags are at half staff here at the Capitol, as the governor has ordered here. And as we made our way through the door, more Utah Highway Patrol were here on scene just to protect this event and other events that are like it throughout the state. I do see a few people around with American flags tonight here to support for that vigil. And it's just the emotions and very somber inside the Capitol at this time. It's usually not a very busy time inside the Capitol, but here people are starting to gather as this vigil is scheduled for 7 p.m. tonight. It's being put on by the House representatives, the House Republican representatives here in the Capitol. It starts at 7 and we'll be live streaming it and bringing you more as we learn it. Reporting live inside the Capitol, Brian Will, KUTV 2 News.
Brian, thank you. I do believe that there's probably a lot of students hoping to gather and be able to talk to each other after what they witnessed today, but Utah Valley University largely locked down still at this point. Some of the roads around it back open again, but students are not allowed on the campus. And as you can see behind us, there are still police here, and now the manhunt continues, trying to figure out who this shooter was.
And just a reminder that campus is closed from at least the 11th through the 14th at this point. That information out and now available on the UVU website. If you or someone you know as a student at Utah Valley University, you have questions, that is some information that is still out there right now. But right now where things stand, I mean, campus looks from our vantage point very similar to where it was about an hour ago. From our vantage point here by the UCCU Center, Heidi, we had officers that were going into and combing through some of the areas where cars were parked and whatnot, still very active in trying to figure out if they had something that did not belong on campus. So right now, we don't see any active searching or looking here, but I did see that when I was standing on the north side of campus about 3 o'clock this afternoon.
One of the problems they have at this point is there's no longer a perimeter where they can assume that this shooter is still on campus. So at this point, they have the entire state to think about, because how many hours since the shooting? It happened at about 12:20. We're now 5-6 hours down the road, so whether that person is hiding out close by or driven to another state, which is quite possible, could happen. So there's a lot of questions exactly how things go with this investigation. They did talk about earlier that they do have cameras here on campus that will be helpful to them. With as great as our phones are, somehow security cameras are not great, and they're saying that you can imagine what kind of video they're dealing with.
Well, I do find it interesting right now that we don't have maybe a bolo or something, be on the lookout that was issued. We've had that in the past in Utah. I remember that the day that Sergeant Bill Hoosier was shot and killed, there was a be on the lookout for the suspect with his photo and a description. And I wonder if we're getting to that point, if we do not have the suspect, if there will be information that will be shared, publicly disseminated, maybe a vehicle or something, a known vehicle where they can use license plate reader technology. You mentioned the closed caption TV cameras that are on campus. That is something that they probably, and they alluded to actually in that press conference, they have already tapped into and they are using. So they do have a picture of the individual they're looking to. I'm fairly confident in that, because when we were walking around the area, we did have officers that were looking actively at their phone as they were seeing people walk by and looking up and looking down and getting a visual perspective. So it's pretty clear that there's a photo that they're using to try and find this individual. I don't think they're doing this blindly at this point. There were a lot of students on campus today, a lot of students that were out there waiting to maybe have their opportunity to speak with Charlie Kirk or at least participate in that debate. Let's take a listen to what they had to say after this unfolded.
Yeah, so I was working an event on campus, and I was in the hallway that led directly to where the courtyard was, and all of a sudden I just saw this massive mob of people running towards us, and there were people screaming, there were people crying. It was very, like he said, very surreal and heartbreaking. And people just started saying, like, get him out, and because I was wearing a name tag and like a uniform, someone came over to me and was like, we need your help getting everyone evacuated. So I just started getting people out of the building as much as I could. These things take time to process. It was interesting in the moment. I feel like my emotions kind of shut off, and it was more so like, okay, how do we get everyone out? How do we help people be safe? And then it wasn't until I got back to my apartment and saw one of my friends who was also there that I kind of just collapsed into his arms. We both just started sobbing, because like, how could something like this happen?
People started lay on the ground. Everyone started praying. That was one thing that we all just instinctively did. And then we started running. But in my head, I was looking right at Charlie, and you could just see his neck just bleeding. And so we didn't know, and we just ran and got out of there. But it was a blessing to get out safe. And you hear the pop, and I just saw the blood gushing, and in my head I saw some smoke right there, and it wasn't very loud. I thought it was a balloon or something, but it was. They grabbed him and he kind of fell back in his seat, and it was a little weird.
It's really traumatizing. Definitely something that I've never witnessed before. I think a lot of the college students were there, even some teenagers and some kids with families. I think everybody's probably feeling about the same of how I feel right now. So.
I mean, just what are your whole thoughts on this? I mean, this event comes and people come out and show out not expecting this.
I'll be honest with you, I'm neutral, moderate, but you can debate, argue, disagree with whoever, but I think it's totally wrong to shoot an individual.
So hearing from some of those students that were on campus earlier today, again, thousands of people out there, not just for that situation, but back to class and other circumstances of just being on campus today, and the sheer amount of terror that we saw in some of those videos of people just dispersing from one singular gunshot that we believe that happened, that was ultimately aimed at one individual. It's remarkable that there were no other injuries that we're aware of or other situations at this point. But there's still the questions that are out there of who is the suspect, was there a motive, where are they, right? That is something that they're still trying to figure out now that we've learned that maybe that suspect has been released, as you learned from the FBI Director Kash Patel putting out about a half hour ago. Let's send things over to Mike Stephen. Mike is one of our photographers and photojournalists here at KUTV. He's been doing that just a little bit, and he got on campus earlier today. He's been on campus for most of, if not all of the afternoon. Mike, can you kind of just take us through what you saw early on and how the day has evolved for you in your perspective? I know you've talked to a lot of people.
Brian, I'm actually on the south side of campus on University Parkway. I've been here all afternoon since about 1:15, and from my perspective, I've been keeping an eye on what looks like the staging grounds for all the law enforcement, excuse me, that have been here. And when I say all the law enforcement, it seems like there's just hundreds of them that have been here from multiple agencies. Salt Lake has been down here, Riverton, Lehigh, obviously Orem, Provo, UHP, and there were just so many of them coming in here. SWAT was coming in. They were using their big tactical vehicles as well, getting fitted up in their SWAT gear to go start doing the campus sweeps. And there was no traffic going into campus. There was traffic coming out, just so that as they would clear buildings, people would be leaving, get in their cars, and heading out. Some of the people that I talked to while at this position, one lady was just getting ready to go into the event. She was at the gates when she heard the gunfire, and to her it sounded like the gunfire came from above. But it was a former police officer herself, so she kind of kicked into gear in that sense and went in to start helping students get out, to funnel them out of the event, and grabbed two students who were really struggling, getting ready to collapse. She got them to a safe spot and got them some medical attention. Another gentleman that I spoke to was actually in the question line to ask Charlie Kirk a question. He's a he's a veteran himself, said he served in Afghanistan, and I think you heard my interview with him earlier, but he just described it as being in a bowl, and when the gunshot happened, the best course of action for people is to get up against the wall and just get out of there as quickly as possible. And for the most part, he said people did that, but it was just a lot of chaos inside as people were just trying to get out of the way, get themselves to safety. And now that the campus is essentially clear from all the students, it's just left to law enforcement to, I guess, continue their sweeps. Brian?
All right, Mike Stephen there explaining exactly what he saw on campus today. He's been here since just after the shooting at 1 o'clock. A lot of chaos, and as we were listening to some of those sound bites earlier from some of those kids who were on campus, some people thought it was a balloon popping. My son thought at first that it was fireworks, and then the reality set in is exactly what happened. Some kids hitting the ground, others running. Luckily, we haven't heard that there have been injuries of other kids in that chaos trying to get out of there, because definitely a scary situation when they're in that bowl situation on campus where they're kind of in a tight area outside.
Although you do see that those videos kind of playing itself out on social media, there is just everyone all at once dispersing uphill and away from that stage area where the tent was set up, that Charlie likes to speak under, that very typical tent with the little table, right? So there was a central focus point at the bottom of that bowl, and the shooter, if positioned up high, likely had that clear angle. I think that's something that Brian Malahy referenced as well. If there was the thought of what we're seeing circulating on social media with somebody presenting themselves on a high part of a building, that's a clear shot at that point, especially with just a natural amphitheater-like setting.
A clear shot, and if they weren't looking for that person to get down or they waited for a while, they could have waited out until, people were running away. If you would have had a shooter in that group of people, hopefully you would have had people jumping on them, holding them down, and had that suspect. But again, at this hour, there is not a suspect in custody, and now we know that a shooter who came here planning today to shoot and kill Charlie Kirk is on the loose. We don't know how far away they've gotten, or if possibly they're still hiding out here on campus or somewhere in the vicinity.
I have been asking, Department of Public Safety has taken over the information disbursement of public information, which they did the same thing in Tremont a few weeks ago. Heidi, you and I were both up there for the very unfortunate circumstances involving the two officers from the Tremont and Garland Police Department. And DPS has taken over that information flow. They're planning the press conferences and things, and they're kind of the point person for us to be reaching through. Now, I'm standing here on live TV. I have lots of questions and have lots of things that I want to ask about, including like what I mentioned to you. We've got a potential active shooter that has not been apprehended. Is there a description? Is there a name? Is there a driver's license photo that we can be sharing to have people's eyes if this person has left the immediate area. So if we're not getting that information, it leads me to believe that maybe there is the hope that that person is still local or around, or they have a very good set of intel on where this person may be from that law enforcement perspective. So hoping that if we need to disperse that, we can do that sooner rather than later, especially as the sun starts to set here in Utah County with that cloud cover, that early cloud cover. So right now, the latest information we do have is from that 4:15 press conference.
If you have kids that have video or pictures on their phone from that event, they maybe have helped to police. The FBI setting up a tip line that you can send that information into. Also, you hate to say it, but this could be someone local. It could be a neighbor, a family member. If someone's acting strange, they had a rifle when they left the house today, they had black clothes on, or something that you think raises some red flags, call the FBI, give them that information, and help them answer the questions they have at this hour.
And right now, the information that we've heard in terms of a suspect, one was in custody early on, then one was not in custody, then one was in custody again, and then one has been released. So it's kind of this ping pong effect, this back and forth, where nothing is overly concrete in terms of the individual that may have committed the act of killing Charlie Kirk here on the campus of Utah Valley University today. So I think that things will be a little bit more settling once we are aware of everything coming to bed, if you will, from the investigative standpoint of the initial potential shooter, if there is only one. So we do have the governor from earlier today from the press conference that took place about 2 hours ago now. Take a listen.
But I want to make it crystal clear right now to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law.
You're listening to Governor Cox there at a news conference a little earlier today. He spoke to Utahns saying that we are better than this and asking people to turn down the heat on this political climate. But at the same time, he said, we have the death penalty in the state of Utah for a reason. We are going to find this person. We will hold them accountable.
And the very strong words from the governor today. I mean, we've heard him in different light here, unfortunate circumstances the last few weeks. He spoke at both the funerals for the officers that were killed in the Tree Mountain area, and also out here today talking about the situation that was very active and still unfolding in the 4 o'clock hour, where we still don't have a lot of answers to those questions. And very, tense words for the individual that took the life of Charlie Kirk here on campus today. And it's one of those situations where it's still evolving, but as we learn more information, we will bring it to you right here as soon as we get it, also on our website, KUTV.com, and then the 2 News mobile app.
Earlier this afternoon, not long after the shooting happened, I had a scheduled interview with Senator John Curtis. I spoke to him. We want to give you a little bit about what he had to say, and also Senator Mike Lee.
But we really have to change the way that we're addressing and talking about issues and those that we disagree with. I think we probably all know families who have heated conversations at the dinner table that shouldn't be the type of conversations that we're having within families. Of course we can disagree, of course we can debate, of course we can argue, but the level of angst that's surfacing even within our own families and among friends is just a really bad place to be.
6:25.
We're back out here live after listening to the senators there asking for people to turn down the heat. Senator Mike Lee just recently meeting with Charlie Kirk before these events. I believe was a close friend and interacted with him often, especially on the campaign trail during this last election cycle.
Well, they also put out that video on social media talking about Utah specifically and people coming to his events and coming out to participate in the dialogue, in the conversation. Senator Lee, a big supporter, and immediately saying today, he was one of the first people that put out on his based Mike Lee account, if you're going to pray for anything today, pray for Charlie Kirk. And it was almost immediate, just a one-liner. One of the very first to say something after this news broke. I believe it was within 30 minutes. So obviously there was that close relationship there. Sorry, I'm just hearing something in my ear and I didn't quite hear that again.
They're trying to get that Senator Mike Lee soundbite ready.
But before we can get there, Leslie Duarte is over at the hospital where there's a growing amount of people out there. She joins us live to continue our team coverage tonight here on 2 News at 6 o'clock. Leslie, what are you seeing out there right now?
Brian, Heidi, we're on the other side of the hospital where people are gathered here. This is what we've been talking about. People here with flags, signs, paying their respects to Charlie and his family in this very tragic moment that has taken his life. People like Chris are here. Chris, you tell me you were at the university when this happened.
Yeah,
what was going through your mind when you saw
I was excited to see Charlie. I've always wanted to see him. And 15 minutes in, that's when he got shot. But me and my friend, we were there, and she was hot. We pulled back, and about that time, that's what I thought was a firework that went off, and it was just one shot. And then I saw everybody running back towards us, and there's a couple of girls that were hysterical, and they were yelling, they saw blood, and I was trying to talk to them and calm them down and hug them, and I just say, pray for the best right now. And that's when I kind of dove down, because I didn't know if there was going to be more shots or what, but it was just one shot. That was all it was. So.
And now that we know Charlie has passed and his life was taken, what do you want to tell people? What is going through your mind right now?
I'm really sorry that this happened in Utah. I'm so ashamed to say that I live here now because of what's going on. We just need to come together. We need to get this situated and fixed the right way. Instead of fighting with each other, we're not doing any good by doing that. I just beg people to please work together and make some common ground. It's just getting worse and worse and worse every day. And I sit and I worry about my grandkids, about having something happen to them. I just don't want it.
Chris, thank you so much. That emotion definitely being felt here. As many people are mourning the loss of Charlie, certainly someone that you followed and that you admired.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time. I
You
really
bet.
appreciate it. Thank you.
We love you, Charlie.
Absolutely. That's the message and what a lot of people have on their signs here and where I am. We love you, Charlie. Calling him an American hero, certainly paying their respects to him and his family. Brian, Heidi, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Leslie, thank you. As you're listening to the woman she was speaking to, this really all comes down to a respect for human life and other people. We can have different opinions and we can still get along. You don't have to hate someone. There doesn't have to be violence. And it came to that today.
Well, it speaks to the movement that Charlie was all about, right? What he's been trying to instill with Turning Point for since he established it, and has tried to make this an open conversation sort of perspective, whether you believe one thing or not. It was about bringing your ideas to the table. And if, hey, you have an idea I haven't thought about, debate me on it, and we'll see if we can find that common ground. So that was one of those things that I think really strikes a nerve with college students as they're exploring the wonders of the world and trying to figure out what's next and have all these opinions. And now being a college student, now with social media throwing so much at you, it is an opportunity to ask those questions and saying, hey, I'm reading this on this platform, but this guy might have the answer that I hadn't thought of before. So I can understand why people have the emotion so much about the news today, especially if they were a devout follower of Charlie Kirk, or maybe if they were new to following Charlie Kirk and really stood by what he was about.
I really think it's a chance to step back, and every time something like this happens, we think, okay, is this a time for the nation to reset, and can we reset and get back to a point where we can have those conversations and it doesn't get to this point? But I feel like we say that all too often every time there's a school shooting, or last year when President Trump, when there was an attempt on his life, not once but twice, even in court today, that second attempt on his life, that person, the jury was picked in Miami, Florida today, that trial about to begin, and now we see a political assassination here. We have also seen them in other parts of our country in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that you want to figure out, what is the way we can stop this? What is the way that this ends? I think there are a lot of ideas on the table, but at this point...
Kindness begins with me.
Yes, exactly. It all starts with you and with all of us, putting one foot in front of the other and being kind to those around us. At this point, I do want to just let you know, we've been out here live for the last few hours. It is 6 o'clock or 6:30 now. So thanks for joining us for our special programming here, as we normally would have ended the 2 News at 6 o'clock newscast, but we'll be staying with you for at least another hour here with some live coverage from Orem, Utah. Heidi Hatch, Brian Schnee, we have our entire crew virtually out here right now. Kristen McPeak is back inside on the live desk, monitoring some of the reaction, especially on social media, from people talking about Charlie Kirk's passing today, which we learned early on that Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck by one single gunshot. It was believed around 12:20 this afternoon. I can tell you, but you heard rather quickly as well because your son was here. My phone started going off at about 12:29, so just a few minutes after that. And we started learning little by little the information that transpired, and then social media catching fire in the way it does. Videos start circulating. You're seeing things you definitely don't want to see in any way, shape, or form. But that is the harsh reality of what took place here today in Orem on the campus of UVU.
Yeah, my son called me right after it happened, and I don't think it even made sense in my brain when he was telling me what happened, because I was just trying to wrap my brain around what he was saying and what was happening, just trying to figure out what was going on. Devastated for all the kids that were there today, saw what happened. I actually told them at some point, I'm like, please stop looking at the videos because, I mean, it's just awful, and once you see those things, you can't get them out of your brain. There's going to be a lot of students, faculty, staff, people who are here that are going to need counseling. Interestingly enough, my son said when I was talking to him that one of the hardest parts is that now that every time he tells someone where he goes to school, Utah Valley University, it'll be connected to a fatal shooting like this. And then when he walks across campus, the area where they were having this event today, it's kind of a gathering spot. You sit out in the sunshine, you have a little lunch, you talk to your friends between classes. And that's an area that will be forever changed for anyone who was on campus today.
How do you move forward from something like that? And unfortunately, we've seen this on way too many high school campuses, college campuses. When I started my beginning years of my television career, I was in Southern Oregon. There was a shooting at Roseburg Community College there. Forever, that was something that people asked me about of what happened that day, and it was about 90 minutes from where I lived at the time. It's those things that stay with you and stay throughout decades in history, and unfortunately, this is a day in history that nobody really wants to talk about, and no one really wants to remember because of the negative acts, but it also involved somebody who has impacted so many people through words, through spoken word, and through dialogue and the freedom of conversation and instilling those ideas in our youth and all of these things that you may imagine. So this will strike a chord and a nerve, and it will take some time, beyond some time, to process for so many people.
Words are definitely where we need to get back to instead of violence. We understand that we have some of the dispatch audio that's coming into the newsroom right now from when exactly this event happened, again on Utah Valley University just after the noon hour.
And let's be advised, UVU in Orem has had an active shooter at the Charlie Kirk event. We're getting several calls. We're trying to get more information.
And that information coming out just after 12:20. I actually started listening to some of the radio traffic as I do typically to see what's going on and see if we can get a better feel for the situation. And my radio traffic that I started hearing was about 12:27 p.m., where they have already determined that an individual was shot and that somebody had fired from a rooftop area, believed to be. So they knew the information rather quickly. I think some of the things that people are going to talk about now is what Brian Leitsch mentioned early on. There were only 6 officers there for thousands of people. There were no bag checks or metal detectors or things that you would do at most large events.
Like if you're going to a basketball game
If you're going to a basketball
here,
game on campus, or if you're going to maybe an outdoor concert at an amphitheater where they check in those things. And that is something that's definitely going to be discussed, using today's event, unfortunately, as a springing point for change.
Yeah, and I remember when I came here with my son for a tour of campus at Utah Valley University, when they were talking about security on campus, they said no place is 100% safe, but the biggest problem we deal with are kids who leave their backpacks, someone steals your laptop. And so those are the things they deal with mostly here when you're talking about our university police. They're dealing with kids taking things that don't belong to them, or some of those lower level crimes. This is something much bigger than any of them ever probably expected or wanted to deal with.
Let's head back to the Utah State Capitol tonight. Our Brian Will is there live right now with a special conversation. Brian?
Brian, yeah, we are here in the Rotunda as they get ready for that vigil at 7 p.m. tonight for Charlie Kirk. Now, joining me is Jonathan Sims, and he was actually at the event today. Jonathan, what was your experience at the event? What did you see? And you're pretty familiar with this campus, you told me.
Yeah. So I actually used to attend UVU, not currently a student there, but I had specifically planned just to go back to the campus, specifically just for this event. And it was very surreal. It was a loud pop that sounded like a firecracker or some sort of firework, and we kind of froze for a second, like, oh, somebody's just trying to make a scene. Somebody's just trying to like make a big deal out of this. And then all of a sudden, everybody started running. I was actually standing directly in line, straight ahead from where Charlie was, Could not physically see him when the shot rang out, but as soon as people started running, you could tell that he was hunched over, and then his security team was right on top of him, carrying him immediately out of that.
Yeah, what was that moment after that shot rang out? What were you doing? What was going through your head?
Honestly, I couldn't figure out if I was supposed to run, if I was supposed to go towards something, figure something out, solve some sort of problem. The most I could get myself to do was really kind of start walking towards the exit because that's what everybody else was doing, but I couldn't quite understand what was going on. I think that's the biggest thing. It was just the unknown. Nobody knew what was happening.
And how are you doing tonight? I mean, trying to process what just happened a few hours ago.
Biggest thing is, I think, I'm not sure. I thought I was fine with it at first. Like, it was kind of like, whoa, like, well, that's really weird. It's odd that the one time I actually show up to one of these events, like, something happens. But the longer that I've kind of processed and thought about it, had little conversations with people here and there, I'll be honest, I'm angry. I'm angry about it. I'm extraordinarily disappointed for his family, and I'm extraordinarily disappointed in, honestly, the people that did this. Obviously, we don't know anything about who or what or motivation or anything, but it's extraordinarily disappointing that the biggest thing is Charlie shared thoughts and ideas, and he was silenced for those thoughts and ideas.
And now you're here tonight. The vigil starts at 7. What drew you to come to the vigil tonight here in the Capitol?
I think a sense of duty, a sense of respect, a sense of representing that I'm willing to stand by the things that I believe, no matter what the circumstances are. In the aftermath of trying to run away, part of me honestly wondered, like, I felt like I needed to walk towards it so that he wasn't the only one. And I think that's part of what brought me here today, is to almost an ownership of feeling like I need to stand up and say something more.
And you're really familiar with that campus, went there for a little bit. What's that space like usually? I mean, it was filled with thousands of students today. Yeah. What was that like, that experience?
That experience, or what that space is normally like?
What that space is normally like.
Amphitheater type place. It has lots of seating. It has calm water running. It's a very peaceful place. It's somewhere where people go and take naps and work on homework and lay on the grass and feel the sun. And it's not normally terribly crowded like that. It has people, lots of people, but not nearly thousands of people.
I guess I'm with you.
It's not terribly huge, but it's also large enough that it was able to accommodate the event today, but very difficult to be able to get into a position where you can be actively a part of what was going on.
Now, we did run into your family a little bit here. Did they know you were at the event, and did they check in, or what was the moments like after talking to family?
Yeah, they did know I was going to be there. I was actually there with another one of my friends, and immediately afterwards it was trying to figure out what was going on, talking to random other people that are running past, that are screaming, crying. Some people are sprinting, some people are angry, some people are shouting, some people are yelling, and trying to figure out what had just happened, and then immediately calling family. Obviously not wanting to call mom, let mom process and deal with it after the event. There was one shot. There was no more than that. It wasn't something that I was terribly afraid something more was going to happen, and so I wasn't terribly concerned about, oh, I need to immediately get a hold of somebody to solve this problem. The problem had passed. And so it was calling and informing them and saying, something crazy just happened. Something terrible just happened. And trying to figure out how to process that through communication with loved ones.
And now you're here with a friend who was also at the event. How's your friend holding up?
Doing okay. Probably doing better than I am, I'll be completely honest. I think the biggest thing is it's only been a few hours. It's still in that stage of processing and trying to figure out what actually happened, and trying to figure out, honestly, what that calling is for what I need to do next, right? I feel like there's this sense of urgency that was not present before, to be more involved, to be more engaged, to not be afraid to share my thoughts and ideas, even in light of something like this happening.
And you look at some of the pictures that are up behind us, they're setting up for this vigil. What's going through your mind right now, being in the Capitol?
I hope that I hope that this brings to light a new sense of ownership of our own thoughts, our own ideas, our own struggles, and being willing to do the research to understand the issues that bother us beyond understanding the surface level. I think that's one of the big things that Charlie Kirk brought to the table, is that he knew the issues deeper than what most people did, and that's why he was able to have conversations about them. Is people would come to him with these hot topic, these hot button issues, and he actually knew what he was talking about. Whereas many of us bystanders, the people that follow or to watched his videos, many times followed him because we were trying to understand some of these different issues. And now it's on our own shoulders to do the research ourselves, to be able to understand what's actually going on, and to take a more active role in our own lives, because all of these decisions affect us directly.
Thank you so much for talking with us, Jonathan. I'll let you get back to your friend, but very intelligent and well-spoken. I appreciate it. Thank you. Glad you're okay.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. So tonight, that vigil will be at 7 p.m. here. They're getting ready for it. As you can see, they've actually set up some pictures, kind of a little memorial behind me for this vigil. It's open to the public. There is expected to be more security with this in light of what has happened. And then the flags are at half staff, like the governor has orders as well. Now, usually on nights like this, there's yoga in front of the Capitol. That has been canceled tonight in respect for this vigil that is happening. There's people out on the front steps, people in the rotunda, and just people gathered all around for this vigil that starts at 7. And we'll carry that live here. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you. Live at the Capitol, Brian Will there, where a vigil will be happening this evening. We are on the campus of Utah Valley University, where it feels oddly quiet right now. There is still a police presence around us, but we do know the suspect they had in custody has now been released. They don't have a shooter. And Brian, I don't know about you, but I think we're all processing this as we go throughout the day. I started with just sheer panic when my son called me earlier today as he was running away from the scene and was there as those shots, that shot was fired. Anger and now sadness, as I've been listening to so many people talk about what they experienced today and how it's changed them. You see this happen on the national news. We talk about it. Shootings happening on other campuses across the country. It's happened here in Utah, and we hope this day wouldn't come.
Well, in words of those that spoke earlier today, political assassination happened right here in Orem, Utah today. And it is something that you're very valid to have those emotions as mom, so closely connected to what happened here today with your son that was running from this after seeing it firsthand. And so many people, as we've spoke to earlier today on the north side of campus, that, by the way, I didn't go up to anybody and ask them to talk to me. They all came to us wanting to share what happened, which is to put myself in a very
overflowing emotion. Yeah.
Overflowing emotion. I did not approach a single person to ask them to share with me. They all came to us, which I thought was very unique. It's not something that always happens, and people will normally
go the opposite direction.
And people came up and said, "Hey, I was there to see Charlie, and here's what happened." And we took our time with everybody, and it was a very vulnerable situation for a lot of these people to put themselves in that circumstance. Like the young high schooler that came up to me and wanted to talk around 3:30 when we were just getting situated and actually watching the SWAT vehicle go up and down the road and them searching through the brush and going and looking in windows of homes and knocking on doors and looking in windows of cars. And he came up and said, I was there with a lot of my high school classmates, which I didn't know high schoolers were there because this was on a college campus. And that was the first time I learned that there were plenty of high school kids that were there as well.
U.S. history credits.
Right,
yeah.
History credits. And so there's a lot of vulnerability to be had here, not just with the people that are being asked to talk about it, but the people that felt compelled to share what happened. And I felt that through the conversations we had here today. But yes, to hear that individual, Jonathan, who was just speaking with Brian Will at the Utah State Capitol, everyone's going to have a similar recollection in some way of what took place there. And it's going to impact them in a very difficult mental state, everybody differently. And I know that we've been looking into this, how this will impact people mentally. That's something that our crew has also been taking a look at here tonight.
And while this happened on a college campus, I think one of the focuses, I know at KUTV over the last couple of years, as things have changed at our schools, as we've been watching shootings on campuses, whether they be universities or in schools, we've been talking about school security. The legislature has been looking at ways that we can build a fortress around our students when they're at school. We want to make sure they're safe, but we also want to let them go out in the world and have experiences like they had today. And so it brings you to the question of how much security can you have? Can it stop something like this? Or is it just a risk of being alive these days and being a part of society when you go to an event with a big crowd that something like this could happen? I hope that that's not our reality.
Well, I didn't experience the open campus model until after graduating high school. Our high school was you go in through secure doors, you stay inside except for maybe physical education or after school sports. Yeah. Everything was inside, and then you move out. I'm from the East Coast, West Coast, everything is outside centric. There's a lot of schools here in Utah that are very open space. College campuses, open space. It's something that people frequently love about college campuses, the ability to walk out of one building and mosey through the beautiful courtyard and go to your next class or go to your dorm or all these things. And it creates that beautiful atmosphere on a college campus, like the situation where Charlie Kirk was speaking today, in the perfect setting to have that dialogue, to have that conversation, an amphitheater where people can just sit down on the grass or on some of those little brick pillars that are right there, that people can just sit and take it in and then maybe come and go as they please if they had other things to tend to. And it was made for that setting. So how do you secure that setting? I think there's a lot of ideas that are out there, especially after what took place today.
And I think a lot of you, I don't know if you're like me, but every time I'm on a college campus in the fall, I think, I want to go back. I want to be a student. I love those days when you were young and you were exchanging ideas and you were figuring things out and you were on the right and then you were on the left and then you had a friend that talked you into this or that and you're listening to different ideas. And it's such an exciting time for our youth to be on campus, talking to other people about different ideas. And today, a very sad ending to an opportunity where our kids had a chance to go and talk to each other, to exchange ideas, and do it in a way that was friendly and they could walk away learning something from someone else.
Today's event ultimately was about freedom of expression and freedom of ideas and speech, and that was taken away for so many in an instant by seeing and witnessing something so horrific right in front of their own eyes. We're hearing from lots of folks that have weighed in on social media or in person to have these conversations about just kind of reacting to the real disturbing reality of what took place today on the UVU campus. Here's Senator Mike Kennedy.
Violence will not silence the people of the United States of America. Charlie Kirk, he spoke his mind, and under threats, he continued to speak his mind, and I find that to be admirable. And he and I and my constituents will not be intimidated by violence.
So that was Representative Mike Kennedy speaking earlier today, and I know you had the chance to speak with John Curtis.
Yeah.
I kind of want to go back to that because you had this conversation scheduled. It was about to speak about what was going on in our society, and you were going to address the Tree Mountain situation, which he had talked about, but then you flipped the script, and he knew that was coming, I imagine, and we were going to talk about the unfortunate instance that took place here on campus today in Orem.
And there were a lot of heated topics we wanted to talk about. We wanted to talk about a looming deadline coming for Congress for the budget that comes up on October 1st. There's debate going on right now from both sides about Epstein and all these other things, but all of that ended when this happened in the shooting on campus today, and the focus was on how can we fix this political discourse? Why is there this edge that we've come to in the United States of America where those political conversations are getting to the point where it ends in violence?
Did he meet Charlie Kirk at all? Do you know if that,
did
that come up in conversation?
I didn't even ask him. When we were rushing to talk, we were talking a little bit about the emotion of the moment and the politics, but I'm not even sure. I guess I should have asked him that. I guess that's one of those things when the emotions are rolling in a day, you think about the questions you should have asked.
I was just curious because I know that a lot of folks have, and a lot of, like we've heard with Mike Lee, they have a clear relationship where they were speaking together just last week about Charlie coming to Utah, and that video was published on social media. We are live on the campus of Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Let's send things back. Go ahead, Heidi.
We're running out of breath here. Allergies
and
pollen and a whole lot of talking out here. We want to send it back to the studio. We know Ariel Harrison has also been talking to a counselor about how to talk to your kids about this, or also if they witness this out here today.
All right, thank you, Heidi and Brian. Yeah, this is something that takes an emotional toll on people, and it will be for quite some time. You can't help but look at the images, the photos and the videos that have been coming in of people just terrified. One photo that we keep showing, and I can't help but notice, there's a woman who's carrying what looks like a little girl on her back, piggybacking on this woman, as they're trying to get away from the gunfire that they were hearing. Ariel Harrison is now joining us. Can you tell us a little bit about how people can cope? You had a chance to speak with a psychologist about this, because this is something that people are going to be very vulnerable about, talking to people dealing with this. And of course, trying to get their feelings out at the same time, because they don't want to be bottled in.
Right.
And they want to get it out so they can have some sense of relief, but at the same time processing this traumatic experience.
Yeah, we know people who weren't there have seen it because there's been so much online shared, and then also the people who were there where we've seen video of them running and you kind of describing that mom with the little girl. I spoke briefly with a child psychologist today to ask about this very thing. I mentioned, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jamie, weren't there around 3,000 people they're guesstimating at this event? There were thousands of people there. That means a lot of people were there present and saw this happen as it happened. I asked about that. He mentioned to me, this is Dr. Douglas Goldsmith. He practices child psychology. He's a child psychologist here in Salt Lake County. He told me that, you know what, reactions will differ. Some people will be able to, you know, move on in a sense when it comes to their mental health relatively soon and be okay. But then there will be others that those images continue to play in their minds as they think on it and hear the gunfire, especially again if they were present. He said both of those reactions are normal. He said that the first step really for those people who were present on campus today is to take time and rest tonight and focus on the fact that you are safe and that there is an investigation underway.
Okay, and even for those people who are trying to get through this, the other part of the coin is some people may not want to talk about it because it's reliving that trauma of witnessing someone die right in front of them. Were there any thoughts shared about how to be sensitive to that as well?
Well, he said it is okay to feel shaken. I thought that was really interesting. He said that it's just really important to continue to remind, especially if you had college students who were there today, that this was an isolated incident, and to use it to talk about the importance of being able to have civil discourse and being respectful and peaceful dialogue, because that did not happen here today.
Oh, okay. Well,
and then there were also the little kids. We know that there were schools nearby, Jamie, around 5 in the Alpine district specifically. They went into protocols, and a question I asked the psychologist was, how do you talk to those little ones who come home and have questions about why the school was locked today? We know that Alpine issued security protocols where they locked the buildings. They even had law enforcement present, and there was a time that they were just isolated to their classrooms. That lasted for a time, but those little ones may be coming home tonight asking mom and dad, why did this happen? And then hearing more that a man was shot and killed that had come to speak at UVU, not very far from their schools. He told me this. He said to tell them that the safety protocols worked. Tell them to treat it as a successful safety drill, because they are familiar with those safety drills. Tell them that they are safe now. And then in the bigger picture, just for everyone, he said, don't let fear convince you that this will happen all the time. He stressed once, again and again, isolated incident. We need to learn how to handle our differences calmly.
Ariel Harrison, thank you so much. Of course, this is something that it's going to be difficult to get past. We still have unanswered questions as far as tracking down the shooter in this particular situation. We do have team coverage of this. We have crews that are out near UVU at this point. We also have our Brian Schnee and Heidi Hatch there as well. This hits very close to home for our own Heidi Hatch, whose son was also in attendance at this event today. And it's unreal to think that one of your loved ones would be so close to a tragedy like this, and thankfully he's okay. We're going to go ahead and turn our attention back to Heidi and Brian, allowing them to catch a little bit of a breather, as this has been a very long afternoon for everyone, especially for those out in the field today.
Jimmy, thank you. Yes, absolutely heartbreaking. As you mentioned, my son was in attendance today with thousands of other students. I'm joined by a couple of other students that were there today. My son's friends from our neighborhood, they grew up together. They're still in high school, but they came down to the events today. Grace Dishman and Grace Baird, two Graces with us today. Was this something that your teachers said was okay to do, or did you decide it was cool to get out of school and you wanted to go do something new?
They actually encouraged us to get parent excuse. We tried to get it to be like a field trip, and it just didn't work out. So they were like, yeah, you guys should all still go, parent excuse, it'll be a great event to just learn more, be educated.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about why you wanted to come.
I've just seen Charlie Kirk on social media, and I've been involved in Turning Point and Club America for a long time, and so I just wanted to see him live and in action, because I've always seen these debates, and it's good to see both sides of the spectrum, I guess.
And you were hoping to meet him today.
Yeah, we tried to get working on staff, but it didn't work out for us to miss that much school, so we didn't end up getting to meet him, and then yeah.
Before we get to what happens today, I was walking around the neighborhood the other day earlier in the week, and one of your dads came outside and told me that there was a lockdown at Bingham High School and that there was a scare where you guys were worried because it was time to close the windows, close the doors. Is this the first time that had ever happened to you at school before?
Yes, it was actually, and I was just telling Grace a little bit earlier how the calls my mom has been getting this week is crazy. It was last week a lockdown at our school, and that was obviously the worry that there was a shooter, or that's the first thing going through my mind. And then today I call her and tell her that there really was a shooter. It's just unreal. Obviously we still haven't even processed it yet. It's probably gonna take a long time, but just stuff like that should never have to happen to high school kids.
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of worried moms, myself included today. I personally feel nauseous. It's been a lot to think and grapple with today. How are you feeling and what are you thinking?
That is exactly how I feel. It's it's just sickening. Physically, it's I don't know, I'm still kind of shaky and just obviously can't get the image out of my head. We had a clear view, and it was just it's not even just mental, it's physical too.
Yeah. Tell me where you guys were standing. Were you close to Jordan where he was standing in line to ask questions, or where were you guys at?
Yeah, I think we were accidentally in the line. We were probably 10 feet back from where Jordan was, so it was to Charlie's right, I think, and just straight to the shot to him.
We were shuffling around trying to get a better view because we had just gotten there, and it was not even 2 minutes after we had finally gotten a good view, and we were oh, this is so cool. We finally get to see him and hear what he's talking about when everything went down.
It happened quickly. Some people said they thought a balloon popped. Others said they knew a shot was fired. What did you think when it happened at first?
I think when I heard the pop and saw Charlie fall, I knew it was a shot. But just the pop alone, I was a little confused. But
yeah, it was almost we saw him draw back before we even heard the shot. I immediately knew someone had been shot, so it wasn't even there was no question. I was just okay, gotta get out of here, fight or flight.
So you guys all started running. Were you able to stay close to each other, or was there so much panic that you couldn't even find your friends and you were just trying to get to safety?
We were able to stay together. There was 4 of us that had come together, so we just stayed together and just ran to the nearest bathroom and tried to get to safety.
Yeah, we kind of locked ourselves in the bathroom with a few of the college girls, and they had no idea what was going on at first. We were literally on the phone with 911, and they hadn't gotten any calls yet. They were by the end of the call, they were getting so many calls that they were okay, I have to get on the other line, but just stay where you are. And they were asking all these questions. They were is there a few people? And I was no, there's 1,000 at least people here right now, and somebody's been shot.
And you were the first to report it to 911?
I think so, as far as we know. That was just our first thought for some reason. She was call 911, and I was okay.
Yeah, when I was talking to Jordan, your friend, and my son on the phone too, I didn't know what to do. I'm should I hang up, tell him to run? Should I call? Should you call? So definitely a lot of confusion. Stick with us for just a second here. It is about 7 o'clock. We're going to start 2 News at 7 o'clock right now. We do want to thank you for being with us. If you're just joining us here, we're live on the campus of Utah Valley University, where earlier today, 31-year-old Charlie Kirk with Turning Point, Utah, was shot and killed in an assassination-style attempt shooting, was shot and killed here on the campus.
This is breaking news on 2 News at 7.
We're back out here live. We were talking to two seniors in high school from Bingham High School. They were here on campus today wanting to hear Charlie Kirk. I want to talk to you both a little bit about this. Grace, you said that you've been involved with your brother with Turning Point. Tell me a little about it. Do they come and talk to kids on campuses? Because a lot of what they do is trying to get kids excited about politics and having these conversations. So how did you get involved?
Yeah, I mean, it was partially my brother and like him telling me about it, and just he was the president when it was at Bingham, and then like handed off to one other girl, and now it's to me. And then also Charlie Kirk was all over social media, and when we were doing like Club Rush a couple of weeks ago, everybody knew who Charlie Kirk was because they've seen him all over their Instagram, their TikToks.
Do you feel like kids your age talk a lot about politics these days, or is it just not something they're interested in? Where do you think it stands?
I think a good amount talk about it, but it's not like we're having political debates in the classroom or anything. It's mostly just people are involved.
Yeah. Does this change how you feel about politics after what you've seen and felt today?
Not a ton, I'm gonna be honest. I think I still have like some very strong core beliefs and values that I think have stayed pretty much the same.
Just a little more like timid about like coming to events like this. Obviously, like after that, it's kind of like, what do you even like, should you be involved? It's like kind of questioning like whether or not it's like worth it to try and like, you know, make a difference. I mean, I think in the long run it is, but obviously like when lives are being lost, it's like a much deeper like issue than just us going to like some event to, you know, learn and like be educated and support.
It definitely changes things. I know it's a difficult day and you guys are both still processing. Thank you so much for talking to us. I know your moms are waiting for you to get home so they can hug you as well. I think everyone needs an extra hug today, so thanks so much for talking to us. Right now we want to get back to Brian Will. He is at the Utah State Capitol, where shortly there is going to be a vigil going on for people who just want to gather and be with others to talk about what happened today.
Heidi, that vigil is underway, and I'm going to step out of the way so you can listen in to this vigil tonight here at the Capitol for Charlie Kirk. The speakers are just starting here with a prayer, moment of silence, and multiple speakers tonight. You can see people are carrying American flags. There's more than 100 people gathered here at the Capitol right now, and let's just take a listen in to what they're saying.
Something like this is possible. So we just want to take a moment and pray for his legacy, pray for his family, those that loved him, and those that were close to him. Pray that right now he's in the left arm of Lord Jesus Christ and Jesus Christ. So if we will, let's do something a little bit different, because we really are a family and blessed. We gather as we can next as a sign of unity. And let's just pray. As I say out loud, I want you to agree with me in your heart concerning this young man, Charlie Kirk. Because we love him, we appreciate what he did for us, and we appreciate what he died for. Thank you, Lord. So I'm going to go ahead and pray. Father God, we come before you right now.
So that was a live look at the vigil taking place at the Utah State Capitol. The audio a little bit difficult to hear. We're going to try to get that resolved for you at any way cost, any of our costs here that we can. So we'll try to get that taken care of so you can watch it and listen to it. It's just another step in what has been a horrific day for so many that witnessed what took place here in Orem earlier today. So to kind of give the timeline of what was going on, Charlie Kirk was a political activist, talked to as many as a conservative, was here on his tour. So typically he will go around to college campuses all across the country, talk with students, have that dialogue, and take questions and debate about political topics or heated topics on many dinner tables across the country, and share his perspective, but also hear other perspectives, and then kind of go back and forth in an open debate sort of lifestyle with Turning Point USA that he founded when he was 18. Charlie Kirk, 31 years old, leaves behind a wife and 2 children. He was shot around 12:20 today by a single gunshot wound, suffering rather from a single gunshot wound from a single gunshot that was on the campus of Utah Valley University. And the roller coaster of sort of what we've gone through throughout the day is figuring out the individuals potentially involved in this, so a person of interest or a suspect. And at one point we had a suspect that was early identified, and there were videos circulating of him around on social media, and what you were seeing was that suspect actually being detained and saying something out loud. Now those videos circulating show an individual that was actually released. So we had that first individual that was taken into custody as a person of interest. That individual was actually identified in the press conference and as someone that is well known kind of in the political spectrum here, going to a number of events and as an activist here in Utah. But he was cleared earlier today. Then there was the conversation about a potential suspect or a person of interest, and we heard that at about 4:15 today during the news conference, where there were a person of interest that was taken into custody, and that was confirmed by both the governor and local police. Meanwhile, you had the FBI director, Kash Patel, saying that a suspect was in custody. So you hear a suspect is in custody from the FBI director, but on the local side, we're hearing that a person of interest was also taken into custody. So which stage were they at that point? And then we learned within the last hour or so that initial suspect, according to the FBI director, has been released. So lingering questions here. Is there still a manhunt or a be on the lookout, a BOLO of sorts, for an individual that was classified potentially as an active shooter and a homicide suspect that was out from the incident that transpired in the events that transpired earlier today around 12:20 in the afternoon? When I was on campus, I arrived here at about 2 o'clock on the dot on the north side of campus. And when we were standing there, the campus was actually still shut down, which is still the case, but we've been allowed to come on to a certain point on campus and share some of this live coverage with you. What we did see was law enforcement, both on the local level and the county level, that were combing the neighborhoods. So they were coming off of the campus and going on, spreading out on the boundaries. They were periodically looking at a phone like this. So as they were walking along these streets, they were looking at people that were walking along on the opposite side of the sidewalk, for example, myself and other people that were on the near sidewalk, and they were looking at a phone to reference of sorts a picture. What they were also doing was going towards homes, knocking on doors, talking to people, looking into areas of heavy brush, things like that. There was an underground culvert that went under one of the roads, and we're seeing actually a canine that came over to actually see if they could catch a scent. So it's very clear that law enforcement had somebody that they were looking for early on, somebody that they were dedicating their search to. But at this point, was that the suspect they had in custody? That question still needs to be answered. Or is that a different person wearing maybe that dark clothing that we've heard that description come about? Or was it the person that may have been seen on the top of a roof? There's still those other questions. So right now we've had some of that information confirmed and some of these lingering questions. So at this point, we're just kind of playing this waiting game, actually, as I've been trying to trade text messages here with folks that are in charge of the information flow, which would be the Utah Department of Public Safety. And as of about 45 minutes ago, they said they were anticipating sharing a info release. I did ask a series of questions about an individual that some information had come to me directly about within the last hour and a half or so, which we won't put out without confirmation. But I asked about some specifics for this individual and the suspect that they were looking into. Keep in mind, if there is an active shooter or a situation such as this, as we've seen with other instances here in Utah, we've got a be on the lookout or a BOLO or a license plate with a photo and all these other things that are put out for the general public to see if they have something that they've noticed that they can dial into 911 or local law enforcement and say, hey, I've seen this person. You see that with an Amber Alert, or in the instance that happened on the interstate last year with Sergeant Bill Hoosier, when Michael Jane was at large. You had those things too. I do want to bring you back to the Utah State Capitol now, where that vigil is still underway. Let's take a listen.
Courage, the same conviction, and the same love for that country that defined his life. Charlie Kirk believed America's best days still were ahead. May his sacrifice stir in us a deeper determination to make that true. Tonight our hearts are especially going out to Charlie's wife and their 2 children, along with all of his loved ones who are mourning the unmanageable loss. No words can erase the depth of their grief, but may they feel our unwavering support, love, prayers, and strength of this community standing beside them during this profoundly difficult time. Thank you, and may God bless Charlie's family, Utah, and the United States of America.
All right. Thank you, Representative Oxier. Those were touching words, and I really especially appreciate your thoughts going out to the family, as we all are heartbroken for that tremendous loss for those young children who will grow up without their loving father. We will now hear from Rory Stewart, who is with the Utah College Republicans, and then we will hear from 14-year-old Christy Horlocker, who has some thoughts about Charlie Kirk and his life.
Thank you all for being here tonight. We are here to remember and honor Charlie Kirk. He was someone who believed deeply in the power of young people to make a difference in our communities and in our country. Through his work, he encouraged students to think critically and to speak up and to take ownership of the future. As a college student myself, I felt his message personally. On campus, it isn't always easy to stand up for what you believe in. But Charlie's example gave me and many others the confidence to carry ourselves with courage and conviction. He reminded many of us that our voices matter and that even as students, we can shape the direction of our country. Charlie was bold. He challenged us not to shy away from hard conversations and to be proud in our beliefs and to carry ourselves with courage, and conviction. Whether you agree on every issue or not, you couldn't deny his passion for America and his tireless energy in fighting for what he believed in. Tonight, as we remember him, let's carry forward his spirit. Let's be people who continue showing up and having tough conversations and defending the freedoms we cherish. That's the legacy Charlie left us, and it's one worth living out every single day. Our hearts go out to Charlie's wife, Erika, and his 2 kids. Thank you.
I love Charlie. He was such a good example to me and my siblings and my brother. Me and my brother would watch his videos all the time, and we would learn so much. And he wasn't just all about politics, he was a missionary. He was teaching what was right, and that's what I loved about him. God bless Charlie Kirk.
We'll now hear a few words from Representative Jake Sawyer, and then I'll share a few words. We'll have a closing prayer tonight by former Representative Brian King, who was the minority leader in the House for many years, and we served together. And we're grateful that he came tonight to join us in this vigil. So we'll hear now from Jake.
I know you guys can't hear in the back, so I'm going to just try and talk really loud if that works. You can hear? Okay. First, I want to thank the first responders and the officers and the medical teams, everybody who rushed in and is still working through this tragedy as we speak. Their courage and service remind us what true sacrifice and service look like, and they deserve our deepest gratitude and respect. Tonight, we remember Charlie Kirk. He was fearless, he spoke truth, he stood firm, and he inspired so many of us to do the same. His voice made people feel less alone, and his courage gave others the strength to stand. But if Charlie taught us anything, it's that this fight doesn't rest on one man's shoulders, it's on all of us. Carry forward his courage, his conviction, and his love for this great nation. I still believe in Utah, I still believe in America, and I believe we can honor Charlie not just by remembering him, but by living out what he stood for. His impact will live on, and it does live on in us. And it's our responsibility to keep that alive. May his family find comfort, may we find the strength to take up the work, and may God bless this state and this nation. Thank you.
All right, this microphone is heavily influenced by gravity. All right. My name is Carrie Ann Lisenby. I'm a representative in the House, and I am so grateful for all of my colleagues who are here tonight, who are here to recognize the bold life that Charlie Kirk led and to mourn together. The senseless violence that took Charlie Kirk's life today is a heartbreaking attempt to silence a bold voice for truth, but it will not succeed. Charlie's unwavering commitment to free speech, to the sanctity of life, and conservative values like faith, family, and freedom cannot be extinguished by such cowardly acts. Evil hates good and wants to silence truth. What should our response be in the face of such evil? Recently, Charlie said he hopes his calls for young adults to lead a more meaningful life will actually result in them spending less time on social media. His anecdote for them was to channel their frustration toward the transcendent. As Christy said, he was a missionary. He was a Christian. He said, focus on the transcendent instead of on tearing everything down. Charlie used technology and his talent for debate to trigger a cultural great awakening. He said, the next American revival won't happen on TikTok, and it won't be spurred by political triumphs alone. It will show up in rising church attendance, marriage rates, and childbirths. These actionable ideas will amplify Charlie's light as we let this tragedy unite us and strengthen our resolve to stand together and to speak against the evils of extremism and violence. This is a moving bit of the eulogy by Earl Warren for President Kennedy that what moved some misguided wretch to do this horrible deed may never be known to us, but we do know that such acts are commonly stimulated by forces of hatred and malevolence, such as today are eating their way into the bloodstream of American life, end quote. Frederick Douglass, reflecting on Lincoln's legacy, said, quote, his death, which was a calamity to the nation, has not silenced his voice. His words and deeds still live and will continue to inspire generations. I hope and am confident that we will all be able to say the same of Charlie Kirk. Coretta Scott King, in a speech after her husband, Martin Luther King's death, said, quote, "The bullet that pierced the heart of Martin Luther King Jr. could not silence the truth of his message. His dream lives on, and we carry it forward with love and courage." This underscores how MLK's call for equality and justice persisted, inspiring continued action against hate. We hope Charlie's suffering family will take comfort in the words of the psalmist, quote, "The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit," end quote. Just as Charlie inspired millions through Turning Point USA, his radio show, and his tireless activism, we must honor him fearlessly by continuing the fight for freedom, sense of life, and the principles that unite us. Let's rally to keep his voice alive. As Jawaharlal Nehru, India's first Prime Minister, in a tribute to Mahatma Gandhi said, quote, "You can kill a man, but you cannot kill an idea," end quote. I pray we will all turn our hearts to God and ask him to save our nation and our republic. His assassination will go down in the annals of history, like Martin Luther King and JFK, as the shot heard around the world, and as a turning point in America. That was inspiring. We will now have a moment of silence. Please join me. Thank you. I want to thank everybody who has come tonight again. And I want to thank especially the woman who had the forethought to bring lots of Kleenex. Thank you, thank you. There's a young woman in the audience who has a basket full of Turning Point memorabilia that she would like to share with anybody who wants it. So she's right over here after the program. And we will now hear the closing prayer from former Representative Brian King, who was the minority leader in the House for many years, and thank him for being here.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we come together this evening in sorrow and concern, in mourning for the senseless act of political violence that we have seen today in our beautiful state. We come here, Heavenly Father, not on one side of the political spectrum or another, not as Democrats or Republicans, not as Team Red, not as Team Blue. We come here as Americans. We come here as Utahns. We come here with a love for the basic freedoms that we enjoy, and most importantly, the freedom that we have to express ourselves with diverse viewpoints and perspectives, and doing so with the right to share our opinions without violence and without disrespect, but recognizing that the bonds that keep us together as Americans are greater than the differences of opinion that at times we may feel strongly about. We pray specifically, Your Honor, or Heavenly Father, for the Kirk family. We pray for Erika, we pray for Charlie Kirk's two beautiful children who will now grow up without their father. We pray that thy spirit might be with them, that thou would help them, calm them, comfort them, and that they might know of
That was staring me in the face all the way down here. It was brutal.
Actually have a few ideas that I want to get past the state level eventually, and the chat with you would be a great way to start.
Yeah.
367 1995.
There you go. Thanks for calling. Anytime, like I said, I live out west.
Sweet. I live in Roy.
Oh, perfect. Well, we can just meet in North or something.
Yeah.
Practice. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I know.
your attention for just one last moment. I apologize. Could I have your attention for one last second? Now that I cannot hear. So the program is over. We really appreciate you coming. You are welcome to stay as long as you want, and anybody who wants to come up and use the microphone to share some thoughts is welcome to do so.
We love Charlie.
Good evening, fellow Americans. I did not plan on talking to anybody. I'm very antisocial. I don't actually care to have large group conversations because I don't find them very helpful. But I spent the last few hours crying in my room as a 40-year-old man who most people would consider fairly stoic. It's very interesting to me because I've watched Charlie Kirk for at least the past 8 years talk to people that he disagreed with. And while there's many issues that I thought that Charlie Kirk was wrong with, mostly what's happening with Israel right now in Palestine. But one thing that I really truly admired about Charlie Kirk was that he had a following of people that would try to boo down people that spoke or had an ideology that was opposed to his. And his response to his own supporters was to let them speak. In a world where so many people just automatically react with violence, as I have many times in my life. Before I was 18, I'd already been arrested 27 times, all on violent-related charges. I found it unique that somebody as intelligent as he was could hear people say something that he completely or gun control, or even the war in Palestine. He would tell his supporters to let them speak, to let them say what they think, they believe, what they see. And then he would so kindly try to tell them his viewpoint and why he thought they were wrong. We are coming to a point in this country where we may not be able to talk our way out of what is happening. We may not be able to vote our way out in our politics. But if we don't first try to speak to each other, then we will never be able to say that we did our best to try to fix this situation before the tree of liberty needs to be fed. It's not too late, but I do feel like it is approaching a cataclysmic event. I think we've all felt it. I think we all know that things have gotten very dark. We are all hurting. We are all broke. Our money is evaporated. The government appears to have their priorities set on the benefit of corporations, foreign countries, the never-ending wars. But us fellow Americans, if we talk to each other, if we can just disagree, but share our. He changed my mind on many things. I don't know Charlie Kirk personally, but the way he approached things was beautiful. I am an atheist. I do not believe in God. But I really hope there is a God. Because what happened to Charlie today, it deserves justice. It deserves retribution. Someone chose to assassinate him, to silence him, a voice in this country that has spent the last 8 years telling his followers, people that wanted to hear what he had to say, to be quiet, to let the people who you disagree with speak their point. That is what made this country great. We disagreed, but we spoke to each other about our disagreements, and it changed minds. And the people that do not want us to talk to each other silenced him. They left his wife and his children without him. And to be honest, again, I don't know him, but if he's anything like me, he wouldn't have changed what he had done. Because he knows that one life is worth sacrificing for the salvation of a country that is in deep turmoil. I wish you all the best. I don't hate anyone. I love you all. I don't want to talk to you all. I'm not a public speaker. I can't even look you in the eyes. I'm just staring above. But I hope we can all take home at least one thing and remember at least one thing. Killing somebody who disagrees with you is not the American way. I love the idea of Jesus. Absolutely. It's a beautiful idea. It sounds too good to be true, but it is a beautiful idea. And I would like to see us all strive harder, even if you are like me and you do not believe. There is a truth in what Jesus had said. And I think we should all strive to be more like Charlie Kirk. While we may not all be able to be like Jesus, I'm certainly not a very violent person, by the way. I've done my best to correct my bad behaviors, to learn from my mistakes, and to stop hurting those that I love. But it extends further than that. We need to talk to each other. We need to be able to communicate with each other. And when we disagree, that's fine. That's why we are Americans. We will disagree, and that's fine. At the end of the day, we are still Americans. And I love you all.
I'm Uriah Kennedy, and this is Ingrid Bentridge. We're from the God and Country podcast. If anybody has heard of us, we're out there on YouTube. One of the first principles of the Constitution is the freedom for life and the freedom of speech. Both of those were taken from Charlie Kirk today. And by taking it from him, they took it from us. Because he's a part of each and every one of us in the way he talks, the way he combats wokeness, the way he fights against the evil of society. Right now we live in a society where good has become evil and evil has become good. where socialism all of a sudden has become acceptable and capitalism is becoming evil, where Hamas and Sharia law all of a sudden is more acceptable than Judaism and Christianity. These are not right principles. They're not what this country was established on and founded on. We are founded on Judeo-Christian values, and we need to fight for those values, because if we don't, we will lose them. Charlie Kirk fought for those things every single day. We actually reached out to his podcast to see if we'd actually spend some time on ours while I was here in town. And one of the first questions I was going to ask him was, Charlie, when you go to these universities and you talk to so many people that have such woke and downright wrong ideas, at the end of the day, how do you have energy? How are you not depressed? Because that would just weigh down on anybody with just a heaviness of what you have to fight through and debate with on a daily basis. But yet he had the energy to get up and talk about it every single day. And get out there without fear and talk to our youth, because that is where we're losing societies in today's youth, with the indoctrination that's happening in our universities, our university professors. We have conservative children that leave their homes conservative, believing in God, going to these universities and coming out at a complete 180. We are losing the next generation. If we lose the next generation, we'll lose society completely, because we will not have the leadership to take the mantle that we have. Right now, the left is speaking in such angry tones, such rhetoric, that it foments this type of violence. From the assassination attempt against President Trump to what just happened to Charlie Kirk today. We cannot allow that type of evil to persist. We have to start standing up and stop being the silent majority, but actually start being the loud majority. Because if we don't start speaking up, if you don't get out there and start speaking to your friends and neighbors, how will they know what you believe in? Because if everybody's afraid to talk, how will they know how to vote? This last election, we learned something very, very critical. Trump was the worst person out there. He was the worst thing that ever happened to society. And all of a sudden, the popular election came through, and everybody realized, well, guess what? Everybody likes him. So at that point, people started to stand up for the right when they found out that it wasn't so bad to stand up for it when they had so many other supporters. We didn't stand up before that. Because if you stand up and you let your neighbor know what your values are, then you might give them the incentive, the bravery to stand up, and then they'll stand up for somebody else, and they'll stand up for somebody else. And all of a sudden the word will get out that yes, we do have good values. And instead of spreading the evil like the left likes to do, and like mainstream media likes to do, and like Hollywood likes to do, a good narrative will actually go out there, not a negative one. And that's what Charlie was trying to do. He was trying to get out there vocally and spread a good narrative, a positive narrative, a God-fearing narrative where we do believe in God, we know there's an afterlife, and we know where he went. We know his family's going to see him again and embrace him again. And as hard as it's going to be for that family right now, where they do not have a husband and a father now, those of us who have gone through death in a family know that it does not get better. You do not get over death. You just learn to live with it. And the only peace you get is the peace you get from your Father in heaven. I hope they can